Guide, we beseech thee, Almighty God, members of the Senate, that they may wisely deliberate for the good of this country and for the glory of thy holy name. Honorable members, please join me in the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Pray be seated. Senate sitting of 29 August 2024 commences.
Item 3, Oath of Allegiance or Affirmation of a New Senator.
It is my pleasure, my distinct pleasure, to invite Seville Francis to take the oath of allegiance as a new senator. Madam.
I, Seville M.C. Francis, do swear that I will faithfully bear true allegiance to His Majesty King Charles III, his heirs and successors, according to law, so help me God.
Welcome, Senator Francis. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President, honorable members of this House, distinguished guests, and fellow citizens of this Tri-Island state. I've been in this honorable House on countless occasions, even as a stranger in the gallery. In fact, Madam President, I've sat in this very chair that you're currently sitting in as the Speaker of the House during the National Youth Parliament sittings. I've even used this beautiful architectural structure as a backdrop for photo shoots. I think we can all agree that it is indeed a masterpiece. I vividly recall sitting in these chambers, staring at the now Senator, the Honorable Nealon Franklin, dead in the eyes as the opposition leader, while I exuded woman power and excellence as the Prime Minister as we debated the issues affecting the youth of our country. Who would have imagined that we would be here again, sitting in these chambers on opposite sides, discussing the nation's business in a more official capacity? My journey to this auspicious moment did not come overnight. It came as a shock, but it did not come overnight. The experiences, the trauma, the abuse, the embarrassment, the failures, the denials, the setbacks, the no's, the rejections, and the narrow paved road with obstacles were the equipment in the gym of my life that built me and groomed me to carry this appointment and this country forward. This is not a full stop in my story. This is a semicolon because my story continues. Today, I stand here not only representing myself, but every young girl who has ever been denied any opportunity for greatness. I represent every young man who feels like society is against him. Madam President, I represent the future of Grenada. St. Patrick is geographically positioned in the north of the island, which means we are the head. And going forward, we shall continue to be the northern star of this parliament and this country. Standing here today is beyond love for self. This is a significant moment in the history of our community and our parish. My friend's professional name for me is love of country, because I've always been in service. I am proud to say that I hail from the most historic and beautifully scenic parish of our Tri-Island state, St. Patrick, from the home of the Amerindians, Montreach. My mother, Susan Francis, whom I lovingly refer to as Mother Teresa II, made it her duty to ensure that I was brought up in a sound Christian home. One of the questions from the Bible that I remember being referenced in John chapter 1, verses 46, asked, "Can anything good come from Nazareth?" The response was, "Come and see." Today, you've come, and you're witnessing the modern-day Nazareth, my hometown, my pride, my joy, has produced something good. I ain't no Jesus, but I am a product of his grace and the village that raised me. My story has been used on many platforms for advocacy purposes. And while it may be new to some, others are aware of my journey. But permit me to briefly mention, as it is significant to the character of the person standing before you in this honorable house. I am a proud survivor of sexual abuse, suicide attempts, depression, and many other societal issues that have shaped my character. I've termed my journey the chrysalis impact, as I have transformed my pain, unleashed my potential, and matured my purpose into the butterfly I am today. Because of this, I recently established a foundation called the Chrysalis Impact, where I help young people with similar struggles to spread their wings too. My hope is that they remember the wings of transformation are born of patience and struggle. Amidst all my adversities, there were a number of people who were instrumental in ensuring that I remained grounded, ensured that I kept my head on my shoulders, and encouraged me to forge on. So allow me to thank a few, though the elimination of names is not intentional. It is not intentional. To everyone who has contributed to my growth, know that you are appreciated, and the spot that you hold in my heart is permanent. First, we must acknowledge that with God, all things are possible. He is the center of it all. Again, I thank my mother, to whom I was a prayer project. Even when I strayed, she kept praying and asked God to continue to cover me. I must pay homage to Teacher Clanice Frame, Dean George, Serrano James, Wellington Joseph, Chanel Joseph, and my best friend, Kidisha Charles, who are no longer with us, but would have been proudest to see me standing here today. May their souls continue to rest in peace. To my ever-supportive partner, thank you for being that source of strength during my most turbulent times. Thank you for keeping me grounded and for your constant encouragement. To my family, both immediate and extended, thank you for the support through the years. To my Princess Janaya, you have given me an additional reason to be an exemplary young woman that you and other girls can emulate. To my nieces and nephew, you're all my favorite, including every child in the community who calls me Auntie Cutie. To my friends who became my brothers and sisters, I salute you. They say it takes a village to raise a child, and to my village, I thank you. To my alma mater, Hermitage Government School, the Grenada SDA Comprehensive School, St. George's University, T.A. Marichaud Community College, I am grateful for the principles instilled in me. To my parish, the great St. Patrick, thank you for every opportunity you've afforded me to lead, to contribute, to celebrate, to defend, and most importantly, to claim. My professional family, my CEDO, St. Patrick Debaters, the Rural Development Unit, CARICO, CIWIL, NIDCO, NADMA, Friends of the Mentally Ill, the St. Patrick 50th Independence Celebrations Committee, and to every institution who has afforded me an opportunity to serve, I thank you. It would be remiss of me for this moment if I did not recognize Mr. Kevin Andal, who has been instrumental in preparing me for this moment at my very first Parish Youth Parliament sit-in in 2007. And then he passed the baton along to Dr. Tessa Sincere, who continued shaping me to be a public speaker. I am a proud product of the Ministry of Youth's initiatives, and it ignites a flame within me to return there to serve in this capacity. As we forge ahead, permit me to place on record my sincerest gratitude to the Honorable Dickon Mitchell, Prime Minister of Grenada, Carriacou and Petite Martinique, for being a radar for greatness and selecting me to serve the people of this great nation. It is commendable, sir, that you take the country's future seriously by including a young woman like me as part of your country's succession plan, Thank you to the people of Grenada for accepting me. I promise to serve as I've pledged during my oath of allegiance to honor, uphold, and preserve the Constitution of Grenada. It is our 50th year of independence, a significant milestone in our country's history. It gives me greatest pleasure to be added to the historical moments that shaped Grenada's legacy. I am honored to be one of the first young female senator to hail from the historic parish. Additionally, my appointment contributes to Grenada's being a part of the 30% female senators, aligning with global standards for female representation. I am Senator the Honorable Sybil Francis from Monkridge in St. Patrick. As our 50th independence song says, it's only up from here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis, for your reflections, your insight into who you are, your commitment to the highest institution of the land, and of course, your gratitude to the village that raised you. Thank you, and once again, welcome. The senator from a little bit north of St. Patrick's, the senator from Carriacou, Senator Nolan Cox. Welcome, sir, and you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I take this opportunity to extend a heartfelt welcome to our Honorable Senator Francis, to this Senate. I just want to indicate through you, Madam President, that the journey that we walk, at times shape and mold us to being who we are. So I don't know Ms. Francis. This is the first time I've interacted with her, but from her utterances, she seems sound, solid, and as a Grenadian, we are happy to have our young women have an opportunity to be part of the parliamentary process. And I think that is outstanding, and to congratulate you for accepting the call. As I said to you briefly this morning, this is the best part of the Houses of Parliament, and you're going to find that out maybe sooner than later. And on a lighter side, I thank you, Madam President, just for reminding Senator Francis that Carriacou and Petite Martinique is due north of St. Patrick's. So we are truly at the head. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Leader of Government Business, Senator Adrian Thomas, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I too would like to join my good friend, Senator the Honorable Nolan Cox, in congratulating Senator the Honorable Sybil Francis. And I also want to extend my gratitude to the people of St. Patrick for delivering to us another stalwart, another important individual, another young lady to take up the task of serving this country at the highest level. What she has expounded on this morning, Madam President, tells a lot. And it also indicates that she started the journey a very long time ago. And if my calculation serves me right, as one of my colleagues said yesterday, she will be maybe the most experienced parliamentarian inside of here. Coming from the youth parliament and having had the opportunity to serve in that capacity regionally and internationally, I think she would be of tremendous value to this House. And I once again want to say thank you very much for coming forward and taking up the mantle. And I wish you all the best as we sit here to discuss and debate government's business. And the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit-Martin.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Adrian Thomas. And I see the light of Senator Andrew Lewis. No, it's Senator Neelan Franklin. My sight needs improvement.
Of all the things to remember. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I too rise this morning to join with my colleagues in the House to welcome officially a close friend of mine, actually, the Honorable Sybil Francis. I've known Senator Francis for quite some time, and I would like to put on record that she was one of the people who was instrumental in actually convincing me to accept my initial appointment. So I am indeed proud of her being in this House, and it goes to show the importance of the National Youth Parliament. I think it's an important institution to have two former National Youth Parliamentarians sitting in the Senate at the same time. Says a lot for Grenada and says a lot for the future of Grenada. And we both sat and served in the National Youth Parliament as Prime Ministers, so that in and of itself is a milestone. Again, welcome. I look forward to your contribution, and I am confident that you will serve as best as you can. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank you, Senator Neelan Franklin. And I offer the floor to Senator David Andrew.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to all colleagues within the House and persons listening elsewhere. I join my voice in welcoming our colleague on this side of the House to the upper house. It's an interesting place to be. It's probably a lot more interesting than the other place. You would soon find. But we welcome you. I particularly like you volunteering to disclose a bit of your own past, your own history, as a source of encouragement to young persons everywhere who probably feel when you get punched down, when you get knocked down by some cruel curveball that life throws at you, you probably need to stay down and feel sorry for yourself. But your story, from what you've shared thus far, indicates that you used it as a catalyst to propel you forward. And so we congratulate you, we welcome you, and we look forward to working along with you as together in this place we serve the nation's interest. Welcome. All the best to you.
Thank you, Senator Andrew. Thank you kindly. And we offer the floor to Senator Andrew Lewis now.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And it was indeed my intention to go immediately before Senator Franklin, but recognizing that there is a special bond, and he was really at the bit wanting to, I join everyone, Senator Francis, in welcoming you to this Senate. I endorse completely the observation by Senator Andrew in terms of your background and what that means. I'm also heartened by the fact that many of our youth are serving at the same time in the Senate. And it is my wish, as I've said a few years ago, when we had other youthful senators here on both sides of this table, that it will help change our politics. Because at the end of the day, we are here through political affiliations. Yes, at least part of this side here, we are here as independent senators. Your journey has prepared you, and what will continue to be important is to remain grounded. And as we debate the nation's business, it is important for us all to be guided by this, because there are people outside there who are dependent on us. I feel confident that you will deliver. I wish you all the very best, and I look forward to meaningful engagement. As a matter of fact, I engaged you this morning rather than waiting officially. Yes, thank you very much for making yourself available to serve the nation. All the very best.
Thank you, Senator Andre Lewis, and I offer the floor to Grenada's Attorney General, Senator Claudette Joseph.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to you and everyone in this honorable House. Indeed, it would be remiss of me if I were not to stand and offer my heartfelt congratulations and welcome to this honorable House to a sister, Senator Francis. It is indeed a wonderful thing that the Prime Minister saw it fit to consciously reduce the average age of this upper house by appointing a female young senator. So 2 things were done in one stroke of the pen. The average age of the upper house was reduced, and the gender balance was enhanced. And I know with your addition, Senator Francis, it will make for more robust, in-depth, and substantial debates in this House as we go about taking care of the nation's business. Your experience as a youth parliamentarian, I am sure, would be brought to bear as we discuss and debate the matters before this House. And I am sure oftentimes you will find yourself bringing some of us with less parliamentary experience up to speed with the standing orders and the other rules and decorum of the House. I know that you would find it rewarding and fulfilling as you join your fellow sisters here, Senator Douglas, Senator Gloria Thomas, and my humble self, because as women, we always bring a more practical perspective to things. Yes, a different and more practical, because we see the people behind arguments when we have documents in front of us and we discuss the matters contained in the documents, such as we will discuss today, the supplementary budget. We see the people and the faces behind what we are discussing. In other words, we don't see things in the abstract. So I look forward to working with you as we enhance the lives of all our people together and as we move this great country forward. And by the way, although I'm a Wharf girl, St. Patrick's is my favorite parish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Joseph. It appears that the Senate is going north. Not to mention female. All right, let me offer the floor to Senator Roderick St. Clair. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, and sorry for my tardiness this morning and unable to listen to the presentation by our new Senator, Honorable Sybil Francis. But I will definitely go back and follow. But I've been queuing in on the discussion. But outside of that, I want to say good morning to all the fellow senators inside here and all the staff and everyone listening on the outside. But what I would say from having been through that process myself for the past couple of years, it's a very serious obligation, commitment. Sometimes I sit and I say it's 13, 14 of us making serious rules and regulations for the 100 and something thousand plus in this country. And so our objectivity, our critical thinking, our deep research and consultation and feedback all comes in one when we look at this whole role that we have. It's a very serious role because we must be able to sleep at nights and feel that we have made the right decision and consciousness. Because when some matters come to a vote, division of vote, and we have to decide yea and nay, it does matters. I recall going through those things myself and I say, wow. You think about all of those things. I welcome further the woman part. Welcome to have more women present. This is very good. Add a different spice to the whole thing. But more so as a young woman, it gives many others in this country hope. It gives them aspirations that they can be, and they can be whatever they want to be. You know, we speak about Americans always speaking about we can be what we want to be. In Grenada, we can be what we want to be once we apply ourselves. And I think as young persons, this should be the message that we're sending out. You know, I was looking at the medium-term review, not getting into the debate about that, and it speaks about the young women, unemployment rate and a lot of those things, and that to me was very telling. And so I would trust that Ms. Francis, in a new role, can add to that voice of champion and leadership and direction, which of course you will get unwavering support, because the future of this country, you know, depends on the younger ones, and particularly the women, because they have to make a lot of decisions. Sometimes they end up being single parents. How do you avoid that? How do you manage around those issues? So this is a very serious issue, and I don't want to carry on too long, but I want to use this opportunity to welcome you. As Senator David Andrew, my good friend, says, it's not like the other place. We discuss real issues, and we come here for business. And so preparation is what is important. We don't deal with constituents and constituencies. We deal with the issues, and we deal with good debate, and we are all still friends. We sit down and eat lunch together, we chat, we debate issues. And so don't think sometime you may get a little punch here, a punch there. Don't take it personal. It's saying, how do we think about it critically, and so on. So with this word said, I want to say welcome, Madam President, to our new friend in this honorable house. Thank you.
I thank you, Senator. I thank you, and I offer the floor to Senator Salim Rahman. Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam President, and good morning to all. My apologies for being a little late. Just about an hour ago, I landed at our international airport. So I would like to congratulate my colleague, Senator Francis, and perhaps remind myself and us all of two things. One, to whom much is given, much is expected. And when we are asked to serve in this honorable house in our varying capacities, we do so on behalf of the people that we represent, and more importantly, we do so on behalf of democracy and our nation and its values. And we have to remember that at all times. And so, as my colleague, Senator St. Clair, said, that sometimes when we debate and we disagree, we must disagree out of respect and upon the issue, and not based on personalities. And secondly, I remind myself and us of the words, by their fruits you shall know them. And those words were spoken by Jesus in the Bible. By their fruits you shall know them. So by what we do, we will be known by the people for the work that we do. And so I wish you the best, as I wish my colleagues the best. I thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Rahman. Is there a light there? Yeah. Thank you all, distinguished colleagues. Thank you all very much. Senator Katusha. Douglas. You may rise, madam.
Yes, good morning and thank you, Madam President. Senator Francis, I would like to say congratulations and welcome to this honorable house. Looking forward having healthy conversations with you. Sometimes it could get a little bit ticklish, and I know you're aware of that. But what's important, as Brother Rahman said, we don't take or attack personalities. We're here for a purpose, and the purpose is to look at the challenges that's happening in the country and take care of the people business, because they're out there listening to us. So welcome again and looking forward. It's a pleasure to have another young person, a woman power that is, and we are going to ensure that we do what we took the oath to do. Welcome. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Douglas, and I pass the floor to Senator Quince Britton.
Ni hao. A pleasant good morning to my colleagues on the other side as well as on this side. And I too join with the sentiments being expressed this morning in welcoming our dear sister over to our side of the house. It is indeed, as everyone said, it's where we discuss the nation's business, and it would be challenging but exciting for you. So I wish you well in your new position. And as I always say, just as short as I am, 5 feet 6 inches, I remain short. I expect you to do your best in this new journey in the book of life. All the best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Britton. And I think this round has no more requests for the floor, so I want to thank all of you and move swiftly on.
Item 4, confirmation of minutes.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to move the motion that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Wednesday, the 26th of June, 2024, be taken as read.
Distinguished colleagues, the motion is that the minutes of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliamentary Chamber, Mount Weldale, St. George's, on the 26th of June, Wednesday, be taken as read. All those in agreement say aye. All those opposed say no. Believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the motion that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at the Parliament Building, Mount Weldale, St. George, on Wednesday, the 26th of June, 2024, be confirmed.
Thank you, Senator. Distinguished colleagues, the motion is that the minutes of the proceedings of a sitting of the Senate, Senator Andrew, David Andrew.
Yes. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, before we move to pose the question for confirmation of the minutes, I rise to make two observations concerning the minutes, which I hope we can consider before the question is moved. One is I noticed the minutes carried no page numberings, and so it makes referencing the document, should you have an area of concern, a little difficult. And so I propose that that is an area that needs attention. The numbering of the pages to ensure for ease of reference, one. Two, I noticed though that there are some inconsistencies in referencing speakers within the minutes. So I draw your attention to what's supposed to be page 7. If you scroll manually on what's supposed to be page 7 of the document, since it's not numbered, and under the section that says, on the mentioned senators made contributions. In some instances, names only were used. In other instances, designations only were used. And in other instances, both names and designations were used. In my mind, there is a lack of consistency, so I point out, and I'll read exactly what it said. The under-mentioned senators made contributions. The leader of government's business, Senator the Honorable Adrian Thomas. The second bullet head says, Senator the Honorable Nolan Cox. Senator the Honorable Salim Rahman. The fourth one says, Minister of Education. We're not sure who that is. The fifth one says, Senator the Honorable Roderick St. Clair. The next one says, the Attorney General and Minister for Legal Affairs, Labor and Consumer Affairs. And the final one says, Senator the Honorable Mondi Andre Lewis. Now, we use designations on some occasions, names only on some, both names and designations, and that repeats itself on page 9 and page 12. And I think for consistency, it might be important, if we're using names and designations, we use that. If we're using designations, we use designations. If we use, so I just want to point that out for the consideration of the Honorable House. Thank you much.
I thank Senator Andrew for his astuteness and careful reading of the minutes. Thank you. Any other corrections, amendments? Hearing none, I do remind the clerk to take on board the corrections proposed. And now then, colleagues, the motion is that the minutes of the proceedings of the sitting of the Senate held at Mount Welldale, St. George's at the Parliamentary Chamber on Wednesday, the 26th of June, 2024 at 9 a.m. subject to the amendments made, be adopted. All those in favor say aye. And those opposed say nay. Ayes have it. Minutes are approved as amended.
Item number 5, messages from the Governor General. Item number 6, announcements by Madam President.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Clerk. When we last met on Wednesday, 26th of June 2024, dear colleagues, we did not know what changes would come. First, let me say thank you to former Senator Jonathan Lacrette, who served, and to wish him well. Next, let me turn my attention to what has already proceeded, the welcoming of our new colleague, Senator Seville Francis. I almost have nothing to say. What an outpouring of solidarity you have received from this house, this place. You come from the parish that is rich in history, St. Patrick's, and you say you bring yourself here as a Northern Star. We welcome you, Northern Star, and you already have seen the expectations and the rhythm of this house. May your stay in the Senate, Senator Francis, be fruitful and enjoyable for you and be of great benefit to our nation. I hope that your presence here holds special meaning for young people and especially for rural girls and women. I want you to know that this is a place that is not always in agreement. It's not intended to be. It's intended to be robust, to bring the diversity of Grenada to the table. So it will not always be in agreement. But I think you have already seen one of the critical features of the Senate, that it is agreeable. Senators are agreeable in the chamber and out of the chamber when not in agreement or not even on the same side. And that's a feature of our independence protocol that we are proud of. Count on all of us to be good colleagues to you. As you have already said, Senator, your coming now have brought a greater measure of gender equality, the gender equality threshold set by the United Nations of 30% female in all decision-making bodies across nations. This is a watermark minimum, and we are glad that you helped to bring it on board more intently. And in that sense, your presence is already making a difference. So now that we have a critical mass, although it's only 33%, let us make the cultural, social, and political difference that gender balance promises, some of which have already been referred to by Senator Joseph. by a number of the men. So we're sailing well. Thank you for bringing your youthfulness, your advocacy or championship of health rights and health issues to the table. And we hope that we will, I see the Minister of Health, Acting Minister of Health, has come to back you up. So we expect that people's health, women's health, and the challenges of social health will be a feature that you will bring. Again, welcome and thank you for your service to come. Thirdly, I'd like to turn my attention to ask us to offer a minute of silence for the persons killed by and in the Hurricane Beryl, which transpired in Grenada on the 1st of July, 2024. We may sit in our seats, bow our heads, and reflect on their lives and ours. I thank you. Colleagues, ours is a national little archipelago, accounting about 8 islands that are fully or semi-inhabited. 2 were devastated, Carriacou and Petit Martinique, and of course St. Patrick's. And other eastern regions, western in part, farming and fishing industries, infrastructure, telecommunications, and so much more. We thank God that the number of deaths were few, and we thank God for the excellent speed of NAWASA, Grenlec, and other utility and supply companies and agencies in getting us back up and running as a country. Thank you. Thank you, NADMA. Thank you all. We send our solidarity to the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique through their able representative here in the Senate, Senator Nolan Cox. And of course, to all the people of St. Patrick and across Grenada for so speedily rising up again, everyone did. I think in the Senate we say, stay up, stand up, and go forward, because we are all together doing that. We must make send special thanks to Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell and his cabinet, and to the opposition party as well, all of whom led from in front with dedication and with a sense of urgency. The national leadership rose to the national responsibility. Emotionally, we are on our path again, I think, most of us. Let us carry those who are not, and let us use this resume emotional health and logistical successes too, as we transition from relief to rebuilding. Clearly, today's actions in this upper house, finalizing the supplemental appropriations bill, if needed, if indeed it is finalized, will be Parliament's contribution to our nations going forward, our gift to the reconstruction. So I thank you and commend you all. And two last notices from me. One is that the Eastern Caribbean is having success with the appointment of Dame Janice Pereira, who is the retired Chief Justice of the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court. She is appointed as a member of the British Privy Council as of 48 hours ago. And it's whatever one thinks of the Privy Council and its relationship to the Caribbean, let us celebrate that one of our leading regional female jurists has been appointed to that historic and universal and premier legal institution. We send congratulations to Dame Janice, to her native Virgin Islands and to the Eastern Caribbean Judiciary. And lastly, colleagues, I want to welcome back Senator Quince Britton, who was on a long tour of duty, long as in a whole week in China. And if I may be permitted without being sanctioned, I think he got a new hairstyle over there. So welcome, and I'm sure we will hear of the proceedings of the discussion of parliamentary role in achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals, something we would love to hear about. And on the 1st of September, I will depart the state for the 46th Conference of the Caribbean, the Americas, and the Atlantic region of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association that will be held in Georgetown, Guyana. I believe I will be accompanied by Senator Thomas, Senator Adrian Thomas, and we will be representing Grenada at the CPA, Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, around issues of good governance and other thematic areas. This brings the end of my notices. Thank you. Senator Adrian Lewis, you have the floor, sir. And Andre Lewis, beg your pardon.
Thank you very much, Madam President. I crave your indulgence to raise a matter for another time. Well, on this occasion again, as relates to the notice and the sitting of the Senate. In the standing orders under rule number 7, duties of the clerk, speaks that the clerk shall circulate the order paper, which shall contain the business for that sitting. And it has to be done 6 clear days. And that order paper, for it to contain the business, must contain the relevant documents or discussions. And it was only on Tuesday the 27th, that is this week, Tuesday, that we got the approved supplementary budget. I deliberately said approved supplementary budget because for it to be come to us, the Senate plays an oversight role from the lower house. And these documents are meant for us to be able to give justice, as our new senator has indicated to us. And it's always good to have fresh minds, yes, to help reminding us. For us to give justice to the nation, we have to be able to prepare. So these rules are set in place to, unless there is an emergency, and certainly a budget or supplementary budget cannot be considered. In this case, it would be a matter of emergency. The 7-day rule or the 6-day rule must be and ought to be applicable. It also gives the, because I represent Labour, and even if I do not represent Labour, we expect everyone to be concerned about our fellow human beings. It gives the House of Parliament, the staff, the opportunity to be able to take their time to do what needs to be done. But certainly in terms of the nation business, I am drawing to your attention, Madam President, so that we can take the corrective measures going forward. In other words, I would not like my dear Senator Francis to be in a meeting that I deem questionable. I'm not doing this, yes? But certainly we are out of timing. And I'm drawing this to the attention so that corrective measures can be taken. I'm placing this on record. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. I believe there's a request for the floor from Senator Cox. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I just wanted to take this opportunity while we are on the floor in terms of some notices. I wanted to Just two quick important announcements, just to recognize persons who we just recently concluded our carnival. I just want to congratulate our carnival queen, who is here from the north, Carriacou, who is also a neighbor of mine, just a stone throw away from where I live, and on winning the 2024 National Queen Show. And also, we also had some who placed in the Calypso show as well, the Mashkra. That's Shanda. Just want to also congratulate her too. She has been working hard in that area, so just want to recognize that. But most importantly also, everybody, all the other artists who participated, who were Carriacou and Super Flint, and also my good friend from Leicester. So, Madam President, I think sometimes it's important that we do recognize the efforts of persons who participate in our cultural activities to ensure that we do have some cultural assets to present and to sustain as we move forward.
Especially when they come from Carriacou.
Well, of course, Madam President. But I don't want to get to a debate on culture here, because I know sometimes you will raise a lot of eyebrows, because we have St. Patrick's, we have Guave, we have St. David's, so we know how it is. But I want to also congratulate our Olympic athletes, Madam President, especially our medalists, both Lyndon and Anderson. They have been working hard and knocking the door. But I think, it's a great achievement for our country, significant achievement for us to have three persons who we can look to in terms of achieving medals for our country at the Olympic level. But Madam President, I think oftentimes we take the efforts of Kirani for granted. I think he has made everything easy for every one of us going forward, all other athletes, young athletes going forward. He has created the opportunity of belief that it can be done. And even me just sitting back looking at it, it just seems easier. And I'm certain that other athletes now seeing that it is achievable to be successful at the Olympics. It is just looking easier. And I think that is one of the things that we take for granted, the achievement of Kirani and the impact that his success would have had on other athletes. And I mean, even Lyndon, who also confessed to me that is his biggest role model. Kirani James is his role model, and that is what drives him, motivates him to be successful. So I just want to put on record my thanks to them for really, really lifting our nation on the sporting side of things. So those are two important announcements I want to make, Madam President. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you for both of them, Senator. Thank you. And congratulations to Carriacou on the winning of Miss Grenada 2024. Great showing of her island. Thank you.
Item number 7, ministerial statements.
Senator, the Honorable David Andrew.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to give a couple of brief notices in relation to education and the reopening of school. As the nation might be aware, only yesterday, the Ministry of Education held a press conference to speak about the nation's readiness for the reopening of school. And quite a lot was said, so I'll try to be very brief here because I don't want to rehash everything that was said because it's all on record and available. But the press conference highlighted that all schools on the mainland will be reopened as scheduled on September 2nd, Monday, September 2nd, 2024, pending no unforeseen occurrence. And that there was going to be a deferred or delayed reopening on Carriacou that was going to be assessed within the next 2 weeks to give a precise date based on the progress with repair work and relocation of the persons within the shelters and those stuff. But that was talked about at length in the press conference. We talked about support packages for students from Carrier Coup. It talked about a number of different things, the details of which I don't want to go into at this point. But there are two matters, Madam President, that I still want to raise in this honorable House in relation to education. One, the enactment of the Education Amendment Act. We will recall, Madam President, that in this very House, the Education Amendment Bill was passed on June 6th, which comes into effect on the 1st of September, which now extends the compulsory age of schooling to 18. And we did lots of discourse on that, but suffice me to remind the population and to remind this honorable House that after the 1st or as of the 1st of September 2024, it will be an offense to keep any child beneath the age of 18 out of school. And we did discuss at length that did not mean retaining them in secondary school, but it meant that they had to be engaged in formal and official schooling, be it continuing at the level of TAMCC, be it at NULO or university, but they had to continue. So I want to bring this to the attention of the nation so our parents can be aware and all of us in this honorable House can be aware. Now, we are aware that TAMCC, NULO, SGU, and other higher institutions of learning are available options for our young people who are matriculating out of secondary school at age 16, sometimes 16 plus, to continue their education. But because we are aware that probably not all of them might be interested in the programs available in those institutions, or might not necessarily have the requirements, we have been taking other steps, and so at the Ministry of Education, we have started engaging a number of technical skills service providers. These service providers are NTA approved. They offer courses and programs that are NTA certified, after which they would get the appropriate CVQ qualification, right? And so we've engaged about 15 of those providers. We had conversation with them to discuss their willingness to cooperate with us, to collaborate with the Ministry of Education, to provide avenues to absorb those additional students coming out of secondary school who may not go to TAMCC, NULO, University, or migrate. And we are currently in the process of receiving the final data from them as to the capacity, their final courses, and in the coming week, you will get public service announcements coming from the Ministry of Education, giving the public information about registration procedure, what courses are available, how to register, where the centers are, and what supports would be available. So I'm sharing this with the nation because given the Education Act, the amendment to the Education Act, the Education Amendment Bill, coming into effect the 1st of September, we want to make sure that the nation is aware that we are moving to provide additional absorption spaces for the nation's children to continue their education officially, formally, and in centers that are approved. So I wanted to bring this to the Honorable House. Additionally, the second item I want to speak about, Madam President, is an intervention for literacy and numeracy that the Ministry of Education has undertaken. We are quite aware as a nation, and I dare say as a region, how deeply plagued we have been with low performances in literacy and numeracy across the region. The Ministry of Education understands that our best chance to treat with those issues remain dealing with it in the formative years of our children. Because if we miss those years, when students are most receptive, when children are like absorptive sponges, and we miss the opportunities there, we spend a lot of resources not getting the return to the same extent that we expend the resources to try to catch up down the road in various programs. And so we are targeting the early childhood development periods of our nation's children. And so we have started to pilot, we are starting to pilot in 7 of our schools 3 interactive softwares for implementation and use in our nation's primary schools. We're starting with 7 schools, 1 for each district, including Carriacou, BT Martinique, and St. Patrick. And when it is reviewed, we hope to implement it across all of our primary schools. Now, I'm excited about this because it's student-driven. It follows the models using the technologies that our children are excited about. Students lead the way. Teachers become facilitators. Students get to listen to themselves. They get to hear themselves. They self-monitor as they go along, and teachers facilitate. So we had 2 days of training within the Summer Institute. In June 15th and 16th, we trained about 25 educators, principals, and primary school teachers in the use of those softwares to facilitate the pilot. And there was great excitement about the prospect of beginning to arrest the literacy and numeracy challenges experienced by many of our nation's children at that level. And the ministry is very cognizant that we need to address it there to begin to change the fortunes of our nation's children in relation to literacy and numeracy. I'm excited too, and I thought I wanted to share this with the House, because as we pilot in this term, we look forward to assessment and evaluation at the end of the period and wider rollout come the second term, January 2025, God willing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Senator Andrew, Minister of Education. I listened keenly, and I'm excited about those 2 initiatives, because I think the latter of the 2, both of them, but clearly the latter of the 2 is an early intervention strategy that I really think is critical. I don't know the figures, I don't recall the figures of our performance this year, but they were, if I recall, rather disappointing in mathematics and English A. So doing something about them at an early stage is commendable. And of course, all these young persons who are proud to say that they finished secondary school when they're 16, 17, they're taking a year off, they're not sure what to do. I'm glad that there are additional opportunities for them, because there is a tendency, it appears to me anyway, that many persons would like to do the short-term skills acquiring so that they can sort of get on the job market in addition to further education. So those technical skills, again, would be useful. Thank you. And I see the light of Senator Andre Lewis. You have the floor, Senator.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And it's good to hear those initiatives from the Minister of Education. But there are 2 matters I would like to draw to his attention to seek to get his lead assistance on as it relates to the reopening of school. And I recognize that the Minister has said that he will do an abridge, as he have done here, rather than go into a number of details. But certainly I'm making an appeal to the Minister again for the provision of transport, dedicated transport, especially for school children. Labour is concerned about transport throughout the island, for workers getting home at night, etc. But my central concern here has to do with the reopening of school. And it brings back the everyday experiences of seeing our school children stranded on the road for transportation and having to be fighting in the bus terminus and the bus stops and the new bus stops that have been created as people get up at different spots, moving, looking for transport. Because to pay attention to our nation's future, as the Minister have indicated, is a multifaceted approach. And transport is extremely important, because it can also lend itself to reducing the possibility of conflicts. We know these things takes place with gathering of children. There's also another concern I wish to raise. It is related to transport, but as of Monday, the reopening of school, I shudder to think about what will happen to Green Street. Remember, H.A. Blaze Street is close to the public in terms of transport. There is a pre-primary, yes, there is a pre-primary school located at the top of Green Street. Parents, under normal circumstances, will be dropping off their children. And then after 1, after 2, and there's normally, under normal circumstances, even in the circumstances where Green Street is hardly being used, because H.A. Blaze Street is being used, there's normally a buildup of traffic there on a morning. I shudder to think what will happen from this Monday morning coming. So I'm speaking to you, through you, Madam President, to my colleague, Minister of Education, to make what urgent intervention to the relevant Ministry of Personnel that has to address the use of H.A. Blaze Street that has been in these challenges for quite a while, for too long. Monday, and even for those of us that work in that area, even under normal circumstances now, we can't find park because that whole street is blocked off in terms of no parking, which was the normal parks. So I'm making this urgent appeal. It is always good to address issues, to see what can happen. I'm not waiting until Monday. I know it is just a short time away. But please, under normal circumstances, it creates issues. People will be tooting their horns coming out. People park their transport in the middle of the road because they can't find a park to run up to get their children. So I'm just drawing this to your attention, to the relevant authorities, to make this a matter of priority. One, transportation for our school children. And secondly, that matter that will happen and shall happen on Monday morning along the Green Street, that has the potential to way back up to the intersection of Scott Street and Lucas Street, which can have serious implications for transport way back down. We have down Scott Street, up Young Street, back into the town. So this needs urgent attention. Thank you for the opportunity, Madam.
Thank you, Senator, and I trust that the relevant authorities are able to do an intervention in a timely manner. Senator Sinclair?
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to make 2 observations pertaining to the ministerial statement that's presented by our Minister for Education, our good friend, Senator David Andrew. The first one had to do with the issue of the age and 16 and 18 and all of those things. Of course, I know when this bill was discussed, the amendment, that those commitments were given, that things would be put in place. So we're happy to see that. And so we trust that there will be uptake in this process, and that at least we would get some update later on as to if we had 30%, 40% uptake, you know, how much persons participated in this process. What we have to be careful about at the same time is that we have what I would term, in my own phrase, skill relevancies in terms of what the job market is looking at, what the opportunities are, what the country needs. So these training sessions should be really pointed in certain directions. And I want to add to that the private sector, the business community, and of course government too, employers in a broad space, Employers Federation and so on, are involved in this setup such that you have a sort of demand-driven training packages that are designed such that these individuals can then connect at some stage in some sort of internship or training or practical sessions in this whole NTA business. I don't know how the programs are set up, but it would be good wisdom that integrated in the training, a course, that some level of practical, hands-on is deeply rooted in the design of the course, and that is connected with the businesses, such that someone might go to do something. I don't even want to refer to a name to show any prejudice, but some skill or some interest area, and you know that there are 2 or 3 or 4 businesses who will be willing to take on these persons maybe twice a week or maybe on afternoon sessions. So in the morning they do their theory and evening, so they have what you call the integrated learning side by side, rather than you go to theory for 6 months or 2 months and then you're going to go to practical afterwards. It's done kind of concurrently. So that is a strategy that I want to put on the table for our dear minister, having been and operated in the education system myself many years ago. And the other part connected with the issue of this numeracy and so on, and I think we need to do some inventory, Madam President, as to who are the real specialists in our schools that train in these things. I mean, I know before you had proper training through the Teachers College, and then you had specialized training in numeracy. You had people like Brother Dennis Bell, may his soul rest in peace, Byron St. Clair, and so on, may his soul rest in peace also, rest in pieces, who would have been going around and championing this numeracy and mathematics and STEM training all on Saturdays throughout the country. And so the question is, has that disappeared? What used to be happening before? What is the role of the curriculum development in all of this space? Because having 25 persons go in a workshop, I used to do those things too as a teacher. You know, after CXC results come out, they meet and they say, well, this was the low areas, how do we fix it? But this needs a broader perspective, I think. And also, Madam President, my final comment on this is the involvement of the parents. We have to be careful because the parents have the children for a lot of time on weekends, on holidays, or like now. If we're speaking about technology and gadget and software, those things are generally online accessible. And so how do we empower the parents who spend a lot of times, most time, in preparing the children for CPA and all of those things? How do we equip them, empower them, and get them to also, I won't say pick up the slack, but to add to what the ministry is already doing? Because the thing about pilot, Madam President, I just afraid pilots. Pilots, you say, okay, well, you should really do a pilot, because just in case you do it too big, it could be an issue. But pilots sometimes end up just pilot, and then the next phase, well, you know, we have to see where we get money to continue it. It's a project we got some special funding for. And so even if the pilot was good, we still cannot materialize the pilot. So I'm not sure if pilot is a good word as a moral, but maybe you may say you're phasing it out. You're phasing it in that way, meaning that we expect more to come as we go, because pilot, you then assess it, you evaluate, and then you say, but no, we can't do that. And then basically, it's like research. The subjects, which are the students and the teachers, become like guinea pigs. But I wonder if it would work. I wonder if it wouldn't work. So it's just an approach of words. Thank you. Well, you yourself, who is a research scientist yourself, would understand where I'm coming from with the phrases. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Rahman?
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to make a suggestion to the Minister of Education. Junior achievement, and that leads off on what Senator St. Clair was speaking about. Junior achievement, I don't know if senators are aware, but at one point it was stopped. And it was stopped because private sector support for that program ceased. we can't afford to stop an entity like Junior Achievement. Because what that does, it helps our youth coming out of school who may have business ideas to try their hand at business. So the private sector has been supporting it and has supported it over the years, but I'm not sure that under the Ministry of Education that there is support for a program like Junior Achievement, which is a very old program. And if it is ongoing, then it is something that needs to be. Just this week, I was speaking to somebody about it. We all know that the private sector is the engine of growth, and small businesses is what adds micro and small businesses. We have to see how we can promote. They create jobs and so on. And the ideas that come out from our students and Form 5, and new ideas, they're different from the ideas that exist in society because they have a different mindset. They understand technology better, and they know how they want to try this and try that. So I was just saying that, leading off on Senator St. Clair's point, Junior Achievement is the vehicle that we need to continue to support and perhaps look at to make sure that enough funding is being directed there so that our creative minds, our creative youth, they get the opportunity to start their businesses and to succeed. And also the funding, that once that Junior Achievement program is over, they should have those businesses that are successful or have promise. We should have the private sector in conjunction with the ministry trying to help them with funding so that they can start venture capitalism, so that they can start and maybe buy shares and invest in that idea and help them to start that business, rather than only them alone trying to go to a bank to seek funding. Just a suggestion. Thank you.
To the business representative in the Senate for looking out for business opportunities linked to the preparation in the state. Thank you. I'm sure the Minister of Education heard you and he wishes to reply.
So thank you very much, Madam President. I want to express gratitude to my colleagues for their suggestion, but to assure them that what I've presented is simply one section of a number of elements within the National TVET strategy policy that we have as part of the plan to mainstream skills education in schools, to work along with industry. But admittedly, all of the things that we talk about can't all be done at the same time. So many of the elements that you have referenced are things that we are duly considering. Currently, there's a partnership with youth and NTA trying to get selected numbers of persons trained with industry, getting that. So that practical element. The nature of skills itself requires competency-based skills. So it's not theoretical, to address, I think, one of the concerns raised by one of the other colleagues. And that's why we stress having CVQ certified, NTA certified programs, because the standards are there and the number of contact hours for practice as opposed to theory. Those are all elements that are clearly mapped out for the course to be accepted and validated. And so, yes, we accept all of these things, but admittedly, what's being shared now is only that particular element to absorb the students in the immediate, but there are medium-term and longer-term elements of the national TVET strategy and policy which will reflect a lot of what is being discussed. And as soon as those become ready for public discourse, we will have them shared. But thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank Senator the Honorable David Andrew. Are there any other speakers on this motion?
Item number 8, presentation of papers and reports from select committees.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to present the following papers and reports from selected committees to this Honorable House. Number one, supplementary estimates of expenditure for 2024 as approved by the Finance Committee at its meeting held on August the 28th, 2024. Number two, the 2024 Media Review Report as approved by Cabinet pursuant to Section 25, subsection 3 of the Public Finance Management Act, number 17 of 2015, to be laid in Parliament together with the supplementary budget in accordance with Section 23. And the final one, Madam President, the opinion of the Cabinet pursuant to Section 25, subsection 2 and 3 of the Public Finance Management Act. Thank you.
I thank the Honorable Adrian Thomas.
Sorry.
Thank you very much,
Andrew
Madam,
Lewis, thank you.
Madam President. We just had a brief caucus here because I guess each one of us were wondering if each one of us may have had some challenges in not being able to access the document. We are not seeing the cabinet aspects included in what was downloaded for us.
Thank you, Clerk.
Yes.
It's an addendum to the lithography from the last week.
Yes, I saw it in the mail, but I wasn't seeing it here.
Thank you. I see signs that it has been found. And I'm happy to continue for a minute in silence while colleagues review the document. Thank you. Honorable Senators, the question before us is the approval of the papers and reports that have been laid on the Senate floor here. All those who approve the presentation of papers, the laying of the papers and reports from the Select Committee, say aye. Those opposed, say nay. Papers are laid.
Item 9, petitions.
Pause, please.
Can I?
Senator Lewis, please.
Thank you very much. We just seeking some guidance as it relates to, because I know the supplemental budget will be discussed. As it relates to the midterm review, we can also discuss that under the supplemental budget? Yes, okay, good. So then that is okay. We just wanted to keep the train from thank you.
Item 10, government notices. Item 11, unofficial notices. Item 12, questions. Item 13, personal explanations.
Senator Rahman.
Thank you, Madam President. If I may, I just want to inform this Honorable House of a trip. I'm not sure if you made mention of it, but that was just concluded. Its first trade mission to Guyana, organized by the Ministry of Tourism in conjunction with the Grenada Chamber of Industry and Commerce. We had about 30 Grenadians go down to Guyana, and this trade mission happened when Guyana sent relief items to Beryl, and our Prime Minister, along with a gentleman by the name of Mr. Komal Singh, came up to Carriacou, and he suggested to our Prime Minister that we should have a contingent trade mission to Guyana. And the Ministry of Tourism took that idea and consulted with the Grenada Chamber of Industry and Commerce, got several businesses to travel to Guyana, to represent what we produce, to show Guyana what we produce, and to speak to at least 200 Guyanese business people yesterday in an open forum to showcase what Grenada has to offer. And I must say that that went very, very well. We were well received, and by God's mercy, I would like to also place on record my gratitude to the people and government of Guyana for the hospitality afforded to not only the government, but the private sector as a whole. We were well treated, and I must also mention to our businesses at home and those who were not able to make the trip because it was a little costly for some of the smaller businesses, that from the Minister of Finance in Guyana, he welcomes Grenadian businesses to do business in Guyana, whatever your area of business is. He welcomes Grenadians to partner with Guyanese businesses. And the reason why I make mention of this is because although within the OECS our growth rate is good and better than most territories within the OECS at 3.9% from this midterm report, the rate of growth of the Guyanese economy is past 35% every year. It is the fastest growing economy in the world. And when you look at the map, there's Grenada, there's Trinidad, and there's Guyana. So what we are trying to do, we already have importers of sand. And without the sand, our construction industry will be halted. And so we already have Guyanese sand coming in. And there are expressions of interest for our stone. Because currently, when these barges bring sand into Grenada, they go all the way up to St. Lucia to get stone to bring back to Guyana. A lot of Guyana is under sea level. So this presents an opportunity for Grenadian businesses and landowners who may have good quality stone that they wish to export. That when these barges, to get it tested, so that when these barges come up to Grenada, they could go back to Guyana. And once we could start to send them back to Guyana, we complete the trade route. It means the freight for the sand becomes cheaper. We can have a drop in the cost of sand. And we can find out if shipments from small businesses who produce goods can make its way down on that vessel to Guyana. So it is a wonderful opportunity. I didn't want this opportunity to pass without me mentioning it. And I hope that those who are listening, they can call the Chamber, the Grenada Chamber of Industry and Commerce. The organizers from the side of the ministry was the CEO of the Ministry of Tourism, Ms. Petra Roach, and also the chairman, Randy Golland, was there. And from the Chamber side, Ms. Petifa Lewis. So I just want to thank them for all their hard work. They really represented our country well. And this is what I like to see, a marriage of both the public and private sector at work in the interests of our country and our people. Thank you.
Thank you for that report, Senator. I take it that the 30 persons who went at their own expense, as you seem to have indicated. Is it 30 persons?
Yes, about that. Of course, I'm not sure about the government side, but the private sector side, we paid our own way. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for reiterating the opportunities, the trade opportunities. You know, I might cause controversy here, but I would hope that the stones we could send to Guyana as business will not be the ones we need to hold up our own banks. There are some stones falling down from Granitang, which I traverse. But I think they're better off holding up that red mud so we don't slide too much. So before everybody rush out and pack up all our stones and send it off to Guyana, just remember here in Grenada, our landslides is the business of the nation. Senator?
If I may, there is a statement, give as much as you can, but do not give so much that you yourself become needy. So that's the answer to that.
Item 14, motions.
Thank you very much. Yes, taking out long. Thank you very much, Madam President. Whereas it was necessary to provide for the services of the state of Grenada for the year 2024 by means of a Supplementary Appropriation Act, be it resolved that Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024 for the period of 1st of January to the 31st of December 2024 be approved.
Honorable members, whereas it was necessary to provide the services of the state of Grenada for the year 2024 by means of a supplemental Appropriations Act, be it resolved that Supplemental Appropriations Act 2024 for the period 1st January to 31st December 2024 be approved. All those in agreement with that question, say aye. All those in agreement with the motion to be discussed, say aye. Opposed, say nay. Approved.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, before I start my presentation, I too would like to join with my colleagues in recognizing, being cognizant of the fact that what happened in Grenada on the 1st of April may have been maybe one of the most devastating, July, most devastating hurricane that have ever passed through us, trial and state. And therefore, I will want to sympathize and empathize with my brothers and sisters in Carriacou and Petit-Martinique and St. Patrick to an extent. Madam President, as I was having a brief conversation with my fellow Senator Nolan Cox this morning, he indicated to me that maybe this was one of the most devastating hurricanes, surpass what was done by Hurricane Janet in 1955. And his facial expression also indicated to me that the people of Carriacou are still going through what maybe they went through on the 2nd of July. So, Madam President, I stand here to express my condolences and to empathize with the people who have been affected mostly. Madam President, I also want to make the point and to indicate to the House that I do have the Speaker's permission to proceed with this money motion. What is Supplementary Appropriation Act? What it's all about? Madam President, in layman's terms, all it means, in the true sense of the word, supplemental, to complete activities that started within the fiscal year, and also to enhance projects and activities that the government has taken within that particular year. Many times that happens with unforeseen circumstances. Things you didn't expect to happen, like Hurricane Beryl. Even though Hurricane Beryl did not come, or did not affect and create that impact in Grenada, we would have still be here, Madam President. But I must admit, and many of us must admit, that Hurricane Beryl said to us that we will have to come here faster than we think. And with a bigger budget than we anticipated, because we have to respond. And as I empathize and sympathize with the people most affected, the impact that Kirani James, Lyndon Victor, Anderson Peters, and the other Olympians created in the midst of these difficulties, they must be applauded for that. Madam President, it was a joy to look at television in Grenada and maybe to get the news in Carriacou, because I doubt that many of the televisions, or any televisions were up and running in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. But it was a joy in the midst of this difficult period to hear and to see the Grenadian flag flying in Paris. But most of all, Madam President, it was also a joy to sit on a committee to plan that welcoming ceremony. And I have present with us today, Madam President, is the Minister for Mental Health and the Acting Minister for Youth and Sports. She led that committee, and it was a joy to work with her as we celebrate the coming home of the Olympians on the midst of the 50th anniversary. So I would like to thank that committee for putting such important activity together in collaboration with the 50th anniversary, Independence Anniversary Organizing Committee. That was maybe one of the best response to Hurricane Beryl. Madam President, we have a number of obligations. In Grenada, our farmers, our businesses, businessmen, and what Hurricane Beryl has done is to set them back. And we have an obligation to respond as a government, as a state, to make sure that the farmers, the business community are up and running as quick as possible. And therefore, if we procrastinate, and if we sat by and do nothing about it, we as leaders will fail our people, will fail the state of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique. Madam President, we have a responsibility. And as I saw the representative for Carriacou and Petit Martinique walking here this morning, I thought you'd have stayed for a while. Well, I guess you'll be back. It brought me back straight to Carriacou 3 days after the hurricane, when I raised my hand and volunteered to go to Carriacou, knowing for a fact there is no water, very limited shelter, and I was encouraged to walk with my water, walk with my food. And I was offered a bucket in one of the badly damaged guest house. I would not say what the bucket was for, but I made maximum use of it by visiting the shoreline. I spent the night up there, and I felt the pain. And when I landed on the port, and the parliamentary representative came to meet us, I looked at him in his eyes, and he looked at me, and he rested his head on my shoulder in tears. And obviously, I'm only a human being, so my eyes were filled with water. And from the time I hit Carriacou and I saw land, and I say land because there was no trees. I knew what I was, the close-up, I knew for a fact what the close-up would have looked like. And I said to myself, thank God. And the PS in Carriacou, those were the first words he offered to me also. Thank God, nothing much didn't happen to Grenada. Because if Grenada was under the devastation that Carriacou went through, it means that things would have been even more difficult for Carriacou and Petite Martinique. And because things were up and running in reasonable time, quick time in Grenada, we are able to help our brothers and sisters in Carriacou at a quickest pace. Madam President, before I get deeper into the presentation, I want to commend our Prime Minister, Honorable Dick Mitchell. From the moment this hurricane was headed in our direction, he was up and about, he was in motion. And up to today, this is his top priority in regards to how we respond to Hurricane Beryl. And when you have a leader of that nature that leads from the front and sits at the table with all the technicians and all the people who have the expertise, who have the skills and talent to manage a disaster of that nature, and if you didn't know him, you would have not been able to make the distinction. Who is politician? Who is technical experts? Because he acquainted himself with the difficulties that this Hurricane Beryl brought to our country. And he was able to bring it to the Grenadian people, to create an atmosphere where people had hope, create an atmosphere where people had confidence that this dark day will be over soon. And we will build back bigger and better for the entire country. Having said that, Madam President, I would like to also thank the Minister for Finance and his staff at the Ministry of Finance, the PS, the Deputy PS, all the technical staff, PSs in other ministries, for putting together, Madam President, this document for the Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024. Madam President, this act is going to cost the country some dollars and cents. And I want to make the point here also. This is only 2 months after the hurricane. The real assessment of the damages is still ongoing. The preliminary assessment is maybe what we're acting on at this point in time, but we have a lot of work to do. There are a lot of areas that we have not discovered as yet. But for the next 3 months, rest assured that we'll be able to deal with the issues. And come 2025, we will still be dealing with matters and issues that have been created by Hurricane Beryl. Having said that, Madam President, we have allocated $269,598,086. And within that grand total, Madam President, the capital grant, we have capital grant at $5,368,472. Capital Local, $233 million, 218,318. Capital Loans, 0. Recurrent, 31 million and $11,296. Madam President, I would like to itemize how the $269,598,086 has been allocated to the various ministries. And I will start from the top and go down in ascending order. The Ministry of Infrastructure, Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation, and Transportation, $87 million. And I will go into more details later on in terms of what that money will be used for. The Ministry of Finance, $43,600,000. The Ministry of Implementation, Mobilization and Transformation, $24,500,000. The Ministry of Economic Development, Planning, Tourism, ICT, and the Creative Economy, and I'm calling it out based on the 2024 budget. It's a little different now. But Madam President, this ministry, $23,387,000 has been allocated to that ministry. Ministry of Carico and PT Ethnic Affairs and Local Government, $18,520,185. Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs, $18,500,000. Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Fisheries, and Cooperatives, $17,860,000. Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy, $13,646,017. Ministry of Education, Youth, Sports and Culture, $9,973,963. Ministry of Health, Wellness and Religious Affairs, $5 million. Ministry of National Security, Home Affairs, Public Administration, Information and Disaster Management, $3,830,921. Office of the Prime Minister, $2.5 million. Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development, $750,000. And finally, Police, $530 million, giving us the grand total of $269,598,086. Madam President, this by no means reflects the devastation of the hurricane. But as I said in my definition, the supplement is all about additional funds that you need to complete or enhance your work. And therefore, in the next 3 months, up to December 31st, this is where most of the money will be. We will appreciate the fact that burial is the main issue, the main driving force behind this budget. And also, we must acknowledge the fact that we have received funding or compensation from some of our insurance companies that where we must have this, we must have it in the supplementary budget. But Madam President, we know for a fact that within your budget, you can look for idle funds. There is some level of flexibility, and we can reallocate funds from one vote to the next. But when you exhaust that privilege, and you still have work to do, then we need to come back here to this honorable house to make sure that we take the right decision in terms of spending the people's money. Because it is important to note also that this supplementary appropriation motion, Madam President, and the allocation of the funds, as was said in the other place, the bulk of it comes from our taxpayers' money. And I am proud that we didn't have to scrunt, Madam President, to go begging these world organizations, begging those guys that maybe create the problem with Hurricane Ivan, Hurricane Beryl, well, Ivan too. We didn't have to go and genuflect in front of them and ask them for funds to fix the problem that they have created. But we will not stop there, because our voices must be heard. Here in Grenada, regionally and internationally. And our Prime Minister, I'm very proud of him. I don't think he's afraid to speak in any forum and let them know that they have a responsibility and obligation to fix the mess that they have created. Sorry for my language, Madam President. That's appropriate?
Second one.
That's appropriate?
That's the second one that's inappropriate, and I'm glad.
Madam President.
Scrunt is not an official word in the Grenada Parliament.
But I guess, Madam President, the ordinary folks will understand what I'm talking about.
Neither is fix a mess. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Madam President. But he's not afraid, Madam President, to let the world know that they have a responsibility to fix. You know what I'm talking about. Because we are the victims of what they have been doing for years and been warned about. Madam President, in the area, the infrastructure, as I said, over $87 million have been allocated to that project. One of the areas that we want to address is the Molineux Road, whereby $9 million was budgeted for that project. And as we go through and we redesign and we do the necessary modification, we believe that an additional $12 million will carry us to completion of that project. The asphalt work, Madam President, throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique needs to address. And one will realize that this government is a serious government when coming to roads. We try to do as little as possible in regards to patching holes. Grenada roads today do not need no patching holes. Madam President, what we need most of the places is maybe to pick up what was there for 20, 30 years and relay new surfaces. But we ain't reached there yet. Because we're still looking for the oil that was promised to us a long time ago. That was found, but that's okay. What we are doing, Madam President, we are trying to relay patches of road, not potholes, and resurface them. We're not afraid to tackle the tube road, Madam President. We're not afraid to tackle it. And as was said in the other place, we cannot have an institution like SGU contributed about 25% to the GDP of this country. And the roads down there is not properly fixed and not addressed. So just like how we deal with the Eastern Main Road and the Western Main Road, I have no doubt that we have to lift the quality of roads throughout the country. And we will be tackling those issues. And therefore, this becomes a very important aspect of the work of the Ministry of Infrastructure, where the roads have to be addressed. Madam President, the bridges and drains also have to be addressed. And therefore, while we had an allocation of $7 million in the 2024 budget, we still need an additional $7 million to address some of these roads and bridges, like the Mackey Bridge, culverts, some of the retaining walls, the road, including the road at H.A. Street. And I heard a good Senator Andrew Lewis nearly rechristened to Adrian this morning. Yeah, I would have supported that and think you deserve a good name. So, Madam President, we all know contributes significantly to the economy, not only in looking good, but it facilitates the movements of people and goods. When I drive to Providence in St. David, a journey that should take me 3 minutes to get to where I live, sometimes it takes me 10 minutes. And it's because I have to be swinging in and out, in and out. Grenadians deserve better roads than that. So we're going to have an additional $7 million to facilitate those activities. Madam President, government's buildings, it is the policy of this administration that we must maintain government offices and spaces and buildings. It's not good to have a grand opening of the National Stadium, or the Parliamentary Building, or the Ministerial Complex, or the Extension Office in Plains. Grand opening, we eat, we drink, we cut the ribbon, and we do not return for simple things like cobwebbing the eave, or the ceiling, or the repainting of the buildings. I believe in maintenance. Our administration understands the significance of it on a regular basis. And when we don't do that, and we return 20 years to those buildings, when you believe you have $100,000 renovation, it turns out that you need a brand new building. And a good example, Madam President, is the building we bought for the police headquarters on the Carnage. What we believe would have taken a short space of time turns out to be much more than that. And correct me if I'm wrong, it might be going on for a year now, or less, a little less, but it's a long, long time. And it's because on the surface, when you don't maintain buildings, on the surface what you see, when you go inside, you get much more than that to deal with. So we want to make sure that we maintain buildings. And we're going to, while we allocated $9 million in the 2024 budget, we are asking this House to approve another $6 million to address buildings like the Grenville Police Station, the Central Police Station, Guelph Police Station, Police Headquarters, the Supreme Court, the Registry, the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Agriculture buildings, and many, many more, Madam President. Hurricane Beryl that name will be called a lot of times here. You know, anytime you talk about Hurricane Beryl, it brings a sad feeling in you know. But we have to be more positive than that, and we'll get through. But Madam President, the clearing of roads for an activity, for an event we never cater for. Well, we had a bare $250,000 in our budget for 2024. The impact of Hurricane Beryl, where we have to be clearing roads, culverts, drains, landslides, in Grenada and in Carriacou and Pitimatic in particular, an additional $2 million we are requesting. As a matter of fact, Madam President, a lot of that money has already been spent. But we know we're going to be spending some more come January 2025. But for now, $2 million we are kindly requesting of this House. Another project that the Ministry of Infrastructure will be taking up under this supplementary budget is the Cliff Rehabilitation Project in Woburn. Many of us who drive on the western side will know that the road has been closed for a while. And we are working to make sure that things can get back to normal, but in a better condition. I'm a driver, and when you have to pray that you don't meet a container coming around that corner there, or a trailer. There is no space. And if you drive the click carefully, you'll see that many years ago, more than 10, 15 years ago, there was some slippage there that has not been addressed as yet. And we want to address that also. But we are also aware of the fact that there isn't much room for expansion there. And sometimes, in a very shameful way, when rules and regulations are not adhered to, when rules and regulations are not respected, we find ourselves running into difficulties years after. If you build too close to the road, you're not leaving any room for expansion. And therefore, even in Molyneux, with the new road, we have to compensate people, and we have to do the same thing there, in order to widen the road and in order to create even a sidewalk for people to walk comfortably. So Madam President, the Ministry of Infrastructure can justify $87 million. The second biggest allocation is the Ministry of Finance with approximately $43.6 million. And Madam President, there are two activities that the Ministry of Finance will be taking on the shoulder. The question of supporting business reactivation. $25 million have been allocated to that. And the Ministry of Finance will be working closely with GDB to make sure that this money is channeled in the right way to the right people. Madam President, part of this funding will be grants, part will be loans, and at an interest rate of a mere 1%, and people who are taking loans will have a minimum of 10 years, a maximum of 10 years with 1 year grace period to repay that loan. So this administration, Madam President, when I say we want the businesses to get on the foot as quick as possible, it's not only important for the businessman only, but the people who he employs, the people whom he services, or he or she. It is important that we get these people up and running again. And therefore we have to come to reality that at times in difficulties, you have to stretch your hand to the real architects of our society and who hold up our society. The business sector have a very important role to play. And it will be remiss of this administration to stand up and watch people struggle. They might be going through long negotiation with some of the insurance companies for compensation, and if you're going to take, if the government could come to the aid, and after 3 months, you can start your business again, or 6 months you can start, rather than waiting to start it a year and a half after, it might be better for the society. It might be better for the economy. And therefore, the Ministry of Finance will be helping the business community to reactivate themselves and get the ball rolling again. Madam President, the other $18 million, which is allocated to the Ministry of Finance, is to restore the contingency appropriation pursuant to Section 22, subsection 2 of the Public Finance Management Act, number 17 of 2015. And these monies will be allocated to the various ministries, and I will just list them here quickly. The Ministry of Infrastructure, $3 million. The Ministry of National Security, $3 million. The Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation, $3 million. The Ministry of Social Development and Housing, $2 million. The Ministry of Health, $1 million. Ministry of Finance, $1 million. Ministry of Carriacou and PT Martinique, $2.6 million. Ministry of Economic Development, $1 million. And Ministry of Agriculture, $2 million. So, Madam President, those two ministries, Infrastructure and Finance, will have a lot of work to do to put this country on a strong footing. Madam President, the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation and Transformation the Prime Minister saw it fit to establish this new ministry. And therefore, in crises like this, at moments like that, that ministry step up and come forward. And so an allocation of $24.5 million will be used for that ministry to lead in some of the key areas of priority, while the other ministries have their work to do. In other words, let's talk about a case of emergency. Quick. We want it to be done now. And therefore, this ministry will be asked to take on the responsibility to address 20 small roads of priority in the hurricane-affected areas, including Carriacou. And also, Madam President, the completion of 26 houses and the construction of 26 houses and the construction of 15 new ones in St. Patrick. Madam President, this ministry will also be given the responsibility to be active, as they have been doing now in the cleanup campaign in St. Patrick and Carriacou and PT Martinique. Some of that money, Madam President, will be utilized, and a lot of it, Madam President, in the whole question of transporting people and volunteers. I mean, we were doing this on a daily basis, and we had to do it, because there is no way we wanted people to overnight in Carriacou to impose on the utilization of water, food, and all of. So we asked, even volunteers were going up to assist. We asked them to work with the water, work with the food, because we didn't want to strain the little resources that was available for the citizens of Carriacou and PT Martinique. So, Madam President, this ministry has a very important role to play. The Ministry of Economic Development, Planning, Tourism, ICT, and the Creative Economy, $23.4 million. Under this ministry, SIEP is placed there. And SIPE has taken on the responsibility to assist quite a few of our farmers. So the farm access roads will be addressed under this ministry also. And there are some roads that have already identified. Monctrule, Badia in St. David, Monctrule in St. Patrick's, Badia in St. David, Chambo in St. Patrick, Rookie in St. David, Spring Garden in St. George, Dumfries and in Carriacou, and Mongdo in St. John. Madam President, these roads are very crucial to the farming industry. A sum of $375,000 will be invested in providing state-of-the-art hydroponics facilities. We are dealing with some climate issues now. Climate change demands that we invest heavily in hydroponics. And that, my President, we will address before the year is up. Madam President, in the tourism, Carriacou has created an impact which will cost the government almost $80,000 to repair. $2.5 million, Madam President, will be utilized to address some of the damaged sites and destinations in Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique. As we all know, in October, the cruise ships will be coming again. People will be running from the cold weather in the north and looking for the sunshine. But we also are quite aware that some of the facilities that was utilized by our own people need to be repaired. And therefore, we will not hesitate to make sure that this has been done. Madam President, the underwater sculpture park, we were well on our way to establishing an additional one in Carriacou. And therefore, we will not hesitate to make sure that we repair the damage that was done, and also to install the new one in Carriacou. And the MP disclosed to me that he's looking forward to the establishment of the sculpture park in Carriacou. Madam President, the Ministry of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, $18.5 million. Over $2 million, Madam President, was budgeted for Carriacou in the 2024 budget. And therefore, we are asking for an additional $426,088 to cover the costs of public assistance program, of the public assistance program in Carriacou. And we will appreciate the demand would have been greater than it was previously, had it not been for Barrett. Rehabilitation of roads in Carriacou. $3 million was provided in the last budget, and we're asking for an additional $3 million. Going up to 6 roads, there's a slippage there that can pose a serious problem. I hope I got the area right. And therefore, the issue of roads in Carriacou is on our minds. We believe that people in Carriacou deserve good roads, and therefore we are asking this Honorable House to approve an additional $3.1 million to address government road rehabilitation project in Carriacou. An additional $15 million, Madam President, will be pumping in terms of rebuilding the economy of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. $15 million. See a little smile on the crowd across there. No smile. That's not enough. Madam President, and I must make the point here also that despite what we have allocated to Carriacou and PT Martinique, every ministry has a role to play in assisting Carriacou and PT Martinique. As the MP indicated to us, there is no serious functioning institution in Carriacou now operating at its maximum. And therefore, it is our responsibility to come forward and assist our brothers and sisters in Carriacou to make sure that life can go as smooth as possible as time moves on. So, despite the $18.5 million allocated to Carriacou directly, all the other ministries have some aspect of the budget. The Minister for Education will tell you, all the repairs that are taking place in the schools, under the Ministry of Education, the bulk of it will be going to Carriacou. Infrastructure, roads, some of the monies will be going to Carriacou. The Ministry of Health has a responsibility to provide medical equipment that was destroyed, the roofs that were blown away. The Ministry of Health has a responsibility. So everybody will be stretching a hand. We need all hands on deck to assist Carriacou and PT Martinique. Madam President, the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs, $18.5 million. We have a responsibility to pump another $2 million for the upkeep of our vulnerable citizens, the elderly, people who are sick. The demand has been greater because more stress, and we have to respond. If you cannot help yourself, the state has a responsibility to assist. Madam President, the Greater Home Improvement Program another $4 million is required to restore the original budgetary allocation for the continuation of the Home Improvement Program. This is a program we want to continue. We believe housing has always been a top item on the agenda. And obviously, with the passage of Hurricane Beryl, more money will be needed to pump into this project. The Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Marine Resources, and Cooperative, an allocation of $17.9 million having been allocated. Thank God. Thank God that we have been able, as a state, as governments, to take the initiative and ensure, believe in insurance, and put our money where our mouth is. And some of the entities under the agriculture, the Grenada Cocoa Association, the Grenada Nutmeg Cooperatives, fisheries, they all will benefit from SIF. And we are happy to have contributed to some of the premiums as a government to pay to this insurance company. So with this hurricane, we are able to survive. But again, it's not enough, and government is prepared to take on the responsibility to assist where they can. Madam President, in the Ministry of Agriculture, $15 million is allocated for the Agriculture Emergency Response Plan. And therefore, not too long from now, farmers with 5 acres and more will be paid $9,000 as a one-off payment. Farmers with 5 acres and under will be paid. Do you wish for a pause? Pretending here, man. Pretending. Farmers with under 5 acres will be paid $4,500 as a one-off payment. Madam President, we believe in agriculture. We believe that agriculture has an important role to play. While we may say it carries 5% of the GDP, we know for a fact that many of us in the rural areas do our own farming, our own backyard gardening, and provide food for ourselves and our neighbors. And this, sometimes we don't measure it enough, but it means a lot to the economy. It means a lot to the economy. And therefore, we'll make sure that the farmers are up and running again. I empathize with the nutmeg farmers because many of them in Hurricane Ivan, maybe St. David, St. George, and St. Andrews to an extent, felt the real power of Ivan. Ivan. And today, in 2024, St. Patrick, St. Mark, St. John, what Ivan didn't take in Grenada, there it goes. So I understand the plight. And 100% of my support will be channeled to the nutmeg farmers in this country to make sure that this important spice, which I remember our former chairman termed King Spice of all spices, is back up and running. Grenada, this means a lot to Grenada. The nutmeg is a symbol. It's a symbol that no one can ignore. And we have to live up to the name. So it is important that we do exactly what was done in 1955 after Hurricane Janet passed in Grenada. I had the privilege 2 days after to drive in St. Andrew. And the nutmeg and cocoa, nutmeg was gone. Cocoa was lying flat. I'm happy to see today some of the cocoa plants are coming back up. But we have a serious responsibility to make sure that the nutmeg and the cocoa are replanted so that the next generation could enjoy what we are enjoying, what our parents left for us in the past. Madam President, this excited Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy, $13.6 million has been allocated there. Madam President, and a lot of this money will be in the form of grants, where the GDP, the Global Environmental Facility, and the European Union will be contributing in support of projects like the Grenada Geothermal Energy Development, the Sagazum project. We know what the impact of this Sagazum, especially on the eastern side of the country. Madam President, Grenada Solid Waste Management Authority has a lot of work to do, and so we're asking for $5.4 million to provide support to this important company to help manage what the hurricane at Beryl has caused in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. They are up there and they are working to make sure that everything is being taken care of and there is no sickness. We don't have another crisis. After Hurricane Beryl, we have to ensure that we do not let conditions deteriorate to the extent where another crisis comes at hand. I was very concerned when I was told by one of the owners of 80 plus goats, sheep, sorry, not goats, sheep. After the hurricane, he could have only accounted for 11. And the first thing that came to my mind, they may not have survived. So in the next 5, 10 days, if we're not careful, we could have a health problem in Carriacou. Cattle's lost their lives. Goats, a lot of animals. And therefore, I am happy that we have taken charge and we did not let that potential crisis to fester and create another crisis in our hands. Madam President, this ministry is also leading the marine cleanup of Carriacou. And $1.6 million, as I said, many of the ministries will come to the aid of Carriacou. $1.6 million will be allocated just to clean up the marine in Carriacou. Under the Ministry of Education, approximately $10 million will be allocated to that ministry. And remember, in 2024 budget, it was still the Ministry of Education, Youth, Sports, and Culture. So immediately, the homecoming ceremony for our superheroes, Madam President, took $900,000 from that money already spent. We are depending heavily on the National Lottery Authority to assist us there. $1.7 million is needed to replenish funds for the TMRSU Community College, a college that we are very interested in, college that is a stepping stone for many of our young people. We have moved, Madam President, the subvention for NULO from $75,000 to $100,000, Madam President, because we are serious about improving the skills of our young people. And the Minister of Education is here. He will elaborate some more on some of the other areas in terms of which we intend to spend our monies, the people's money, Madam President. In the Ministry of Health, $5 million. And as I said before, many of the medical facilities in Carriacou, with the roof gone, those buildings were like a tank, accumulating water and heavy wind, and therefore most of the equipment have been damaged, Madam President. And therefore, the roof needs to be replaced, and those equipment, we need to source them and get them back in Carriacou as quick as possible. And therefore, $5 million have been allocated for the Ministry of Health to take on that responsibility. Basically, most of that money will be spent in Carriacou and Pitimatic. The Ministry of National Security, Madam President, $3.9 million. Again, this figure has been influenced by the devastation of Hurricane Beryl. I had the privilege to hear the voice of the MP from Carriacou crying that we need to get the relief supplies to the people. We don't have transportation. Madam President, it was less than 15 minutes. We didn't take as much as 15 minutes to call back the MP and let him know. The next day, 12 vehicles, brand new vehicles, will be going to Carriacou to assist in that project. That is how this administration works. Responsibility and response in a timely manner. I had the privilege to be in Carriacou when the vehicles came up the next day, and a batch, which was mobilized for that purpose a day before. But that was not all, because we had to still bring up some more vehicles. we had to get the food to the people, the relief to the people of CARICOM. And therefore, this ministry, Ministry of National Security, had to make sure that this happened. Madam President, the Office of the Prime Minister, $2.5 million, and we were requesting the funds basically to pay for the hosting of the CARICOM meeting here in Grenada. That meeting already went. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs, $750,000, and this money, the bulk of it will be going to the establishment, the Grenada Bureau of Standards, to help deliver improved lab services, laboratory services. Also, Madam President, the relocation of our diplomatic office in London has to be considered, and therefore it will cost us over $200,000 for new facilities. We have taken a decision as a people to have a diplomatic office, consulate in Ottawa, Canada, and therefore we are requesting $250,000 to facilitate this, Madam President. And last but not least, for 2023, $500,000 to purchase law enforcement equipment for the police force, to help them to do their work in a very professional manner. Madam President, those are some of the areas that we'd like to highlight in this supplementary act. This is a caring government. We believe in putting the people first. We believe that in the moment of crisis, that is the way, unless somebody could show us some other way, that is best to respond. It's the best possible response we can give for now. But we know for a fact that we are cognizant of it, that solving this crisis will be a process. Solving of this problem will be a process. We're going to tackle it like a man in terms of going forward. Under the leadership of the Honorable Dickon Mitchell, under the leadership as demonstrated in CARICOM Pitimatnik by the Honorable Tevin Andrew. Madam President, we are in mid-air and the plane have to fly. Turbulence is great, but we're going to ride through. And we're going to land safely. We're going to land safely where every citizen, every boy, every girl, every man, every woman will be satisfied at the end of the day. But we need all hands on deck. And we need everybody to support in this moment of crisis. We have a responsibility to support the government in its initiative. We are all here about responding to the needs of our people, our citizens. And therefore, I wish to commit this bill for debate and approval, and thank my colleagues on both sides of the Senate for the anticipated support. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Tourism, Leader of Government Business, Senator the Honorable Adrian Thomas, for his presentation. And uh, thank him for the details. One or two gender points I will make to him privately over lunch. And I would ask the Senate for a 5-minute recess so we can get ready for the continuation of the debate. We recess for 5 minutes. Thank you.
ended on the note of leadership, and more so on the constituency of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, in reference to the response to Beryl. And I grossly differ with his response in terms of the quality of the leadership and the impact that it has had on Carriacouans and Petite Martiniquans regarding the response to Beryl. Because I think, Madam President, everything centers around the leadership, the management process. Those are the things that are going to reflect what the results, what the outcomes are going to be. And as in the words of my colleague, Senator, Minister for Legal Affairs, the numbers are just at the forefront, but they basically reflect the intention and the impact it will have on people on the ground. And just to summarize, I think the point that she was trying to make, and that is quite correct. But, Madam President, I just want to indicate in my quick arithmetic calculation of this sum, of the total sum of the supplementary appropriation, I've been only able to pull out just about 30% of what is being proposed through this motion that is directly related towards Hurricane Beryl response. I stand corrected, but that is what I was able to pull out. So in essence, a significant portion of this supplementary appropriation is not going directly towards Hurricane Beryl response. So I just want to signal that. I think it's important to start off with that so that we can have that foremost in our mind, that is something. And if we drill down on that 30% and to pull out specifically what Carriacou may get, it might be less than that. I'm quite certain it might be less than that. Or what Carriacou would have gotten so far, it might turn out to be less than that 30%. So I put it out early so my colleagues on the other side can correct me before we close today if they come up with a different figure. But I'm seeing here it is less than a third of what is proposed. But, Madam President, and I just want to go back to the point of leadership management. And as a Carriacouan who been there at the starting of the storm and throughout the whole recovery process, monitoring, looking at things, and I did indicate it, at some point in time, the relief response was a bit sluggish. And sometimes, in fairness, when you have situations of that nature, people respond differently. People are built differently, and not everybody can respond appropriately to emergencies and disasters. And that is fair. And in looking at the first allocation, that was mentioned from the Office of the Prime Minister, I think that is to do with the vehicles. And the presenter of the motion spoke about the quick response to the vehicles. And I think we commend that. We commend the quick response to the vehicles. But I think we need to drill down more deep on just a quick response to the vehicles. And the question is whether or not the vehicles were appropriately used, actually used for the responses or for the need that it was requested for. Madam President, I beg to differ. And fellow Carriacouans can agree with me. A lot of it was just joyriding, as far as I'm concerned, because the cry continued to remain during that time, that period, of persons not being able to access the relief supplies, even after the vehicles came. And that is a fact. And that problem continued for quite some time. And so sometimes it is very important for us to not just to implement measures, but to ensure that they do what they're supposed to. And in this case, Madam President, I don't think that it actually did. So it all goes back to the issue of leadership on the ground and management of the issue on the ground. Madam President, the Ministry of Finance, I think some 43.6 million is allocated. 18%, I think that 18 million, I think that has to do something with the PMF. But we move focus on the 25 million, Madam President. The 25 million for business support or reactivation of small business. It is said to be a loan grant facility. Madam President, we are very concerned, again, about the impact and the accessibility of this facility and the whole issue of fairness and the persons who truly need the support being able to access it, because that is an issue on the ground in Carriacou. And I say this because say grant, say loan. Up to so far we haven't heard what qualifies you for grant or what qualifies you for loan. I don't know if it has to do with the type of business that you'll get a grant. We don't know if it has to do with the size of the request that you're making for, you're requesting, the amount that you're requesting, whether or not you will get some grant, some loan. Those details are yet to meet the public. And as a business owner myself who is impacted by the hurricane, I would like to know whether or not I'm qualified to partake in this facility, Madam President. So I say this to bring some clarity because it's important for people to know. And because we have a number of our fishermen and farmers who are impacted. I know that there is some mention of allocation for farming and agriculture. I don't know if Carriacou is going to benefit directly from that or indirectly. But I know that our fishermen and farmers, as business, men and women, will want an opportunity to access this facility. Some of the farmers in particular have holding pens, which they have totally lost. They may want to replace those. Fishermen who lost engines, have boats that are damaged, they may want to be able to access that facility to have the boat speedily repaired. And so just saying that you have a loan grant facility without giving any details as to who qualifies for what, I think it lends itself to a little bit of mischief. So I don't know if it's what side of the bed I wake up this morning or what color t-shirt I may have on might qualify me for what, whether it's a loan or a grant. I think there needs to be some clarity there. And, Madam President, I think also it is important for persons who are going to access this to know whether or not the regular measures, the regular lending measures under the GDB, would that be applied or would that be waived? From my recollection, from my knowledge, the small development loan mechanism under the GDB, before the burial, require persons to present a number of things to be able to access. I think the maximum was $40,000 with a 10-year repayment and also the same 1-year grace period. I think it is important for persons to know what are the requirements to access it? Are these going to be the standard requirements, measures for the current small development facility at GDB? And if such is the case, persons have to know that they need to come, they need to have security to whether be it collateral, be it insurance, be it cash deposits, whatever measures, whatever security measures, mortgage, whatever security measures, those are the requirements currently under the GDB Small Development Business Loan. And so the question is, are those measures going to be maintained, or are those measures going to be waived? I think it's important to know when you're going to borrow. We have a business rep here who normally guides us in the house in terms of business, and so he would know a lot about borrowing and the implications of not knowing what are the requirements until after you take the people money, you realize you'll have more requirements to meet than initially planned. So I think that is something that is missing, and that is something that needs to be some clarity. While we're on the measures, Madam President, I know that there's some relief measures were also announced, and that had to do with persons allowed 2 free barrels or two boxes or crate or something like that per household or per individual. Madam President, I have said it, and I'm going to reiterate it again in this House. That is inadequate. That is inadequate for the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I said it before, and I'm going to say it again. I think that there is a clear opportunity for this government to have a clear period, either 3 to 6 months, that Carriacouans can bring whatever they need, whatever they want, as much as they want. I think unheeded, I believe that that needs to happen. And I'm saying this in the context that, yes, there are going to be some revenue loss, but I believe if someone who has lost their entire home, you are telling them that they can only bring 2 barrels of relief stuff. You lost your entire home, and you're only entitled to 2 barrels. I mean, just, that is what you're telling me. Madam President, that is inadequate. There are some persons who have more than 1 appliance in the house. They lost everything. You are telling them they could only bring 1. That is what is being offered to Carriacouans and Petit Martiniquans right now. I think we need to correct that. I think we need to fix that. For businesses, Madam President, we know that most businesses have more than 1 refrigerator. Most businesses have more than 1 appliance. And if you only tell them they could only bring 1 fridge, 1 stove, 1 cooker, I mean, that just isn't making sense. So I think that needs to be revisited. It needs to be revisited. And there is also an issue with the tax waiver measures, Madam President. I think that there needs to be some clarity as to the process, how persons, when going to procure materials, how they're going to be able to access the removal of VAT and duties. I think that is still a bit muddy, and so I think that there needs to be some clarity there. I was just recently, yesterday, in the customs, and a lot of quarreling in the customs. Persons are saying, look, I have everything here is relief materials. I have one guy, I think he had 16 barrels relief materials. It's right in front of you. You can attest, it's there, the evidence is there, it's relief materials, but you can only get 2 free. And a lot of it is to basically to give away. You know, so I just think that this needs to be rethink. And so there are some measures they can put in place. So for example, if Norman Cox lost his house, you could verify. You could verify if my house is rebuilt. Carriacou is a very small place. It's very easy to do verification before giving those measures. And so I think it's something that we need to look at and to fix going forward, Madam President. But with this measure, Madam President, this measure of the loan for business, we think any opportunity to create a facility so that persons, businesses can access funding for a building is good, Madam President. The question is, are we going to access it? I don't want us to have, we have a Senator Brittany have a situation where we had grant money through our CES program where a number of persons in Carriacou did not get a chance to benefit. They were told that they would get support, persons applied, submit, but we had all kind of reports. Maybe my dear Senator colleague probably is not aware, but in some cases, one household were able to receive 2 grant support from CES when somebody else didn't get one. So, Senator, I'm not really blaming you entirely, but I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know some of the things, some of the things that transpire. So I'm just saying this, Madam President, that we have to put measures in place to ensure that what is intended actually happen. I think that is critical, Madam President. Madam President, I want to move to MIT, mysterious ministry, MIT. Madam President, we see $1.5 million for cleanup, and it's also stated that MIT is in charge or responsible for cleanup activities in Carriacou. Madam President, there's also, with this $1.5 million, I presume that this $1.5 million is probably already spent. But I want to draw to the attention of this Honorable House, Madam President, and I'm going back to my initial comment when I started, the issue of leadership, the issue of management, Madam President. Madam President, we have had reports in the early stages of the Hurricane Beryl response where contracts have been issued to contractors on the mainland, foregoing contractors in Carriacou and Petit-Matic to do cleanup efforts. But you know what is even more funny about it, Madam President? When the contractor on the mainland received the contract, he in turn called in somebody in Carriacou to subcontract the work to, Madam President. I think this is not right, this is not fair. If somebody on Carriacou can do the work, yeah? Why was contracts issued? Might be an issue of equipment or machinery, I don't know. But we need some clarity on that, Madam President. Madam President, I just want us to signal that, which I have mentioned, and which myself and all fellow Carriacouans appreciate. The persons who came to do relief work, to assist, to volunteer, we are very much appreciative of it, Madam President. Make no mistake about that. The persons who continue to do so, the persons who take their hard-earned money, buy stuff, send for relief effort, we are very much appreciative of that, Madam President. So we're not taking away from that. But I just want to signal some of the issues surrounding the management and the leadership where the response to the hurricane relief efforts, what is taking place on the ground. Madam President. Madam President, my colleague, the presenter of the motion, made a statement, and you know, I really agree with him. You know, he said that the success of our Olympic athletes is probably the best response to Beryl thus far, and I think I want to agree with him on that, because the response on the ground in Carriacou is not the best. It's not the best. I say we agree on it, so you don't need to say it again. Madam President, you don't need to say it again. We agree on that. Madam President, the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique are hurting in more ways than one. And one of the things that we recognize that is lacking, Madam President, is a clear plan for going forward. There is no communication to the people. What is going to happen within the next 6 months? In the next month, there is no plan communicated. What is going to happen next? When it's recovery, when it's rebuilding, there is nothing. There is a great vacuum in terms of information and communication, Madam President, and a lot of uncertainty. And what that is doing, and I'm calling and I'm warning the government, what that is doing is driving people to leave the island. There needs to be more certainty in terms of the recovery effort for Carriacou. There needs to be more clarity so that people can feel confident that they can stay and tough it out because they are going to get the support. As it stands now, Madam President, persons are leaving. Sadly to say so, we are asking them to stay. We are calling persons to stay, persons who had the intention of investing in Carriacou. We ask you not to give up on those plans. But persons are frustrated. Some persons are very disappointed with the response, and some persons are losing hope. My colleague mentioned, the president of the bill mentioned about hope and confidence. Madam President, that is not what is present on the ground right now. The few strong persons who are there fighting to stay afloat day by day. You know, a question was asked about a month ago, about 3 weeks ago actually. A gentleman came to Carriacou for 1 day, and he resides overseas. And he asked me a question. You know, we were just talking, and he just out of blues, he asked this question. He said, Cox, how are you making it? How are you making it? And, you know, I was trying to find an answer for him. And Madam President, you know, the only answer I could have come up with at the time was that I said, listen, I say, we go to bed, we sleep, we wake, we do what we can, we go to bed, we sleep, we wake, and we do what we can. And we just continue to do that. And that is the only answer I could have come up with. And I said, I want to be fair to the government. I want to be fair to the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs. We're giving persons the benefit of the doubt. But, Madam President, clearly, there are some activities that breeds unfairness. There are some activities that breed mischievousness. There are some corrupt activities. There is significant nepotism, Madam President. And all that is going to erode any success, any achievement for the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique through this recovery process. I'm saying this, I'm warning, I'm putting the government on notice that whatever plans you have is going to be eroded if those behaviors are not dealt with immediately. I'm saying this. Madam President, the Ministry of Climate Resilience, and we see $5.4 million allocated through the supplementary appropriation bill, through this motion for Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Madam President, yes, there is going to be a request for response in terms of cleanup because of the debris from the hurricane. But Madam President, one of the biggest issues facing Carriacouans right now with the cleanup is that, and if I could be wrong, I'm not certain that any of the debris has actually left Carriacou as yet over a month. All right? I'm not certain that any of the debris has left the island. What has been happening is debris moving from one place to the next. That is what has been happening. I think that there are some debris moving from Pitimatnik to Carriacou right now. I'm not sure if it's going out of the country. I stand corrected. But from where I reside, garbage is being accumulated and not actually removed from the island. That is a growing concern. I'm certain that solid waste do have plans to address it appropriately going forward, but that is a major concern. I just want to single it out. But what is most disappointing, Madam President, is that the ministry, and we're going back to the leadership again, and the management, did not heed the advice and concerns of residents, and even concerns of visiting donor agencies, that our playing fields should not have been used to dump the debris. However, they went ahead, Madam President, against those advice. And now you have playing fields at designated dump sites, official designated dump sites, Madam President, where that the Greater Solid Waste Authority has put a billboard at the entrance of the playing field indicating that this is an official dump site. It opens from 7 a.m. in the morning and closes at 5. And there are persons walking there, receiving direct in the trucks with the throw what. That is what is happening right now. Our playing fields, our official dump sites. Madam President, we go back again to the issue of leadership, the issue of management. Now, there are ample land in Carriacou. There's ample land in Dumfries. It can taking less than a day to just get a tractor to just clear some trees and to just dump those stuff in Dumfries, which is already, there's areas close to the sanitary landfill which could have been used to dump all those materials. Madam President, I'm telling you, it's really bad. And you have that garbage stored in there, collecting water, and we know what season we're in. We know what season we're in. This, I think, that was a very poor decision, Madam President. Very poor decision. Madam President, I must commend the government for the efforts in terms of having the councillors to treat with some of our persons who were impacted, and of course, the children in particular, the vulnerable ones, and some of our citizens to deal with the emotional and impacts of Hurricane Beryl. But all recreation grounds would have served as one of the best therapy to deal with the stress of the hurricane, where we could have used those recreation grounds. Yeah? Use the recreation grounds for a person to recreate, to come together to, but no, we cannot do that now, Madam President, because it is all filled with debris. And I said they are official dump sites. I think that was a very poor decision. Poor leadership, poor management, Madam President. Madam President, the Ministry of Infrastructure. We see a $12 million allocation for cost overruns for the Molinier project. Madam President, you was right in this honorable house. I even make news to it. What? I think I make news, I make headline, I make social media, everything. When I spoke in detail about the project and the implications for firing the consulting firm, Beston. Fire the consulting firm, citing that there's political affiliations or something with the former administration, so we got to get rid of them. And then you went ahead, make your own changes, and then when the project site became unstable, and the contractor could not implement because he realized, look, what you guys doing there is not going to work. Work was halted, and then what happened? You had to rehire. You had to go back now and re-engage Western Engineering. Madam President, re-engage them. And I did say there is going to be implications, a cost implication, a significant cost implication for variations for that project. Madam President, we have seen here that that cost implication is more than 100% of the original cost of the project. The original budget cost for the project was $9 million, and we see here the variation is $12 million, and it may go up, Madam President, it may go up, because one of the things that this government, Madam President, is finding out the hard way, that projects are not straightforward. They are finding out the hard way that projects are dynamic. A number of things changes. A number of things happen after a project is started. And some of it you have control, some of it you don't have control. Madam President, we come back to the common denominator, the leadership and the management in terms of the decision-making process. That has led us to the whole issue of this extra $12 million. You know, Madam President, my presenter of the bill said something early in his presentation that he didn't have to genuflect, as we did during Hurricane Ivan, to get monies. Madam President, I agree with him, we didn't have to genuflect, because the new National Party administration was the first to sign to the CRIF. That's why they could have access to 118 million EC dollars. That's why I didn't have to genuflect. That's why, Madam President. So, we could know what drop and we drop in just now. Don't worry. We could know over that. Madam President, we believe that if you have measures, if you put measures in place, and it's intended for a particular purpose, and in this case, to solve the needs in the response for Carriacou and Pidimadic in particular, then it should go so, and it should happen so. But it is not, Madam President. Madam President, we also see under the Ministry of Infrastructure a further $10 million for cleaning up Carriacou and Pidimadic, and that is something that, you know, we have advocated that it's an opportunity to give persons an opportunity to benefit financially. At the same time, there also the measure of cleaning. So I think I said 9 crews are engaged in cleanup. Madam President, we welcome that, but the issue still remains, as I indicated, that what is taking place is more of garbage being moved around than being moved out. So that is something that needs to be addressed very quickly, because as we know, once garbage pile up and continue to decay, then other things, other issues, public health issues, can emanate from that, Madam President. Madam President, there is also an allocation of $30 million to do various infrastructure work on government buildings. I do not want to elaborate too much on that, because until those details are fleshed out as to which buildings have been given priority or which school has been given priority, then I think it would be fair for me then to drill down more on that, Madam President. Madam President, there's also a $2 million allocation, and this $2 million, as presented by the mover of the motion, to support senior citizens, persons moving from Carriacou to relocate to Grenada right after the hurricane. We understand the request for that. But Madam President, throughout this entire supplemental, the greatest need, the greatest cry from Carriacou right now is not being addressed in the supplemental, which is housing needs, Madam President. Madam President, I think this provides a great opportunity for maybe the government to speedily repair, as quickly as how we got the vehicles in Carriacou, to speedily repair the minor damages to the Dumfries housing scheme, and so that maybe some of our residents who are residing in Grenada can be back in Carriacou, close to their loved ones, where they can get more care and obviously less expense for the government going forward, Madam President, because we know that some aspect of the Dumfries housing scheme is livable, because we know that there are persons actually living there. So I think that is a clear opportunity for the government to do so. And not only that, Madam President, I know that the Minister of Education, he's pressed with getting persons out of the shelters. And so that's a clear opportunity. Once we have that sorted out, we can put persons there from the shelters in the Dumfries housing scheme, and we can get our schools available for reopening. Not so, Mr. Minister for Education. Madam President, I'm just making these suggestions for the government because I know those are issues before them at this current time. Madam President, it's a critical issue. Housing is the most important issue right now in Carriacou. Very, very much at the forefront of things. We'll hear more about that, Madam President. Madam President, the Ministry of Carriacou and Diplomatic Affairs notice allocation for public assistance, increased allocation. I'm presuming, Madam President, that this increase, and I didn't hear much detail from the presenter of the motion, that this increase is associated with additional persons on the list for public assistance. I presume that is the case. And if so, that is welcome. Well, I think what was stated was an underestimation of the budget, but as you indicated, it was a response to bear with more persons having a need for public assistance. So that is understood, Madam President. Madam President, $15 million to support the economy of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. That is, for me, that is a bit vague in terms of what are the measures, what measures are going to be employed. Have those monies been spent already, or what is taking place with this $15 million? I don't know. There is not much clarity given on that in terms of rebuilding the economy of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I am not clear on that. I don't want to assume anything, Madam President. I don't want to be accused of anything. So I think it's fair for the mover of the motion to provide some clarity for the House and, of course, for the nation on what is $15 million. What is rebuilding Carriacou economy? What is that? How is that is going to be done? What measures? It can be not detailed, but any summary indication. Is it going to be grant? Is it going to, businesses are going to get, whatever. What is this about? I think there is a need for some clarity and some more detailed discussion. $15 million is not $150, Madam President. And I think there's a little weakness on the part, I don't know if it's deliberate, but there's a little weakness on the part of the Ministry of Finance in terms of giving some more clarity on this $15 million. I think that is something that stands out for me. I don't know, Madam President, if there is any mischief in terms of what may be trying to achieve from this $15 million, but I think just saying $15 million for the rebuild economy doesn't lend itself to any surety. I don't know if it's one sector, we don't know. So I put it out there for my colleague to give us some more clarity on this. Madam President, still on the issue of leadership, Madam President, the issue of management. And as I indicated in my opening remarks, it is lacking from what we've seen. There is great uncertainty, Madam President. There is no clear indication of any plan, and the actions are more reactive than proactive. Madam President, I work in the Ministry of Health, managed Princess Royal Hospital for about 2 years, Madam President. And when you're doing some things, when you're in some sectors, you have to be proactive. You have to be monitoring processes and putting measures in place to deal with things. If you're reacting, you are going to be behind. It's still after things happen and you react, you will not be able to deal with some of the issues and problems. So, Madam President, I think the whole issue of being proactive is lacking and absent. And then we must see more proactive actions instead of reactive ones, Madam President. Madam President, the Ministry of Education, Madam President, I think it's important that we talk a little bit about education, Madam President. And I think a lot of it has to, we just had our dear colleague, Senator Andrew, spoke this morning on some measures, and also yesterday on this press conference, specifically relating to opening of schools. Madam President, there was an announcement on an attempt by the government to have schools open as normal in Carriacou and Petitmat, open as normal as scheduled, I think, with the 3rd, with 4th of September. 2nd of September. Thank you. Madam President, I don't know if it's me, but I'm quite certain that it's only the government alone that thought that schools could have opened in Carriacou. The people of Carriacou and Petitmat in no way thought that schools would open on the 2nd of September. Being on the ground and seeing what is there, there is no way that school could have been successfully opened, because the response in terms of preparedness is quite lacking, and it just breeds more uncertainty. My colleague minister indicated that we'll look to see if school can open in the next 2 weeks. I don't know. I don't know what is the issue with that, but I'm a parent, and I'm speaking as a parent. And it is my belief, Madam President, and I say to my colleague, that the Carriacou and Petitmat should have been treated differently in terms of information and responses in terms of reopening a school. You can't come a few days before the school opening and say that to the people at Carriacou and Petitmat, the school, we put it on hold and we ensure when you open. I think that should have been handled differently. That should have been handled, because the circumstances, Madam President, on the ground is very, very different. It's very different. And it should be treated differently, and responses to parents and residents there as regards to the opening of school ought to be treated differently going forward. That would be my recommendation, Madam President, to my dear colleague. We need some more certainty as to what is going to happen when. I can tell you, some parents don't know, some parents trying to get their kids in Grenada who could afford to. And it's just an issue of lack of information, of not knowing what is going to happen. And that is the honest truth, Madam President. So I want you to underscore that. I think it's important to underscore that, Madam President. I think, Madam President, again, we come back to the whole issue of the recreation grounds, the playing fields. And most of them are in proximity of our schools. That again is an issue. That again is an issue. It's going to be a health issue. So it's not just opening of schools, but having the surroundings of the school site appropriately prepared for school. That again is another challenge. So, Madam President, I think the Ministry of Education have its work cut out for it. But as I did indicate it, and I'll suggest here again, Madam President, there is a clear opportunity for school to recommence in Carriacou. For the primary schools, we can start with grade 5 and grade 6. Those are the most in need in terms of close to examination. For the secondary schools, we could do the Form 4s and the Form 5s. It can happen. And I mean, I could even go in further detail, Madam President, as to how it could happen. You know? But we have much time, Madam President, because it will require me to drill down on a few things. And so I just say, maybe I'll do it at a different setting, Madam President. But it can happen. It can happen. And I am saying that, Madam President, it could have happened for school to start in September. But the response was very sluggish. And as I said, maybe no fault of anybody, but if persons are new to certain things and lack the experience to deal with emergencies of this nature, then you can find those things happening, Madam President. So it goes back to my original inception statement that the issue of leadership and management is one that really requires work, Madam President. Madam President, we have a number of issues, and I indicated that one of our most critical issues, Madam President, has to do with housing. I see, Madam President, an allocation for 200 houses to be built. 200 houses to be built at a cost of $50,000 per house. If my mathematics serves me right, 10 million. Huh? What? Oh, yes, yes. If my mathematics serves me right, yeah? We see a surplus, I don't know if that is following miscellaneous, of $5 million, Madam President. So I don't know if that is something that my colleague, the presenter of the bill, may want to give some explanation why this extra $5 million, $5 million is a lot of money, to not be accounted for. So that is something that we need to look at. So I just wanted to sing that out and to pull that out. But what is most important, Madam President, in the document, what was presented, none of those 200 houses are earmarked for Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I stand corrected. I don't know if it's an error in the document, but that is what is here. None of those 200 houses are earmarked for Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And that is our greatest need at this moment, Madam President. That is our greatest need. Those housing is our greatest need. And I'll drill down into it, and I'll show you why persons are anxious about housing. And I'll explain to you why, and I'll explain this one, why housing is important at this point in time. I'll explain. Madam President, if you're not a Carriacou and you haven't lived in Carriacou, you may not understand how we live as a people. And we harvest water from rain, Madam President. And a dry season is coming. It's not just one is just completed, a dry season is coming. And persons are anxious to get roofs on the house so that they can collect water in preparation for the dry season coming. And if persons don't understand why persons are anxious to get the roofs on, that is why. I could tell you that. I didn't lose my roof, but I lost all my guttering, and I was anxious to get my guttering up so that my catchment can collect water, so that I can have ample supply of water to look after my needs and my family needs when this dry season comes. And we just came from a brutal dry season where our water supplies and water stocks are low. They are low. And so water is going to be a major issue for Carriacou, a major challenge for Carriacou next dry season. The National Water and Sewerage Authority will have one of the strongest tests. Without burial, they have had challenges by rationing water, just under normal circumstances. And now we have more than 80% of roofs are off while coming back on slowly. Persons through their own measure. And we'll talk about that a little bit just now. We'll talk about that a little bit just now. You know, I'm very excited to talk about that, Madam President. About persons who are actually working in the house and doing their own repair work for themselves. Yeah. Madam President, so that is why roofs are, the issue of housing is so important for Carriacouans right now because of the issue of water. Separate and apart persons, yes, they want to be in their own space. You know, we have this thing about Carriacou. We want to be in our own space. You want your roof back, you want to be comfortable. Yeah? So that is it. And I could tell that my mom lost her roof, and she already gave me a time when she wanted to be back in her house. So everybody is on the ball, around the clock, because that is how we as human beings are. We want to be in our own space. So sometimes, if you don't understand the need and the cry, persons can be misinformed and make statements contrary to what the true issues are, Madam President. Madam President, I want to drill down on the whole issue of housing. Yes. And you know, Madam President, a few days after the hurricane, it could be less than a week. It could be less than a week. And if I'm not telling the truth, Madam President, I mean, we have somebody in the House who could pass the information. They probably can't speak directly, but they could pass the information on to a colleague or a member to say differently. Madam President, a few days after the passage of the storm, just a few days, I think a little later on, sometime in the night or so, I was walking from my home, which I couldn't actually leaving at the time because of the condition. I was walking from my home, and I was listening to a pronouncement on a loudspeaker. I didn't see the person at the time, but I did recognize the voice, Madam President. And it made out to be the voice of the parliamentary rep for Kiarakwam Piti Matnik, Madam President. And in his remarks, and I'm certain that the people who are listening were very much happy to hear the parliamentary rep indicating that the government, that his government, will build back persons' houses. And additionally, persons are going to be engaged and employed as contractors, masons, whatever skill is required to help build back those houses, Madam President. Madam President, I heard it not just once, but more than one occasion. I heard those promises, as how we like to say, promises made, promises kept. Madam President, I heard persons of Kiarakwam promise that the government is going to build back. Don't worry, everybody is going to get support for the houses to be built back, Madam President. Those were the response. But, Madam President, to the disappointment of Kiarakwans in recent time, it doesn't seem that that is the case. It doesn't seem like that is going to happen. It doesn't seem so. It doesn't seem like all of Kiarakwans houses who have been damaged, they're going to get the support of the government to rebuild or repair. It doesn't seem like it's going to happen. And the reason why I say that, Madam President, is because I had the opportunity to see a social media posting, a video posting, where, Madam President, that the parliamentary rep for Kiarakwam Piti Matnik is saying differently. And I have some serious concerns, Madam President. I'll drill down into it. Serious concerns about that remark. But, Madam President, with the fear of me being accused of misstating what was said or what was not said, I took the liberty, Madam President, to dictate from the video, and I quote in, Madam President, there's a quote from the video. Let's be real. I'm quoting, Madam President. Let's be real. There are many of us as kayaks who can afford to rebuild our homes. There are many people who can afford to rebuild their homes. Don't ask me. I'm telling you. And yes, you want the government to rebuild your house for you. I find that really unfair. You could afford to rebuild your house. You have the money sitting in the bank to rebuild your home or roof, and you want the government to do it for you. I mean, this is sad. Where you hear that from? End of quote. Madam President. So from saying that persons are going to get support from government to rebuild their homes, you say everybody will get support to rebuild their home. I mean, I was shocked when I heard the remark. Probably a different place. I was very shocked when I heard everybody, because I say to myself, I say, no, Madam President, this ain't practical. This can't be practical. How government, where government getting resources to repair everybody's house in Carriacou, the whole of Carriacou mash up? I said, this ain't making sense. But then again, I know, let's be real, let's be real. Oh gosh. Madam President, you know, who does that? But you know what is most concerning about this, Madam President? And that is what stood out to me, is the part that there was some certainty, Madam President, in that statement in terms of knowing that certain persons had certain monies on their account. And the question is there an issue where persons' personal banking information have been disclosed? Because I just find that statement was very confident. I said, don't ask me, I'm telling you, they have the money.
Senator Cox, were you the person being referred to?
I wish, Madam President. I wish. I probably have it on the other side of the accounting equation. Madam President. My colleague look like you have a little, I know. Will you clarify that?
Strike from the record.
Well, Madam President, on a serious note, I know our people. And if you make certain commitments and they have certain expectations, they expect you to deliver it. And if for some reason circumstances change, you misjudge, I think Carriacouans are forgiving people. They would understand that circumstances change. The government, for some reason, don't have the resources, and what was initially planned can't happen. But to personally scold persons for working hard for how much years, earning the money. Me, I know what money they save for. I know if the money is theirs. I don't know. But yes, there might be persons who can afford. And I know some Carriacouans, they don't want government help. Even if you come and give it, they ain't taking it. If they have 2 cents, a little pride, they want to fix a place for themselves, because why? When they walk down the road, they don't want nobody go and call the name and say that they give them 2 pieces of galvanized. I know our people. So rather fear before a politician or somebody calling them to say that they will put up the window for them, they prefer to reconstruct and buy it for themselves. Madam President. Madam President, so I just want to, I had to record that, because you see, Madam President, it is important to understand that even after going through the rigors of burial, we as Carriacouans have to take that kind of verbalization. That is unfair. That is unfair. And it is sad. And using his words, Madam President, it is sad for that to be said about Carriacouans. It is sad. And maybe if I have time, I might read the next one if I have time, Madam President. Madam President, the response, Madam President, the response in relation, Madam President, to Hurricane Beryl, in terms of the appropriation, Madam President, I also too have a little concern in terms of the practicality in terms of implementation. Now, if we look at our budget cycle, we are basically in budget preparations right now for 2025 budget, Madam President. And the government is asking why some of those monies are already spent. The quantities of the money that the government are asking for, can this be realistically implemented between now and October? I'm not even saying November. I say October because budget is going to be read in sometime in November, or if December, let's say December. So I think the challenge, there is a challenge and there is an issue of being able to really and truly effect some of these measures. While some of it is ongoing and some of it is grand stuff, some of the money is already spent, that is fine. But I think in particular with the response of Beryl, I mean, why indicate that you're going to build 200 houses? 200 houses, you're building 200 houses between now and since elections in 2022, we're supposed to get 500 houses per year. We can't get one yet. Yeah? And you want to build 200 houses between now and December. I don't know if that's practical. I don't know. I don't know if that is practical. So I think that is one of the things that I'm looking at, the whole issue, the practicality in terms of implementing this appropriation. I think that there needs to be questioned. If I'm not aligned with what is there, persons can, Madam President, members can so correct me. But Madam President, 200 houses are a mark for Carriacou, not for St. Patrick's and St. Mark's in this supplementary. Madam President, you want to know what is a mark for Carriacou for housing? Tents, Madam President. Small tents have been distributed. I don't want to sound as if St. Patrick's and St. Mark's are not deserving of the housing. Yeah? That is not the issue, because I know I am involved, I've been involved and I understand the housing needs. But the question is why Carriacou is not on the list. I don't see why houses can be built in Carriacou while houses have been built in St. Patrick's. I don't know. I don't know if it's a typographical error, but the presenter of the motion indicated that this response is largely for Carriacou and Petit Martinique in his presentation. But what is in the document doesn't bear the facts. As I indicated, my small arithmetic shows just about 30% of what is being proposed is in direct response to Hurricane Beryl for Carriacou. And that is like a ballpark. It might be less, Madam President. So that is an issue. That is a concern. We have to be practical. If we want to make sense, we have to be practical. It sounds nice. I was listening to the presenter of the motion, Madam President. It sounds very nice, just calling out 2 million, 5 million, 20 million. It sounds nice. But going back to my colleague, Senator Joseph, said it is the numbers are a reflection of what you want to do on the ground, the reflection of the impact on people. So we have to ensure that those numbers reflect the impact that persons in Carriacou and Petit Martinique, for example, our fishermen. Very little has been said about how those sectors are going to be treated with. Little have been said, and I did indicate we'd really like to hear some clarity. The $25 million, I do hope we can get some clarity on that before we leave here today. Not just for me, Madam President, but I know that a number of persons out there want some clarity on the access of that loan facility in terms of whether or not those measures for qualifying applies. Madam President. Madam President, before I wrap up, I have to, and that is something that I really wanted to raise around the issue of water, you know, the whole issue of water and the whole issue of economic activity and persons' capacity right now, from a financial standpoint, from an emotional standpoint, in terms of what is taking place in Carriacou. And you know, the presenter of the motion indicated that when he meant parliamentary for Carriacou and Petite Martinique, and if they hug and they cry and they shed tears, something like that, just want a better word, did indicate that he cried on your shoulder. Madam President, I stand corrected. He said that you greet him and he cried. Yeah, so I just want to make sure the answer is there. We can verify that. Yeah. Madam President, I'm saying this in the context that many Carriacouans are not back mentally. And what is going to happen is that I don't, and I stand corrected, I don't think that we are going to go back to normal, but I believe that we will have a new normal. That is what we will have to adjust to. We will have to be prepared for a new normal than going back to the old normal. Some of the houses that have been destroyed are not going to be rebuilt. Some persons are already speculating selling. Some persons don't have the capacity to rebuild, and if they don't get the support, it just wouldn't happen. And that is a fact. I mean, we have seen it in Hurricane Ivan. There are still buildings in ruins. Still. Yeah, there are still buildings in ruins. So we have to adjust to the new normal. We have to adjust to the new normal, where that some persons who do not have the capacity to rebuild their house may not be able to do so. And the challenge with that, Madam President, is that it's going to affect the economy of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. And I might have to go and do a little more explanation again. And we can already see the economy the activity will shrink. It started to shrink, and it will continue to shrink if the bleeding don't stop. And the bleeding meaning that if people continue to leave, continue to migrate, it's going to be a challenge for us. And a lot of persons have, literally moved to Grenada, moved to the mainland. Some persons, job-wise, they already moved their workplace, relocate them, pending Carriacou getting back to some state that they can come back, hopefully. Sometimes they may not come back. But what might happen, on the positive side, is that somebody else may get a job. But the whole issue of reduction in the population of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, just yesterday, Madam President, and I tell you, I was shocked too, and it's come to the same point. Just yesterday, I went to customs to receive some stuff that was sent for donation to give out, and so I called a friend of mine in Petite Martinique, and I said, look, we can have this stuff here. You could, if you know anybody who want adult Pampers and pull-ups and incontinent pads, you just take, It's quite a lot. Just take them and give it out who need. They said to me that all the senior citizens in Petit Manica were already left. I said, "You're sure? Are you certain?" They say, "You're nobody, they're in there, There ain't nobody who need that, they're not there." So that is an indication there might be one or two, but that person was certain that the majority of the senior persons have moved to the mainland. So it is a major concern. It's a major concern for government. I have to laugh. It's a major concern, Madam President, if economic activity have to be restored. We understand why people move. The move is not the problem. The issue is that whether or not they're going to come back. And that is where the issue of economic activity on Carriacou, that's where the concern is going to be. Once you have less people, Madam President, you're going to have less economic activity. Less people needing goods, less people needing services. And that is the challenge. That is one of the challenges that we are going to be faced with going forward. And as I said, I have been making a call for persons who would have invested or plan to invest in Carriacou and Petit Manica to still stick with those plans. Stick with those plans because we need all the support that we can get in terms of investment and persons wanting to stay. We recognize a lot of the persons who had retirements home have also left. We do not know if persons are going to come back and if they sell, if persons are going to buy, and what is going to happen, Madam President. I think those are some of the things that we have to look at if persons have to get a livelihood to survive. Some of the businesses that are closed, there's no employment opportunity. So you have loss of employment in that regard. So those are some things that is front and center that persons have to deal with. And then you have the whole issue of inflation. And then you have the issue of persons arbitrarily raising prices. That is, again, is difficult to police and manage. And the question is, they may feel that there is justification in them increasing the fees for the services. They may feel so. But I beg the question is that, do you grow? Do you move? If one person, if everybody believes that they need more for the services, what happens? You can just strangle the whole system, and we can create a problem for ourselves in the long run. So, Madam President, I raise these few comments and concerns because, you see, there is always going to be a contrast and a difference in how one or the other see things. But one of the things that I learned, Madam President, is that when you're leading and you have the responsibility of people and the decisions that you make and how you carry yourself impact people's lives, it requires you to behave and carry yourself in a certain manner, Madam President. It requires you to move with humility. It requires you to move with a deep sense of gratitude. And thanks for being given an opportunity to do that, Madam President. And if those qualities and characteristics are not acted upon, Madam President, it is very easy for one to lose their way. Very easy. Madam President, I have not been around for a long time, but I have quite a bit of mileage. Yeah, I have quite a bit of mileage. You know, and listening to Senator Francis this morning, the rigors of life, especially in early childhood, can shape and mold you into something great. And so I make those utterances not just because I have an opportunity to stand here, but because I live by them and I can attest that they work. And the people of Karakoram, Madam President, require that type of leadership and that type of attention right now. Not in a situation where persons ought to be scolded because they share an opinion. We don't have to agree with person's opinion. But as leaders, we certainly do have an opportunity and a responsibility to respect it. Because the same way that you and I give our opinion, we expect persons to respect it. Probably not agree with it, but to respect it. And the people of Karakoram Petit Martinique deserve better. They deserve to be treated better, Madam President. They deserve to be treated better. And I say this because, you know, it is very unfortunate. It is very unfortunate for certain utterances to be made about fellow Karakoans in that regard. You know, people work, people earn. We don't know what they do to get what they have. And to call them out like that publicly, I think it's unfair, and I think it's sad, Madam President. And very much unprofessional, if I might add. You know, to single out public servants because they have an arrangement through the work of the union, the hard work of the union, so the persons can get the pay. Because of certain circumstances, the pay can still, they can still receive it so they can survive. And those are things that the union would have fight and work hard for. You know, Madam President, when we, as parliamentarians, also receiving our pay, you know, we are also receiving our pay, but we're scolding persons for receiving theirs. I don't get it, Madam President. I don't know who does that. I don't get it. And so I offer just this observation, Madam President. As a Karakoan, we don't like that. No, yeah. We don't like that at all. Trust me, we don't like that. And that is something that we detest and is somewhat unbecoming as a Karakoan. And so I just wanted to underscore that. I need to register that. If I fail to do that, I fail to speak up as a Karakoan. So I just need to underscore that. I can't tell anybody what to do. You want to apologize, you want to double down, that is up to them. That is not my call. Yeah, that's not my call, Madam President. But I say it is not necessary to do that. It is not necessary. It is not necessary. And I just hope that that will be the last of such, and we can see an improved relationship and operations, because we have a lot of work to do. It's going to be a long road for us. It's going to take many supplementary. It's going to take many budgets, because there's only so much could be allocated to Carriacou because the entire country have needs. And so we have to be mindful of that. We have to be mindful of that. So, Madam President, I want to offer my thanks for an opportunity to really dive in on this supplemental and what is really intended for. And I want to close as I start, that the issue of leadership and management of the growing Carriacou, if not properly addressed, we are not going to see or achieve the outcomes that we so desire, that this supplementary so desire, that the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique so desire. We are not going to achieve it until that there is some remedial changes in behavior and attitudes and fairness, and to remove the significant degree of nepotism and unfairness that is taking place. We need to fix that. There is no reason for that. Everybody has sustained some damage to some degree or another. Every single person. And so there's not an issue of singling out anybody. There is no need to do so. Because every 2 steps you make, you're seeing a blue tarpaulin from the Samaritan Post. Every 2 steps you make is a blue tarpaulin. So there is no need for us to be going on that route. We have an excellent opportunity to rebuild our islands with the support of government, with the support of taxpayers' money, with the support of donors, and with the help of citizens. So, as the presenter of the motion indicated, we need all hands to work together. We need all hands to work together. So, Madam President, with these few words, I want to, I recognize, I had a few more things that I want to talk about. I recognize the issue of the labor laws may come into play, and a certain amount of hours is required before you have lunch. So, Madam President, I will take my leave here now. I will stop at this moment.
Thank you, Senator Cox. Thank you.
You're welcome, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Senator Cox. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Carriacouian. Thank you very kindly and for presenting us and arguing for the new normal, the new positive normal for Carriacou. Thank you. Honorable Senators, we have 8 more speakers. If you each intervene on the supplemental appropriations bill, there will be 8 speakers more to come. Let me propose that we break for lunch and that you can consolidate yourselves a bit so we could get through this before the fall of, fall of sunset. I propose we try to finish by 6 o'clock today. So we break for lunch. If it is acceptable to the Senate, I kindly request that we take about 45 minutes for lunch, which means we get back close to 2 o'clock. Agreed to? We adjourn for lunch. Thank you. Senate resumes. With our debate on the motion. Senator Quince Britton, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I too rise to support the bill as presented by the Leader of Government Business in the Senate. And let me congratulate the Ministry of Finance as well as the various government ministries in doing a wonderful job in providing the necessary information so that we can have this supplementary bill to be debated here this afternoon. And I hope that I set the precedent by not staying very long, as I see my colleague senator on the other side, so that we can wrap up before the sun starts setting on us this evening. So, Madam President, just for clarity or for information for the many people who's logged on and watching, the reason for a supplementary budget is when there is a potential shortfall within the budgetary allocation, the government may ask the House or the Senate and the Senate to consider, just as what we are doing now, in approving the supplementary budget. So that's the reason why we are here. And like I said, I rise to support the bill as presented. And in the bill, under vote 28, under the Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy, there is an allocation there for sargassum seaweed cleanup. And this is something that we often have to face on a regular basis. And I show the people in Maki and so on the eastern side of the island, as well as we see it happening ever so often now on the western side of the island, that isn't even including Grand Anse, we've seen in recent times. So it affects all over, and not just Grenada, but the entire Caribbean and so on is being affected. So I'm happy to see that there are some provisions there being made so that we can get more resources to do the cleanup process and so on, so you don't have that kind of decay and pungent smell. Also, under vote 30, the Ministry of Infrastructure, Physical Development, Public Utilities, and Civil Aviation and Transportation, a total of $87 million is allocated there. And I would like to single out in that vote or that clause there where you have maintenance of government building, especially our police stations. And very often I feel very sad whenever I visit the Victoria Police Station in particular. Because the condition there and Guave, and I've seen on social media some video posting of the situation in Grenville. And it's really sad, you know, that our lawmen and women have to endure this kind of living conditions when you leave your comfortable home and just for the sake of work. I don't think any one of us in any work that you're doing, and I really have to applaud them that, you know, they stick to it irrespective of the circumstances. But I'm happy that we as a government see the importance of maintaining and restoring those areas so that they can live and work in a more comfortable environment. We also, in that ministry, you have the maintenance of bridges and construction of some bridges, maintenance of roads, and so on. And we have our obligation to ensure that our infrastructure is properly maintained, and we build infrastructure that could last a very long time. In my most recent visit to China, we saw how I was amazed to see the manner in which they preserve a lot of their infrastructure, even infrastructure that was built in many, many centuries ago, like the Great Wall of China, and so on, how they maintain it. And there's a lot that I see that we can learn from, and I will be making recommendations. Just for instance, we have what we formerly known as the Green Bridge. That structure just sitting right there. I have a recommendation, a proposal that I would bring forward to my fellow minister, that we can do something to restore the aesthetics or improve the aesthetics of that bridge, so that we can use it as a tourist attraction, right? In St. Mark, we have one of the oldest cast iron bridge in the Western Hemisphere, a bridge that is century years old, and a lot of people don't know about that. It's on their way to the Crayfish Bay Chocolate Factory, so that bridge is located inside there. So I see all this to say that as a government, we have a responsibility to ensure that our infrastructure is properly maintained. And last but not least, all of what we are doing here, and you hear the name Hurricane Beryl being mentioned consistently, simply because we know, or before July 1st, nobody anticipated that we would have been in that situation. And I must commend our government and the leadership of our dear Prime Minister, Honorable Dickon Mitchell, leading from the front. Unfortunately, I was not here to experience the hurricane. Myself and a couple other ministers were out of state. Fortunately for our dear minister from the Sister Isle, he left on the Sunday morning. And well, that I didn't know, because I thought he was up in New York as well, just as the rest of us. We tried to leave this Sunday afternoon, and we could not. They advised us, do not come, it's too dangerous, the airport will be closed, and so on, because we were going to come down, try and come back. I just wanted to be home. And it was, it was not an easy experience, having to look on what's happening. And, you know, at one time, you know, it become so sad because I'm not there, and I'm trying to comfort, you know, people back home. It's bandied all over social media, what's happening, and so on, and we were getting the updates, and so on. So even if I wasn't here physically, but mentally, I was home, looking on at what's happening. So I know it is not an easy experience. Some people are still traumatized, and I just want to offer some words of encouragement to the people who's been affected on the Sister Isle, as well as the northern part of the parish, of the country, sorry, St. Patrick's and St. Mark in particular, that rest assured, we as a government will do whatever it is in our power to ensure that we restore life to a state of normalcy. A lot of measures are being put in place, and we're still doing it to ensure that people get the necessary support that they need to get. I heard my good senator on the other side was asking, you know, for some clarity and so on. It's good to ask for clarity as to what some of the measures being taken, and so the 2 free barrels that is one initiative. However, the government also announced that there would be concession on items as for housing and so on. So even if you bring in your fridge and your stove, you're getting concession on those items once it's not for resale, right? We announce those kind of relief measures and so on, as well as on building materials. Once you're rebuilding, then you're getting your concession, 100% concession on those items and so on. So we are doing whatever is necessary, whatever that we can, to restore life to a state of normalcy within the Sister Isle or on the Sister Isle as well as Grenada. So I just want to ask the people to, be patient. I know it is not something that we planned for when we announced, when we make the budget, we debate the budget last year. We never anticipated that. So it is something that we're still trying to cope with, and I'm pretty sure my brother from Carriacou can bear me out, because I too visited the Sister Isle in the cleanup efforts. I volunteered my time together with a team from my constituency in St. Mark, and we saw, well, it was my first-hand experience, seeing it in pictures and so on, and then experiencing it is a whole different story. It looked like an Armageddon, but that's one of the best ways I could have described it at the time, like a real war zone. And I know some of the measures that are being taken now, which my dear friend had concern about, the playing field, 2 of the playing fields being used as a site, dumping site. That is only, from my understanding, it's only a temporary measure, right? And within the next couple of weeks to a month or 2 months or so, hence the reason why you see that appropriation there for solid waste, so that they can remove those debris off island. Solid waste, from what I have learned, solid waste will be bringing some heavy equipment to kind of compact the galvanizer, baler, compact the galvanizer and so on, so you can get it off island. So it's a situation that, like I said, none of us planned for when the year started, but we are doing all within its power to make sure that people have a sense of normalcy. So I thank you. As I close, Madam President, I thank you for the opportunity for me being able to present, and hence the reason why I give support as the bill been presented by the Leader of Government Business. I give support to this bill, and I expect my fellow colleagues on the other side to do the same. And like I said, I set in the precedence right after lunch. I come on back and not even 15 minutes. I hope my I hope it's not test match today, it's T20. So I thank you again, Madam President, and thank you very much.
I thank you, Senator Quince Britton. Thank you very much for your content and for your brevity. Who follows? Senator Katusha Douglas. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam President. I promise you I will be shorter than 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Madam President, I stand here and I would like to support certain aspects of the supplementary budget, specifically those that support the rebuilding of Carriacou and PC Martinique and the north of Grenada. Madam President, I would like to take the opportunity to encourage the government to ensure that they have a strategic plan to ensure the funds are utilized correctly to achieve restoration. Because taxpayers are listening and observing how our monies are being spent. Madam President, I would have loved to hear more in the presentation about the allocation of temporary shelters. Because the fact is, we still have people in schools, on the tarpaulins, but we do have the low-income housing. So are these housing available to put people there temporarily so we can free up, the schools in particular? And I want to talk about the reopening of schools. So it's important to have temporary shelters for the displaced residents. Madam President, I'm sure when rain falls, our heart hurts because we know, oh my God, we have our brothers and sisters in Carriacou. It's getting wet. They're feeling cold. So temporary housing, I would have loved to hear more about that from the government side. Madam President, I think it's a very, very important, and Senator Cox mentioned it, communication, maintaining clear and frequent communication to the public about the recovering efforts. I know this government is very good at utilizing social media. You can give them that. But I think more now than ever that they need to utilize social media, communicate more so that people would understand what's happening, what is the plan, where we are to the plan, what's the progress, because people want to hear what's going on. Also, Madam President, in the presentation, it's important, and I don't know if that's to come, to highlight the future plan for disasters. I mean, the hurricane season is very young, and it's predicted to be very active. So what is the future plan? Citizens are still traumatized by Ivan and now Beryl. So it's important for us to use these lessons that we have learned to improve our disaster preparedness. We hear a lot of stories about NADMA, the way they're going about distributing the relief items, and I can only say stories. But what is our plan to ensure, as a country, we are prepared for the remaining part of the hurricane season? So in the case something happened, what we're going to do? So it's important that we have a solid disaster plan in place. Maybe there is. Maybe we're using the lessons that we have learned in order to strengthen what we have, but we need to know. And I would have loved to hear that in the presentation. Madam President, I would like to touch a little about reopening of schools. I mean, we understand that the magnitude of the problem in Carriacou, and nobody would like to be in this situation, but Ivan Passed in Grenada and our administration, through planning, through structure, through communication, was able to reopen school 1 month later. And I know Senator Cox provided some recommendations, how the government can go about doing that. And at the time, even though conditions were not optimal, but we put things in place so that children can go back to school. When we have children out of school, they home, they idle, we know what can happen. And, some parents, they have to go to work. So what are we going to do in order to have school open sooner rather than later? I think it's very important that we have to look at that. Grenada have more schools than Carriacou. Maybe we can reach out to the persons that were involved in Ivan to see what they did, how they got it done, in order to speed up this process. Madam President, in closing, I would like to say leadership, teamwork, transparent communication, effective planning, structure, protection of the vulnerable, ensuring that relief efforts are prioritized, the elderly, the disabled. I heard Senator Cox said that P.T. Martinique, the elderly, there is no elderly people there, or few. The low-income families, pulling all these little pieces together will make a significant difference sooner rather than later. I thank you, Madam President.
Right. I thank Senator Douglas, and I will be mindful the next time I give you an invitation, you have a quick reply. I offer the floor to Senators Seville Francis. Senator Francis.
Thank you, Madam President. And Madam President, please forgive me in advance if at any point I say Madam Speaker. It is still the youth parliamentarian in me. So I have to get accustomed to saying Madam President. Thank you for the honor to stand here shortly after my baptism into the Senate to contribute to the discussion on the 2024 supplementary budget, marking my first address in this honorable House of Parliament with responsibility for youth and sports. My support for this supplemental budget is steadfast and rooted in or from a humanitarian perspective, as I am by nature, Madam President. Life often presents us with lemons. A lot of times we prefer strawberries. But just like our grandparents who always have that pre-packed hospital bag for backup plans, so too this government is doing the same through this budget, Madam Speaker, Madam President. The budget estimate reflects such preparedness, ensuring that we can respond effectively to the to the evolving needs of our society, particularly with regards to our youth and our athletes. Permit me, Madam President, before I proceed, to place on record my empathy and solidarity with the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique who have been affected by the devastation of Hurricane Beryl, and Minister Tevin Andrew and Senator Cox. I also want to place on record that I stand in solidarity with you both as you work to rebuild Carriacou and Petite Martinique. But I also want the record to show that my heart, my thoughts, and my prayers stays with the people of St. Patrick, as I've been on the ground and witnessed firsthand the devastation caused in the north of mainland Grenada. I stand confident that we will build back better, stronger, for we are resilient people. Madam President, with respect and admiration, I commend this government for its commitment to our people, particularly in the wake of the devastation and the passage of Hurricane Beryl, simply because the government's actions thus far is not only a testament to the care and concern for the welfare of its people, but it's an exemplary demonstration of sound economic principles rooted in the Keynesian theory. And allow me to explain why I said that, Madam President. This theory proposes that during an economic hardship or crisis, i.e. Hurricane Beryl, it is the responsibility of a government to step in and stimulate the economy through increased public spending. Madam Speaker, if we look at the schedule and the estimate, we're going to see that the capital is more than the recurrent in the schedule, right? Now, that simply means that the government's decision to allocate more capital than the recurrent expenditure in the supplemental estimate is a clear reflection of this economic philosophy and a strategic move that speaks to this government's forward-thinking approach, Madam President. The capital investment in rebuilding efforts after Hurricane Beryl and the development projects not only addresses the immediate needs of our communities, but also lays the foundation for long-term economic growth, and that is important. Madam President, after the devastation of Beryl, the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, our youth in particular, needed more and still need more than relief. They need hope. And we cannot underestimate and downplay what hope can do for a person. By prioritizing capital investment, the government is not only restoring what was lost, but it's also building a stronger, more resilient nation. And Madam President, I must agree with the Honorable Senator Cox, who indicated that, well, first of all, I thought being independent is very commendable. But Senator Cox mentioned that there are people on the Sister Isles who are rebuilding by themselves. But the context in which it was said came off with a negative connotation. So, Madam President, I'm trying to understand, since when independence is seen in a negative light? But through you, Madam President, I would like to send a message to the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique and commend them for taking the initiative to help themselves. It means that, Madam President, the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, who was referenced by Senator Cox, they are taking initiative, and that shows mindset and growth of our people, and that is commendable, Madam President. Madam President, I hope that by the time he gets back to Carriacou, there are people on mainland, on Carriacou, because it seems like he's taking word on the street that people are evacuating without doing fact check, Madam President. So I hope by the time you get back to, relay our kudos, there are people and nobody met you on the street and say, everyone left Carriacou, Madam President. A word of advice through you, Madam President. I think it's important that we do some fact check and credibility when we are in this honorable house. Don't just take word on the street that the people have left, and that is something that is being reported. I would like for us to have some concrete evidence when these things are being mentioned, Madam President. Madam President, I proceed. I just want to say that as we are speaking about the future of our country, we cannot ignore the youth, because we are indeed the future of this country. And so too often our society acts like a shipping agency, Madam President, placing our young people in boxes and slapping labels on them that limit their potential. Madam President, today I stand as a youth, for the youth, and with the youth, to dismantle this restrictive mindset that we have. Our youth are not confined by labels, but are filled with limitless potentials that exist and extends far beyond the borders of this globe. The light of our country's youth are often dimmed, but I stand resolute that we will shine brighter than the sun. We have all witnessed the astounding performance of our Olympians, our athletes, our pride and our joy. And we have celebrated in the best Grenadian way that we can. Grenada continues to make an indelible mark on the world stage. However, our athletes cannot contribute in the most remarkable way, Madam President, if they are not supported. And that is one of the reasons why I stand here to support the injection, the capital injection into youth and sports. Madam President, the support that our youth and our athletes need is not limited to finance. It's not limited to celebratory money, because they need us in every aspect, Madam President. Madam President, but in order for them to maintain the standards, to shine brightly in the red, green, and yellow as they represent us, they require the limitless support. And Madam Speaker, Madam President, the supplementary request from the Ministry of Youth and Sports, though it is not the most expensive, it is significantly fitting, timely, and necessary. It accommodated and accommodates the awarding of our athletic Olympians, acknowledging their contributions to the nation's greatness. But, Madam President, this is a step in the right direction, one that any decent individual would support without hesitation. In the words of a very popular politician, I'm only sorry we didn't give them more. Madam President, I extend heartfelt gratitude to the business community for joining forces with this government to honor and reward the impeccable athletes for their contributions and service to our country. To every athlete who has represented Grenada and those currently building on that legacy in Paris, in addition to those who went before, I say thank you. We are beaming with pride, and we must continue to rally around our Paralympians who are there representing us right now. Madam President, I want to speak of the ripple effect of investment. No amount of money is truly sufficient to provide our nation's youth with what they deserve, or we, because I'm still youth. However, we must not underestimate the ripple effect and the value that the amendment to our national sports policy will have in motivating our future athletes. Madam President, the benefits are endless, and I would like us to consider, Madam President, the smile effect. I coined the term the smile effect. Madam President, have you ever had an experience where someone looked at you and smiled? The most responsive thing to do would be to smile back, right? And sometimes we do it effortlessly. Now, that has a rippling effect that you may not even realize. Madam President, a simple smile can spread positivity. Just as the success of our awarded athletes can inspire our youth to engage in positive, healthier lifestyles. Madam President, as mentioned earlier by Senator Cox, one Olympian indicated to him that his motivational source came from another Olympian. Madam Speaker, it is evident that if we invest in our athletes and if we invest in our young people who are the future of this country, they too can have that effect on other young people who may need it without even realizing it, Madam President. And the evidence has shown, not just here locally, regionally, internationally, that positive engagements through sports can aid in crime reduction and contribute to a more positive society. Madam Speaker, we are all intellectually porous in here, so I don't need to explain how that works and how contagious that is. Now imagine a young athlete on the verge of giving up, deciding to persevere because they see the tangible benefits of holding on to their dreams. These benefits being made possible by this government's investment in sports. I want to just touch briefly on the role of sports in youth development. Now, in my previous work with youth, including those who have been incarcerated, I've witnessed firsthand the power of sports to help build resilience and provide purpose, Madam President. One young man shared a story with me after he was released from serving his time. And I asked him what it is that makes you tick, what it is that gives you purpose. And Madam President, his answer was simple: sports. This underscores the importance of rehabilitative sports. We cannot afford to lose a single youth to crime or any of the plagues of our society. Madam President, my colleague on the other side, again Senator Cox, rightfully puts it, recreational sporting activities can indeed aid in relief for our youth, Madam President. We cannot deny the unifying power of sports, but to amplify the power, it requires great investment. Life is about elevation. We live, we learn, and we must correct our past mistakes. It cannot be undone, but there are things that we can do to remedy what was done in the past, Madam President. Madam President, the practical definition of insanity is doing the same thing repeatedly and expecting a different result. Madam President, the grant offered to us by the National Lotteries Authority provided us with opportunities to break the cycle of repeated mistakes, and we are grateful for that. Madam President, this is another prime example of our 50th independence theme and celebratory song. It's only up from here. Madam President, the amendment to the National Sports Policy will not only target participating athletes on the World Olympic stage. So before the question is asked, I will respond to that. It involves every sporting discipline. Investing in our athletes signals to the world that we, Grenada's government, we are serious and committed to developing sports in Grenada. This investment will enhance our sports tourism product, attract international investors and events, and boost our tourism sector here in Grenada. Madam President, as I conclude, I wish to say that the strategic allocation of resources will restore hope, boost our economy, and ensure that Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique emerge from the crisis together than ever before. Let us stand together in support of these efforts, confident that we are on a path to a brighter tomorrow. Madam President, this capital injection will be a beacon of hope for our youth and our athletes. I like to call this supplementary budget the supplementary phoenix. Like the mythical phoenix, our Ministry of Youth and Sports will rise, beginning with the recognition and compensation to our athletes. This budget is not merely a financial document. It is a declaration of our commitment to the future, to the elevation of our youth, to the pride of our nation. Let us seize this moment to invest in our athletes and our youth, for in doing so, we invest in the future of Grenada. The world is watching us, and we cannot afford to let them down. I thank you.
I thank you, Senator Francis, for your passion and enthusiasm. And thank you for sending out solidarity. Greetings across the nation, in particular, Carriacou and Petite Martinique. And I offer the floor to Senator Neelan Franklin. Have the floor, Senator. Followed by, you're following your sister.
Thank you, Madam President. Of course. Madam President, I rise this afternoon to contribute to this debate on the supplementary estimates 2024 as presented by the Leader of Government Business. Madam President, before I get into the important matters that I have identified as significant to raise in today's debate, I would like to first respond to some of the things I heard while sitting. The very first thing, of course, is one of the things mentioned by the Honorable Senator Francis in response to what the Honorable Senator Cox was referencing in his presentation, where he indicated that conversation with a gentleman from the Sister Isles, and in essence, the gentleman indicated that people, the elder folks specifically, were moved or no longer on P.T. Matnick specifically. And she in essence indicated that he should have evidence and not take word of mouth information from the streets. And to bring in this honorable house, I agree with the Honorable Senator, Madam President. However, I would like to point the Honorable Senator to vote number 35 in the supplementary estimates under the Ministry of Social and Community Development, Housing and Gender Affairs. This item is labeled Hurricane Beryl Response, rather. The amount allocated is $2 million. The intended use of the funds, as indicated by the government's document, is payment for Hurricane Beryl expense. Was the provision unforeseen at the time the budget preparation, It says, Madam President, to support the relocation and upkeep of vulnerable citizens, and in bracket, the elderly, high-risk persons from Carriacou to Grenada in the aftermath of Hurricane Beryl. So it's not, what Senator Cox was referring to wasn't nefarious. The comments made by the gentleman in Senator Cox's conversation at St. George's Port was well-founded, because the government budgeted $2 million for said initiative. So that's one, Madam President. Secondly, Senator Cox quoted the Honorable MP for Carriacou and P.T. Matnick. And I found the quote quite interesting, but more so disturbing, Madam President, for an MP to make such comments. In a time such as this, where all citizens are faced with a situation that, while it may be new to us on Grenada, the devastation that the people of Carriacou and P.T. Matnick experienced is unmatched to anything they've experienced before. So one would have thought that the Honorable MP, who sits in the other place, would have at least meet the citizens of the Sister Isle with good judgment, with empathy, with emotional intelligence. However, what they were met with, Madam President, was sheer impetuousness. And this is very concerning to me. Madam President, allow me to get into serious matters of the supplementary budget. And this is not me indicating no support for the supplementary budget, but I'm raising items that I have a concern with. Because, like the Honorable Senator Francis indicated, as she referenced the Keynesian economic theory, in situation of great stress, great economic stress, governments are expected to implement fiscal policies to deal with, one, job creation, two, expanding economic activity, and generally stimulating the economy. And the indication of the over $200 million, there's $238 million, if I remember correctly, for capital expenditure is a good indication. However, Madam President, my concern is where and how the monies would be spent. So the Honorable Member, the Honorable Leader of Government Business, in his presentation of the supplementary budget, so eloquently, Madam President, defined a supplementary budget, or what he thinks a supplementary budget is. And I quite agree with the definition given. And two terms that stood out to me was to complete or to enhance. Very important. Madam President, in assessing the medium-term review report, which was laid by the Honorable Member, I'd like to point the entire House to page number 27, table 5. Some interesting information there. To complete or to enhance. My understanding of a supplementary budget, Madam President, is that whenever the government experiences a situation where they have either run out of money for a specific initiative or budgetary item, or has encountered something new, and in this case, the new would be the devastation caused by Hurricane Beryl. The overall amount that the government is seeking permission to spend as its supplementary budget is $269,898,086. I didn't forget asking the House to look at table number 5. I just wanted everyone to have time to assess the table. My assessment of this table, Madam President, indicates that, and I think I've said this before in previous supplementary budgets, line item labeled employee compensation, wages, salaries, and allowances, goods and services, interest payments, those line items. The calculations there, Madam President, indicate to me that the government intends or will underspend in those areas. So therefore, there exists, at least if my mathematics is right, $88.7 million unspent. So I beg to ask this question, Madam President. If there is this amount sitting there, intended not to be used or not to be spent throughout this fiscal year, why did the government see it necessary to make a request for $269 million as opposed to $181 million?
Can you take a question here? Am I correct, you're looking at the tax total expenditure column,
Yes.
estimated outruns?
So those line items listed below there.
Yes,
So employee compensation and other line items there.
yes, employee compensation starts at 346.8. Starting, am I in the right place? Right.
Right. I am happy, Madam President, that the Honorable Leader of Government Business made that interjection.
I did not hear it. We did not hear it.
The government has a lot of time to go. The intended use of the supplementary budget is from January to December 2024. We are not able, based on the information presented, to identify definitively what has been spent already for the year or what is intended to be spent between now and December.
So how do you get 89? Where is your 89?
The calculation of the variances, Madam President. That's the savings. So, Madam President, these are questions I'm asking that the government provide answers for. Because, like myself, there may be citizens out there that would ask, when they get a hold of the document, they would ask questions about these things. And it's taxpayers' money. Madam President, I move now to the Free Barrel Initiative. I understand the intention, hopefully, of the government to provide some sort of relief. When the Free Barrel Initiative was announced, it was announced as a hurricane barrel relief. Of course, I thought, let's see how this goes. I would wait for the actual policy directive to be explained. I heard some sort of explanation given at the time, and there were a lot of questions, Madam President, that I asked myself, and I think it's fitting to ask at this point in time. I'll use this Honorable House as an example. Currently, let's even except for the Honorable Gloria Thomas, there are 12 of us sitting in this room, including you, Madam President, as members. One of us lives on Carriacou. Hurricane Beryl, we know that based on the government's document, Hurricane Beryl destroyed approximately 95% of Carriacou. One would, of course, think that Carriacou should receive priority, or the people of Carriacou and Petite Martinique should be prioritized in whichever incentive government intends to implement. So when I heard of the Free Barrel Initiative as an initiative to provide relief to Hurricane Beryl affected persons, I thought, this is interesting. Good direction. But the policy was implemented across the board. So, referring back to the example of all of us in this house, 12 minus 1 is 11. The majority of us would reflect 92%, just about 92%. A blanket policy to benefit Hurricane Beryl affected persons. The only member affected seriously by Hurricane Beryl would be Senator Cox, the one. So, how do we justify giving the same advantage to people unaffected to people affected? All of us have the same same access to the same thing. It is unfair. It's not equitable. The same reference that Senator Cox made to the gentleman that was clearing number of barrels, only 2 he could have gotten free through the initiative. Again, my assessment of this is based on equity. And I'm not being selfish. I, along with other members who were not living in Carriacou at the time, who were not affected by Hurricane Beryl, may not need the 2 barrels. Somebody in Carriacou and PT might need 3, but I digress. Madam President, I move now to inflation, as indicated in the medium-term report. At the end of 2023, the medium-term economic and fiscal strategy report 2024 to 2026 indicated that food inflation was at 8.7% at the end of 2023, and fuel inflation was at 1.2% at the end of 2023. That is in Grenada. That was a document provided during the budget debate. This mid-year review report indicates that food inflation increased by 2.5% and fuel inflation increased by 0.4% for the first 6 months of this year. In this case, Madam President, I think it's safe, because the document doesn't say what food and fuel inflation is at this point in time. It indicated an increase of 2.5% and 0.4% respectively for food and fuel. This would then bring food inflation to 11.2% and fuel inflation at 1.6%. That is significantly high, Madam President. And while I understand the need to deal with the challenges, the physical challenges that are now being experienced as a result of Hurricane Beryl, I am simply pointing to the government that this is significant and needs to be considered as well. Because while the people of Carriacou have to focus on rebuilding, finding shelters, finding food, and so on, and providing for themselves generally the basic necessities of life, they also have to deal with this 11.2% and 1.6% food and fuel inflation. What does the government propose? And I'm saying this in the context of the supplementary budget. I haven't seen anything indicating that the government intends to deal with this as a serious issue. Additionally, Madam President, the Molyneux project, as brought up by Senator Cox in his presentation, that $12 million we see as being requested. And again, I have to say requested because the supplementary has not been approved as yet. And of course, we all know that it can be treated retroactively and so on. So, based on my calculations, Madam President, from 2022 to 2024, approximately $28.4 million has been spent, hopefully, budgeted rather. Some of it has been spent. The 2.7, 4.7, as indicated in the previous budget's actual outturn. And now we see the anticipated $12 million. So in aggregate, that's just about, plus the $9 million budgeted for this year, would be about $28.4 million. I remember when Senator Cox had mentioned about the issues and the challenges that arose as a result, rather, of how the initial contractors were treated, and response from the government was that, you know, it's a superior design and all of this and that and the other. But we all know what happened there. But this $28.4 million is significant, Madam President. I would like to know, as well as the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, what exactly was $28.4 million spent on? Don't get me wrong, I have no issue with the completion of the road. We need it on the western side. But at least tell us what that $28.4 million was spent on. Another interesting observation, Madam President, is the balance of trade, and I think the private sector representative may be interested in this. The media review report indicates that there was a 2.7% increase in the balance of trade deficit for the period January to June. And that can be found on page number 37 of the media review report. And, Madam President, what stood out to me was the figure compared to for 2023, for the same period, January to June. In this document, it says, and permit me to quote from the document, Madam President. The analysis revealed a 2.7% widening of the trade deficit in the first half of 2024, with the deficit increasing from $767.6 million over the period January to June 2023 to $788.3 million over the same period in 2024. Madam President, every document that is presented in this House, from the time I first sat in this House to now, I've read and in detail. Some figures I don't forget. Some things I remember immediately. And I remember the previous report for last year indicated that the trade deficit at that time was significantly higher than what is indicated here. So, of course, I reviewed it. And that document from last year, the medium-term report, indicated that the trade deficit for that period, January to June 2023, was at $984.6 million. That is a major discrepancy, Madam President. I am not saying or imputing any improper motive against the government. However, these discrepancies, in my view, raises questions about the authenticity of the documents being provided to the House. And, of course, Madam President, I think it is important for the leader of government business, if he can, in the context of the debate, provide an explanation as to why that may be so. And, Madam President, I move now to MIT. One line item that stood out to me under the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation was, and Senator Cox raised it earlier, but I'd like to reiterate it for what it's worth. $15 million for Hurricane Beryl relief. And it says reconstruction of approximately 200 homes on mainland Grenada in the parishes of St. Mark and St. Patrick, $50,000 per home. This includes labor and material and equipment costs for deemed necessary. I found this interesting, Madam President, because throughout this entire supplementary estimate, I did not see such a breakdown for Carriacou and Petit Martinique, indicating how many homes were damaged, the cost to repair individual homes, and an overall budget for rebuilding houses in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. And I'm asking these questions, Madam President, based on what is presented in the document. $15 million to rebuild, or reconstruct rather, 200 homes at a cost of $50,000 per home. That would require a $10 million budget, 200 by 50,000. So there's a $5 million surplus or excess that is unaccounted for. You're not sure what it will be used for. And I raise this to refer to one of the initial points I was making in response to something that Senator Francis said as it relates to the large amount budgeted for capital expense, which naturally students of economics would not disagree with. But as I said, the intended use and how that money would be spent. So the document says we can account for 10 million out of that $15 million. What happens to the next $5 million? In a time like this, Madam President, government can't be wasting taxpayers' money. And this government is one who has championed the mantra: accountability, transparency, and good governance. I do not want to say that they have deviated from that, or they have said it for saying its sake. But the document, Madam President, the document says something else. And I remember when Senator Cox was making reference to CRIF and the amount of monies disbursed, one of the honorable members interjected by saying, "I don't know money." Another said, "They're dropping the bucket." $15 million, Madam President, was budgeted under the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs for, in essence, rebuilding the economy of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. $15 million was budgeted for 200 homes on mainland Grenada in 2 parishes. And $15 million is budgeted to rebuild the entire economy of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I'm not a trained mathematician. I am not an economist by profession, but Madam President, I don't think that $15 million to rebuild an economy is sufficient. And I think that is a fair assessment, given what $10 million could actually do in Grenada in 2 parishes only. Madam President, $200 homes in Grenada, specifically in St. Mark and St. Patrick. I would have loved, honestly, Madam President, to see a similar breakdown for Carriacou. Not to satisfy me, Madam President. I do not live in Carriacou, but of course, I empathize with the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I was quite young when Hurricane Ivan hit. I was actually in grade 1. It was my second day in grade 1. Yeah. When Hurricane Ivan hit. And I think it was Senator Douglas that was making reference to the reopening of school, and there were people before who did it and who understood the dynamics of getting students back to school. I remember, Madam President, I returned to school not long after Hurricane Ivan. I think it was October. And the system that was implemented was a two-tiered system where the younger students went to school in the morning time and the older students went to school in the afternoon time. And I went to school, I took classes in one of those churches in Happy Hill, the Open Bible Church in Happy Hill. And I think those classes did me well. And I'm saying, Madam President, we've experienced a major hurricane before. We won't get everything right, but there was a rubric. There's a rubric we can go back to. Everything that was done before would not be able to be implemented now. However, there are things that worked then, I believe, can work now.
Sure.
And earlier on, I heard one of the members indicate, well, come across. You know, when collaboration was suggested, I mean, a simple phone call to the leader of His Majesty's opposition, or simple dialogue with the members of the opposition who were there in 2004. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, simple dialogue, I believe, could fix a lot. And we tend to revert or resort to tribal politics to make each other look bad or good. But I think in times like these, there is a need for collaboration. And I would like to say that before actually the hurricane hit, I had a conversation with whom is now my former colleague, Senator Lacrette, and subsequently having a conversation with the leader of His Majesty's opposition, and a lot was done to assist the people of St. George Northwest who were moved to shelters, who decided to go to the shelters because we were uncertain as to what would have happened. And Madam President, that is what Grenada should be like. And we see collaboration between the sitting MP for St. Andrews Northwest and the Honorable Senator Gloria Thomas in this House. These sort of collaborations are necessary in the interest of the people, in the interest of each and every Grenadian, especially in times like these. Madam President, generally, I understand the intent. However, I have concerns, like my other colleagues and people throughout Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, about the response, especially in Carriacou and Petite Martinique, about the response in St. Patrick and St. Mark, about the response by the government to the economic challenges a lot of Grenadians face at this point in time, and the prospect for improvement in the future. That, in my opinion, Madam President, is even more significant, the prospect for improvement in the future. How do we move from here? And I do not think, Madam President, this supplementary budget sufficiently steers us in that direction. And with that, Madam President, I thank you for allowing me to present.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Franklin. I offer the floor to Senator the Honorable Claudette Joseph. You have the floor, madam.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to give my full support to the motion before this Honorable House tabled by the Leader of Government Business. Madam President, before you are the estimates, the supplementary estimates for 2024, for which we seek the approval of this Honorable House. Before I commence, Madam President, I make the general point that these estimates are to augment and support the estimates that were approved by the House in December for the year 2024. The first point I would like to make, Madam President, is that this is an annual exercise which is sanctioned by the Public Finance Management Act. It is not a novel exercise. It is not an exercise that is required simply because of the passage of Hurricane Beryl. In every financial year, it is customary for the government to come back to the Parliament around this time and seek the parliamentary approval for additional spending to support the government's work. This year is no exception. It was done last year, and it was done 10 years prior. It happens every year, no matter which administration is holding the seat of government. So, for the benefit of our youthful and inexperienced listeners and viewers, I think that's the first and critical point that should be made. The notion that this supplementary appropriation bill is only before the House because of Hurricane Beryl is inaccurate. It is, in fact, an exercise that happens annually. And why does it happen annually? In order to stay within the confines of the provisions of the Public Finance Management Act, sometimes the allocations requested for certain line items by the various ministries are not fully approved by the technocrats at the Ministry of Finance and ultimately by the Cabinet, because it would take us outside the threshold permissible in the legislation, which now stands, I'm speaking from memory now, I think it's 13% of GDP. That's the first point. So you may budget for a line item in December of 2023, expecting to execute during the course of the year 2024. And at this year, and sometimes even earlier, the amount budgeted is exhausted because you did not get the allocation you requested in the first place. Secondly, the supplementary appropriation bill makes provision for items that were unforeseen. And it need not be a natural disaster. In this case, the most unforeseeable event that has occurred in this year is Hurricane Beryl. But there are instances, unforeseen or on budget items unbudgeted for or unforeseen. For example, under the vote of the Ministry of Climate Resilience, there's a sargassum seaweed, is moss or weed? The Sargassum Seaweed Conference that is to take place in Grenada, which we had to fund, and that wasn't budgeted for in the last budget. Under the Prime Minister's ministry, the CARICOM heads of government meeting was not budgeted for in the 2024 estimates. We had to spend on hosting that event. And of course, the major unforeseen was Hurricane Beryl. So that's point one. Whether it is the now leader of the opposition who is Prime Minister, or Prime Minister Deacon Mitchell, whoever sits in the seat of government, every single year there is a request for supplementary appropriation. So let's not make politics about something that is so matter of fact that happens. And the law allows for up to 2 supplementary requests in each year. And Madam President, while this supplementary bill caters in the main for the relief, recovery, and the reconstruction efforts in Carriacou, Pidimantnik, and the other parts of Grenada affected by Hurricane Beryl, there are other matters that are provided for which align with our current focus as government. So, for instance, Madam President, the last time we were here, we passed the Firearms Amendment Act. And we spoke of government's focus in tackling what appears to be an upsurge in crimes, and in particular, gun-related crimes. And we see that the steps taken by government are not limited only to those relating to legislative reforms, such as we did with the Firearms Act. But also, we see, Madam President, that under the Ministry of National Security, for example, there is allocation there for $530,000 for law enforcement, to increase efficiency in fighting crime. So law enforcement equipment, so to enhance the ability of the police to treat with the crimes that we are now increasingly facing. We also see allocation, Madam President, for the reconstruction or renovation of police stations across the island. And there is budgetary allocation there in the Ministry of National Security, not National Security, Infrastructure. So there is a theme, there is a focus. We are strengthening law enforcement, we are strengthening legislation, we are also engaging in social and community upliftment programs such as Project Stop and Think, all aimed at fighting crime, Madam President. Madam President, Let me say, though, as I agree with the other speakers before me, that because of the unexpected, the unprecedented natural disaster that was Hurricane Beryl, by the way, the strongest recorded hurricane in history this early in the season. So Beryl was no ordinary incident. And so naturally, the bulk of the allocations, and you see it going across ministries, is centered on relief, recovery, and reconstruction as a result of Hurricane Beryl. First, Madam President, let me pause for a moment to extend sincerest condolences to the people of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petit Martinique who suffered any kind of loss as a result of Hurricane Beryl, but more significantly, the loss of human life. And Madam President, the lone fatality from Beryl on the main island, Grenada, occurred at River Road in the constituency of the town of St. George. And we lost a vibrant and well-loved member of the River Road community in the person of Ron Davis. And I here again express sincerest condolences on my own behalf and on behalf of the people, the government and people of Grenada, to all of the victims, but especially to Allison, Ron's wife, and his sisters and his family and neighbors. He indeed was a great loss for the community. Madam President, it seems to me that coming out of Hurricane Beryl, there are some who would like to rewrite history and present alternative facts. Madam President, I think the chance to do that is being taken because a calculation is made that either one, many of us who did experience Hurricane Ivan and its aftermath have forgotten, and then the majority of the others, our youthful population, close to 60%, was simply too young to remember or were not yet born. So, Madam President, I will take a few minutes as a former history teacher to rectify and correct the record. Hurricane Ivan was a Category 3 hurricane that struck Grenada on 7th February 2004. Sorry, 7th September 2004. Yes. 7th, yes, there are some good students here, quick to correct. September 7th, 2004, at around 2 o'clock in the afternoon. And Madam President, the current leader of the opposition was Prime Minister at the time. He led a government with a one-seat majority in the Parliament. Honorable Tillman Thomas was the leader of the opposition, having 7 of the seats in the Parliament at the time. And Hurricane Ivan struck just over 1 year after an election. So while most of the members of the opposition in the lower house were new to the Parliament, many on the government side were not new because they had just come from a full majority, a super majority in the lower house, having won the 1999 elections 15-0. When Hurricane Ivan struck, one of the first things, well, initially in the early hours following Hurricane Ivan and up to the following day, we the people did not know where our leader was. we did not know where our leader was. And we learned that our then Governor General, Sir Daniel Williams, apparently also did not know where his Prime Minister was. And he walked from Upper Lucas Street to Redgate. That's where his house is? Wester Hall, St. David's. But I know it was from Lucas Street, my neighborhood, to St. David. Walked, because Government House was utterly destroyed, the official Governor General's residence. We found out later that our Prime Minister was somewhere out there in the sea on a ship seeking refuge, right? A battleship that roves the Caribbean Sea and is ready at short notice when disaster strikes. That's where it turns out our Prime Minister was. Shortly after that, as happened with Beryl, our regional neighbors and friends rallied. So the nation of Trinidad was among the first to come forward. There was a helicopter flying around, and then we learned that the Prime Minister was taken to Trinidad by helicopter ride. Next thing, there were reports that the Prime Minister indicated that members of the opposition was trying to overthrow the government, taking the opportunity of the disaster to overthrow the government. How did that come about, Madam President? It happened because the then opposition, seeing the devastation caused by Hurricane Ivan, called or offered support. And I think in one way expressed it as having a government of national unity. Everybody coming together, opposition and government alike, to rebuild. To that, the then Prime Minister responded, no, two man rat can't live in the same hole. So the offer at national unity to reconstruct after Hurricane Ivan was rejected. And then a complaint was made to our neighboring Prime Minister then, Patrick Manning, that those guys, because of course there were some guys in there who had a revolutionary past, the current member for the town of St. George, Mr. Nazim Burke, Mr. George Prime, all of these people were in the opposition. And they were accused of trying to overthrow the government. And they had to go down to Trinidad to meet with Mr. Manning themselves to disabuse of the notion. So that's the background. We know for a fact, Madam President, that up to today, 20 years after Hurricane Ivan, virtually all of the government buildings that were destroyed by the hurricane remain in ruins. York House, Government House, virtually all of the district medical officers' residence, because indeed there was a time when the district medical officers had government residence. So there was one in New Hampshire, I think, St. David, all of them, St. Mark's, all right? So all of the government buildings that were severely damaged or destroyed by Hurricane Ivan remain today. The old barracks on Melville Street, the drill yard, I could go on and on. Because the only government structures that were eventually repaired, and I guess out of necessity, were the schools. And not even all, because I could immediately think of the St. Luke's Primary School in Grenville Vale that was never rebuilt. So that's the legacy we're talking about. Yes, so if you're talking about leadership and legacy, these are the historical facts of what transpired in the aftermath of Hurricane Ivan. In terms of private residences, the majority of those residences were rebuilt by people having their own insurance and through their own efforts. And yes, some of the lower income homes, there was assistance from the government of Guyana. There was some Vincentians and so who came in. Yes, that happened. But there are many homes that were never rebuilt after Hurricane Ivan because the people could not manage and they got no assistance. Take a drive up the Beaulieu main road and look to your, if you head into Granitham, focus on your left and you will see quite a few of those homes because Beaulieu was an area that got seriously damaged by Hurricane Ivan. I think there was a fatality or two up there as well. So there's a history, there's a legacy. So yes, my dear colleague, Senator Franklin, we will look, we will learn, and we will take a lesson in what not to do. Contrast, Madam President, with the passage of Hurricane Beryl, a stronger hurricane than Ivan, smaller space in terms of square mileage, yes, but doing arguably much more damage. I went up 2 or 3 days after Beryl, and I think things were worse than they were at Ivan. Madam President, as we speak, almost all the government structures on Carriacou and Petit Martinique are nearing completion for renovation. We are 2 months after the hurricane, Madam President, and reconstruction and recovery is a process and a long one too, not a 2-month process. Not a 2-month process, a long, arduous process. Most of the government structures, the police station, the court, the admin building, most of them, they are already being renovated and some nearing completion. Most of the schools are nearing completion. Madam President, after Hurricane Ivan, schools reopened the following January. So this notion that we should suffer a Category 4 devastating hurricane and reopen school as scheduled is just straight impractical, and those who know, and for those who know better, dishonest. For those who say that we can do it, we can be ambitious, we can try, we can make efforts, but when those efforts do not come to fruition, it is not a point on which the government should be bashed. Because after Hurricane Ivan, it wasn't until January that schools reopened. So, Madam President, I spoke about how our then Prime Minister reacted after Hurricane Ivan. The current Prime Minister, when it was clear that we were going to take a hit, a direct hit, what did he do? He found himself at Central Command, at the NAGMA Central Command, and he stayed there. He stayed there for days and weeks, only briefly, after a while getting a shower, but in the beginning he didn't even get a shower. Madam President, he stayed there with the disaster relief workers. He gave us constant updates and briefings. He took charge. He did not go and accuse nobody of trying to overthrow him. Instead, he embraced all assistance offered and immediately brought hope to the people, particularly to the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique, so that we understand that this too shall pass. Our Prime Minister, and that is admitted by some people who are known to be more supportive of the opposition than the government. our Prime Minister was a shining light. He stood out and he showed real leadership. And if my colleagues on the other side do not believe me, ask Bishop Devon Rashi. Because there were people such as him commending the Prime Minister for his handling of this disaster. And it is said, you know a good leader, not based on how they lead in times of peace, but how they manage and lead in times of crisis. And for sure, in the Honorable Deacon Mitchell, we are lucky and blessed in Grenada to have him at the helm of leadership in this country. So, when you think of trying to bash and complain, think again, go dig up the old articles online and compare 2004 with 2024. Madam President, in this budget, this supplementary budget, every ministry, almost every ministry, is seeking supplementary support for the relief efforts in Carriacou and Petite Martinique and the northern part of the island of Grenada. That is because, Madam President, all hands are on deck. We are working together to rebuild our country. So, Madam President, the Ministry of National Security, for example, secured 11 vehicles, because in the days immediately following the hurricane, when we went up to Carriacou, we didn't all go together. We went some at a time. And one of the obvious things there was a lack of sufficient transportation on the island. Almost all the vehicles were damaged by debris, and a lot of them were down. And so a lot of relief was coming in, a lot of stuff to be done, a lot of volunteers, but not enough transportation to move people and items around Carriacou. So 11 vehicles were purchased in short order and sent up to Carriacou. And I think there were a couple others, 3 or so, subsequent. So in all, about 15 or so motor vehicles of different types were sent to Carriacou. And the hundreds of volunteers from the mainland and from Carriacou and from neighboring CARICOM countries and beyond were able to have use of those vehicles to get relief supplies into the nooks and crannies of Carriacou and Petite Martinique. And I saw with my own 2 eyes, I moved around with him for a little while, the MP for the constituency of Carriacou and Petite Martinique, kayaks, your real choose. You chose right by Tevin Andrews. Because I moved around with him for a bit, and as we were moving around, and people were stopping, people were indicating, well, we didn't get relief in this village, we didn't get here yet. He was physically going and making sure the areas that were not touched were supplied with relief. He worked hard, hands-on, him and his peers and the support staff. And we must really, really commend and give them an applause, as this House would normally do it. Madam President, the Ministry of Economic Development, Agriculture, Planning, they also are in with supporting the relief effort for farmers and fishers. One-off payments. I can't remember the acreage, but it's 5,000 one way and 9,000 the next. I think over 5 acres is 9,000 Yeah. And below is 4,005. And many other initiatives by that particular ministry that would bring relief to our people who have been affected by the hurricane. The Ministry of MIT. Well, again, I think the member for St. George South and the other place deserves a table knock in this house, you know. I think so. Yeah, man. Because the Ministry of MIT has been at the forefront of the recovery and relief effort, particularly the cleaning and clearing of debris. And that ministry, led by the Honorable Minister, has been mobilizing literally hundreds of people every weekend to go up to Carriacou. And, Madam President, the speed with which the bulk of the debris was cleared because of these efforts puts the efforts in 2004 to shame. Because we were in garbage for a long time in 2004. Those of us who remember well, it was the Venezuelans and the Trinidadians, thanks to them, who came and started cleaning, and then we joined, long after. But here we have a leader and a government that could mobilize its own people to lead that effort. And you would see, Madam President, virtually all of the appropriations under the Ministry of MIT is designated to hurricane, burial, recovery, and reconstruction. The Ministry of the Environment is also contributing heavily to the relief and recovery effort. And we see there an appropriation for the Solid Waste Management Authority and also for cleaning up the marine spaces, because of course we have to get the sunken vessels out of the water before fluids, oils, and so start leaking into the water. And arrangements have been made for that to be done through the ministry, the Environment Ministry, and we see the allocation there in the budget. Madam President, my brother, Minister for Education, will speak for itself, but you will see there, Madam President, allocations for providing relief, again, to the people who have suffered as a result of the hurricane. And also, you will see an appropriation there to take care of our workers at TAMCC, who were not otherwise provided for in the 2024 budget by way of salary increases commensurate with that which was given to other public workers. So the TAMCC staff are getting their 4% as well. And this has to be provided for in the supplementary budget. Yeah, we are government for workers, and the workers know it. Madam President, also, Madam President, and I guess the timing was perfect because we were also down-spirited because of the hurricane, our athletes went to Paris and did us proud. Madam President, our Kirani James, our Lyndon Victor, Anderson Peters, what's Haley's surname again? Tilly Collymore, Zachary Alexander, no, not Alexander, Zachary Alexander is a karate man, Gresham, Zachary Gresham, and I keep forgetting Haley's. The Hazard, Haley Hazard. All of them represented us well, and we are proud of all of them, and we congratulate them. But Madam President, we celebrate with and congratulate Lyndon Victor, the Caribbean Ironman, and Anderson Peters, who, in relation to whom the Olympic medal was long in coming. We knew that ultimately he would have medaled at the Olympics, and he did it. And so, Madam President, what our athletes had gotten used to was a lot of talk when they do well, and a lot of pronouncement, but no real delivery, no real and proper celebration of them. And we thought, especially in this year of our Golden Jubilee, and with Grenada coming home with 2 medals from 1 Olympics, and topping the globe for the country with the most medals per capita. In addition to which, having one of our very own with his name written in the books of Olympic history as a record holder, because Lyndon now holds the record for the discus in the decathlon. He has the record now. And then, of course, our javelin thrower stamping his name in Olympic and world athletic history as one of the best of all time. And of course, the undisputed King James, the most celebrated quarter miler in the history of the sport, whether you talk World Championship or Olympic Championship. He is the most celebrated. The only one to have won all of the medals, and at age 31, he ran a faster race. Though he placed 5th, he ran a faster race than he did when he got the gold. So he's getting like fine wine, better with age. So we had so much to be proud of with our athletes that it would really have been remiss of us if we did not celebrate them and bring them home in fine style. And so, Madam President, in the supplementary appropriation here, we see an allocation of $1.2 million for our Olympians in terms of the celebrations and the homecoming ceremonies. But that wasn't all, Madam President. This government, beforehand, we didn't wait for them to do well to celebrate and jump in the front. Beforehand, and quietly behind the scenes, we supported and invested in them in their journey to Paris. Government provided $574,000 thereabouts for them to take part. Let me get the exact figure, $573,963 for our athletes to be able to be ready and to compete at the Paris Olympics. And that's what we mean when we say we invest in our youths. We spent money on all of them to get them to Paris and to have them comfortably competing. And by the way, we supported some of the sports administrators as well who traveled to Paris with them. And this is another item provided for in this supplementary budget, which was not catered for in the budget in December when we read it. So, Madam President, with these observations, I wholeheartedly support the bill, and I urge my colleagues on both sides in this honorable House to do the same. Thank you. Madam President, just before I take my seat, to pause, to extend, on behalf of the government of Grenada, heartfelt congratulations to our very recently retired Chief Justice, who has been appointed as a member of His Majesty's Privy Council. And as we all know here, the Privy Council is our highest court. And to have our own Chief Justice appointed to this august institution is really a shining and joyous and proud moment, not just for the Eastern Caribbean, but for all of the Caribbean. So congratulations to Her Ladyship, Dame Janice Pereira. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator, the Honorable Claudette Joseph. There are 3 senators on the left, and the floor is being taken by Senator Roderick St. Clair. You have the floor, sir, and it's 4:20, just about.
Yes, Madam President, they said they want me to speak first, so they're sure they would leave early. If I speak last, then we may still hunger, so I understand. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to make my contribution to the Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024. Of course, there has been a series of explanations as to why we need this supplementary and all of those issues. I think the explanations has been good because many a time we have to provide, some knowledge, civics to our citizens so that they understand the context. And of course, we may even ask ourselves, why is it had to happen so late? Shouldn't it happen earlier? So if you know that it's happening, shouldn't it happen earlier? April, May, Sometime we end up in November, something happened, and you may need to even have another one. You never know. Okay? As customary, I always like to have a theme to help me and to guide me, Madam President. And so, as I ponder for today, I've considered my my theme and my topic to be at the crossroads, because this is what I'm hearing in this honorable house and the world too. Many options, many decisions to be made, many priorities. How do you decide? How do you contemplate? So the issue of at the crossroads, there are many decisions to be made, many opportunities ahead of us and with us, and how do we decide on those areas? However, Madam President, before I go into the budget issues, I want to also make some cursory remarks on the papers laid, the medium-term media review report. I may do some connections in the presentation, but I just want to make some observations, make some remarks and some observation. A key observation that I've made in this report had to do with the whole issue of the need for better data, better information to inform the whole process. In fact, very early in the document, that came to light, and I'll refer to this in a while, and not realizing as I read to the end, and then I saw the cabinet summary statement, which literally asked the the Minister for Finance to ensure that there is proper systems for data collection and analysis. I think though, Madam President, it is more than the Minister for Finance. Whilst yes, the staff in there and they are doing, you know, good human work and contribution to prepare those reports, the whole issue of data and data analytics and data collection is something that really, and maybe it's not just a national problem, it's a big issue, having data. And so I think it's something that the government as a whole will want to look at, and not just as the Ministry of Finance and make the minister look as if he's he, because a lot of the information that is compiled there are sourced from other places. And so this is one of the areas I wanted to flag, and I was happy to see that Cabinet in his own wisdom realized that's an issue. So we need to look at it. And of course, in agriculture itself, we know that we have a lot of this information deficit, particularly when you deal with the informal sector, data collection. Some people feel it's tax information you want, so they won't share information with you. In fact, that brought me to an interesting observation pertaining to the MNIB. There's some statements there in terms of MNIB would have purchased 30-something% more bananas than the previous year. But if you do your research, you realize that the major player who were involved in banana, may so rest in peace, Mr. Harford, would have passed. And as a result of that, most of the farmers would have now gone back to the MNIB to sell. So the question is, did we really have a net increase in production in the country? Because as I look around, you can't even find the right bananas in most places. I went to Real Value 3 times this week and there was no ripe bananas. So the point is that, and then the irony of it, when you look at the same report, there was a superscript 2 that speaks of the MNIB data being used as a proxy to speak of the national production, especially in the fruits and veg sector. And so we know that MNIB has been on a dwindle for the last few years. And so if we use it as a proxy, then it also tells you how calibrated is this instrument that we're using and the result of the information that we are looking at. So it says again, the issue of data collection and analytics, we really need to do that. So when I saw that up there and then I see the Cabinet speaks in the end, I was happy that they picked it up, and of course, some support provided. Well, of course, not in this budget, there is no supplementary support for that, but at least maybe in the next round. Another observation that I also made in the report is the whole issue of construction sector and agriculture has been flagged constantly as two of the sectors to really revitalize the whole economy. In fact, somewhere on page 39 of the report, there's a paragraph there that speaks specifically to agriculture and manufacturing to push the whole economy and link back to the whole issue of our food security. But at the same time, the report speaks about our food import bill rising, increasing the import of frozen meat and so on. So it tells generally that where is that strategy? And I think the report could have left us with some more ideas of strategy. How do we move forward? Because, for example, we know there is the well-spoken about World Bank Food Security Project, 27 million EC dollars. And while we are not aware as to how much of that is spent up to date, I think in the outlook, that is perhaps the single most important project that has so much of money allocated for it to really to make this sort of difference in food security. And I think that the report could have flagged that as a hope, because there was no hope in that area. Of course, the report highlighted the issue of nutmeg, cocoa, fish as main exports, agriculture, and of course, it speaks of animal feed, which we know, of course, the Caribbean Agro is a major producer. But at the same time, the report highlighted, Madam President, an increase of some 43% in local feed production, and linked that with increase a hope for stimulating the whole livestock and feed industry in Grenada. And to me, I associated that more with increasing feed prices, increase in raw material prices, than increase in real availability on the local market, because we know for the past few years, the cost of feed has been rapidly rising, up. My good friend, Senator Luis, who represents the workers there and is in direct contact, he knows my view and intelligence on this matter. And so I'm not too sure if that conclusion is a proper conclusion. Of course, there are some other areas about inflation and food index. I think Senator Franklin would have spoken on that, so I wouldn't really go there, because he is more versed, I believe, in this area than I am. Only in the report, though, Madam President, there were some areas that were highlighted as factors that can be linked to our whole agriculture performance. Interestingly, climate change, which we know is a big threat to everything, not just agriculture, was not even mentioned. But the issue of roads and infrastructure and inputs and so on. And of course, those are issues. Labor. In fact, there are persons that I know over the last year or so, especially since this minimum wage has been spoken about and how do we get better performance of workers, have been speaking about the importation of labor so that we have more persons to perform work in this country, particularly in the agriculture sector. Somehow we seem to be shy on it, but we are open to have imported labor for many other things in the country. So sometimes, you know, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have engineers, you could limit chefs and everything. But when it comes to agriculture workers, we seem to have some sort of fear. It's something that we need to open up on, and we need to cater for, because the need is even urgent more now, bearing in mind all the devastation from the hurricane, than ever. Have a new way of thinking, do things differently. Fear not to go forward. And that is why, Madam President, I say we are at the crossroads. Crossroads where key decisions have to be made for key outcomes. Should be with no fear. So the issue of roads is a big issue. Farm roads is a big issue for our farmers. And I say this in light of, when you look at the budget, supplementary in particular, it's exciting. Emergency roads, 10 small roads, I think 15 million cater for those areas under the infrastructure ministry. And I'm happy to see that. But farm roads are roads too. If you take out farm in front of it, maybe they may fix them. They are roads. But instead of say small roads. So it's interesting, you know, how prepare things. So maybe it's small farm roads, I don't know, but maybe when I look at the amount of roads that is under infrastructure, I think infrastructure may need to take on some of the flag there and do some work. I say this because I want to segue a little bit. I travel Granitang every day, Granitang Road, and I'm sure many other travelers on the road would want to compliment well, I won't say the government, but the ministry, because the ministry, the government have an idea, but the ministry doing the work. For the widening. Now you're traveling on the road too, you know, and you're not speaking about it. I'll speak about it, right? It's been wide. No, it's a good thing. Moving off some of the stones and widening the road. I just trust that the drivers don't try to take advantage of the situation, now that our sight is longer, try to overtake and so on, but the slippage potential. So I must say that this is something that is good, and it's happening in a way that is not really disturbing or in any way interfering significantly the flow of traffic, you know. So the guys that are working there, I think they are also doing well in terms of facilitating the movements and so on. So what we see there, we want to see it also in the byroads, on the farms, because it means that we know how to do it. And so sometimes, Madam President, I ask myself, how we just know sometimes to not do the right things? And so if this is the right thing, then let us do the right thing and help to fix those other roads. So I trust that before the year is up, we will see similar initiatives getting in and providing some support to the farmers. Because if they cannot get to the roads or get to the lands properly, this rebuilding that we need to be doing right now would definitely be a problem. And I'm speaking here, Grenada, I know Carrico also, they do have the issues, Dumfries Road and all of those roads, but I'm happy to see that. At the same time, Madam President, as I was discussing in a sidebar with my colleague earlier, Senator for Business, we have flagged also SIEP. You know, I personally have been involved in the selection of some of these roads, about 15 or 20 roads, about 4 years ago. And it's interesting that I see about 5 of those roads showing up now to be fixed. And the notes pertaining to it is that, well, you know, the 15 million is needed because they didn't anticipate it would have cost so much, so we need an extra $15 million. I tried going back to the 2004 original budget to see what was the original amount that was budgeted for, but I couldn't see it. I didn't really get around to it. But I do hope, as Senator Cox was raising, that these roads can actually be completed within the year. Because it's farm roads, not like, it's kind of not like they just put in pitch. Yeah, no, not roads, yeah, farm roads, yeah. Sorry, Madam President. So for example, if I list some of the road, they speak about the Montreux Bridge, the Rukane Road, Spring Garden, Dumfries, Mondo, Badia Bridge, right? Farm access roads. And I mean, I'm familiar with the groundwork for these, but the point is that we should have seen we needed 15 million long. We are quite down in September. So by the time you do scope of work and this and that and mobilization, these roads might be ready till next year. So I trust that SIEP and its leadership can really make this happen, but we are happy to see that this is here, because that is always a big issue for our sector. Right? The other point I also want to make, Madam President, pertaining to the budget also, we speak about $375,000 for hydroponics for the schools, I guess the 4-H and so on. This is also commendable, because we have to show the younger ones at the school level the technology and so on. So the key is, at the end of the day, Madam President, are two things. One, and we have to be careful, sustainability. Because you may have a teacher who is fully enthusiastic and everything now, and next year they retired, or they move to another school. Because we have seen that. The same junior achievement my dear friend spoke about earlier, there are a lot of those initiatives is because personnel changes. So we have to ensure that there is proper sustainability in terms of succession and continuation. That's one angle. And any other angle relates to maintenance. It's always good for someone to give you something, but sometimes, how do you maintain it? And for persons involved in these things, they know that maintenance, sometimes the plastic bus, you have to get monies to repair it, and does the school itself even have money sometimes to get so much other things? How would it be maintained? You could say, well, it can be done as a business, so when they sell products, then they can ensure that some monies remain to be able to maintain it. I'm not saying no, but what we're saying is that whoever is supervising and managing, that those things are in place. Otherwise, it would end up with just the frame, weeds growing, and it was something of the past. I've been around in the same teaching sector, and you have seen it. Teacher change, and everything abandoned. So I really urge that both the Ministry of Agriculture and, of course, the Ministry of Education, because it's connected to the school, that you have some sustainable approach to ensure that this good practice will continue. Madam President, as I go further down on the supplementary estimates, I want to flag right. So I want to flag also, Madam President, under is hurricane. Oh, let's let me get the right heading so you could follow with me. It's under the Ministry of Economic Development, Planning, Tourism, ITC, and the Creative Economy. It's basically the last row, which speaks about livelihood and recovery support for SIAP beneficiaries, right? Some $2 million. And it says the rationale is to support damage assessment and institutional arrangements to develop and implement the hurricane burial economic and social recovery plan. But the explanation for it says to provide support to site beneficiaries. So I'm kind of a little bit confused, so that is why I flagged this, because if it's to provide support to the beneficiaries, even if you are doing an assessment, I should see somewhere in that last column speaking that we expect to have 50 persons benefiting, 300 persons benefiting. I'm not seeing that. I'm seeing it more as an institutional arrangement and damage assessment. It didn't speak of and providing of benefits to beneficiaries. So I sort of flagged how this budget line intends to, in addition to what it says it will do, bring the benefits to the beneficiaries. That is not clear to me. I'm a little bit shaky on that one. So I'd like some explanation on that. The other area I want to speak on, it speaks of the Ministry of Mobilization, Implementation, and Transformation, and it seems like everybody must go there. It's the whole nation is involved. But my flagging is not about whether Carriacou get houses or Sotes get houses. My flagging there is, what is the protocol? What's the process? Would there be people go and fill up a form? What is the criteria for making the selection? You see, because sometimes people may have hope, but the hope may not be a proper hope when they realize the criteria, and so they ain't get nothing. And so this, I think, would be interesting to know. Of course, I know it's not something that might be put in a document like that, but it's always good to know what is the procedure, such that one can appeal, one can say, well, why I didn't get, because, I mean speaking to someone in the north recently, and he said to me, Sir St. Clair, don't worry yourself, because my roof gone, the whole roof peel off, I don't even have anything. And as NADMA, as whoever, they came to take all information, and she really needed help to at least get a tarpaulin. Why she know others with tarpaulin that. And I was shocked. She said, don't worry yourself. And I say, wow. You know, so I don't know. I'm not into the politics about who I get. But the fact that she raised that to me, as she's a farmer, and she said, look, this is the situation. And I say, Lord, I say, but no. I say, you speak to NADMA? She said, yeah, I speak to that. I say, they collect. She said, yeah. I said, oh, don't worry. I think that I didn't even see these 200 houses support. I say, these things take a while. I know, these things do take a while. So do have hope. But she said, well, I can't even get current because you know I don't have a roof. So Grenlec can't even come. I say, I don't understand. Just hold on, it takes time. Something will happen. You know, so I'm not worried, but I just raising what was raised with me. But I would like to know the procedure, the protocol. Is it, because, you know, you have to make a decision at the crossroad. You must make a decision based on the severity of the situation. Right. So under the MIT, Madam President, again, vote 29, this speaks of $8 million, rehabilitation and construction of small roads within the parishes throughout Grenada. This represents approximately 20 small roads to facilitate the completion of 26 houses and the completion of 15 new houses in St. Patrick. So in addition to the houses, there seem to be some 20 small roads. And I'm saying, well, we're really not doing a good work in agriculture, because 20 small roads, they don't seem to be farm roads, they don't seem to be road helping. Because at the end of the day, Madam President, why is yes, we need those roads? Simple clearing, the bushing, some binders is all the farmers want, such that they can able to get to the farm, right? So this is a special call to MIT, that you might be able to do 5 or 6 small roads, small farm roads within the budget you have. And I know, as my dear sister, Senator Claudette Joseph, AG, asked for a table knock in this house, it means that we could send a message over to the Honorable Minister. Please include us in the farming community for some small farm roads, please. As I go further, Madam President, Ministry of Climate Resilience, the Environment and Renewable Energy, it's good to see that we're actually getting close to find out how we could use this geothermal. It may work, it may not work, we don't know. But the fact is that there is nothing wrong in exploring those possibilities. And I don't think we should run away from those possibilities. And of course, I do understand the nature of the budget request now, because sometime in your analysis and you're putting a figure too early, you may not be ready based on the analysis and all those things you have to do. So that is fine. It seems to be a project in a project document that yield that. The Sargassum conference, it'll be interesting to see where we go with that. The conference is good, but what is the legacy of that conference? What would we be able to do something, right? With the Sargassum, etc., and so on. We have to see how do we engage the different research institutions to find the sort of innovation that we need. So this I have no objection, because Sargassum is a big issue for us. The fisher folks, same as tourists, even regular beach users. But at the same time, Madam President, it would be remiss of me not to find out why. Maybe again the money is too small. The whole issue of registering and becoming a member of the World Meteorological Organization is less than $10,000, we know, a year, which would give us significant access to weather information and all of those things. And I don't know why we're running away from, maybe, as I said, the budget is too small for that. It's very important. So, for example, this storm we just went through, Burial, our folks down at the Maurice Bishop Highway, Mr. Taman, his team, and Ms. Johnson and others, would be much better equipped to provide much more information and be even better prepared in times of these disasters. And I make a special appeal that we need to become a member of this. You know, the staff in there knows that. I know they have communicated that. Many who have gone before would have communicated. And the obligation is very simple. In fact, if we didn't have budget, we could have used out of the same CREF money that we get to take out $10,000 and pay for it. Because all that is part of building the resilience, information, data, analytics, improving. So when we speak about improving the data, improving data collection, improving analytics, this is part of the infrastructure. And so this, I thought, would have been present. I thought that was oversight, I hope, that there could be some way that funds can be observed to help with that. At the same time, we have to still commend the folks at the Met Office for providing the marine advisories on a daily basis to assist the fisher folks and other seafarers in the action. You know, they're still trying even if they don't have, which is good. You know, some people, if they don't have, they just don't do. They are still trying even if they don't have. Madam President, as I move on to the next section, Ministry of Infrastructure, Physical Development, Public Utilities, Civil Aviation, and Transport. Again, it speaks of emergency roads, and I think maybe Granitang might be part of these emergency roads, but access to some of our farms, even now, is still emergency roads. And so I trust that we can be able to provide an inventory of some of these roads, such that between MIT and between infrastructure, something can be happening on our farm. Because if you have midterm review report saying we have to focus on agriculture, focus on manufacturing, then the question begs, how do we get to where the resources, how do we get to where the land is, how do we get to where the crop is, how do we get to the, maybe take a helicopter, I don't know. How much of us could afford a helicopter to get in and out to our farms? You know, so there must be a concerted effort. In fact, this morning a farmer sent me a photo It's funny, it's a photo, so I cannot do like Senator Cox and read the text. I don't know how to read the text of a photo. But send me a photo to showing the access to the Bulong propagation station from the Paraclet end. That since after Lili, the politicians will deal with that aspect about who government was in power at that time. But since then, it's some logs of wood that they have over a ravine to be crossing. And this is what I'm saying, Madam President. The MIT and the Infrastructure Ministry, these are the sort of things that we need to pick up and could enable the lives of easy 30, 40, 50 persons, 50 farmers, and provide employment easily. Simple things. Simple things. And this is why I say sometimes we are at the crossroads, because sometimes the decisions are simple. The information is simple. But you ask yourself why the decisions are not being made. Maybe because a lot of data analytics, maybe, I don't know. So this is an area. At the same time, as I say, I'm not getting into which government was in power and who leave what building, they don't fix what building and what building don't fix. But maybe next round I will get into it. But it's important to note the repairs on the buildings that are targeted. In fact, the police stations, and not because about whether or not supporting the police or not supporting the police, but the police is an important infrastructure for us in the agriculture sector in terms of the pre-Lassini support. And now I could understand if the house where they stay in is not well, how would they do anything? And so I fully support the fixing of these houses, the place of abode, so that they can have a restful mind. And of course, as a result of that, we might be able to see an improvement in our whole pre-Lassini enforcement on the ground. Because I guess they are frustrated, they're not happy, so they just do just the minimal. I'm also happy to see that the extension office in Grenville, Agriculture Extension Office, is also targeted, because this is a matter that has been raised with me over and over by several persons who visit the office and who works at the office. And to see it being flagged there, done for repairs, is good news. Whether it could fix between now and December is another story. But of course, it is done, and so we'll monitor the progress and see where we reach from there. As I go further, Madam President, the issue of the Ministry of Carrico and P.T. Matnick Affairs, local government, but I'm not getting into the local politics. I want to say on this, particularly as it relates to, and of course, before I go further, I should say, that from the Carrico end, seriously devastated. I mean, I have not family, but a lot of friends, associates. In addition to the farming community, is a place that I visited very often in my previous work, because we had a location up there. So I'm pretty much understanding the situation. And so my heart to reach out to Carrico in its fullest support. I've been in phone conversation with many of them, and of course, as I committed that in September, as my good friend Senator Louis said, when school opened, I plan to visit the island. And that's a concern, Madam President. What really is the package? What really is the announcement for the fisher folks, the farmers in that community? We have not heard anything publicly. Notwithstanding, I've been made aware that plans is put in place, Carrick will be treated differently, and I appreciate that because the level of damage, the nature of rebuilding, etc., is important. And so we look forward to the rebuilding effort and the support that the sector ordained. At the same time, the request pertaining to Carrick is a place that is livestock. Livestock is the main thing. So the issue of water storage, the issue of fencing, those are very critical for them at this time so that they can get their stocks back and manage that. So in whatever is being done, in addition to income support or whatever it is, Carrick will need to have that major support. I'm aware that there has been some support out of Trinidad with some feed and so on to provide some feed support for the animals, but they need to have them secured because stray dogs is an issue, we know, also in those areas. So that is a query that is out. As we move further, of course, the issue of our Olympians and who could run good and who and so on, I join in that effort of celebrations. I wouldn't tie up my time in that space. At the same, Pardon me? Oh, yeah, so I will not tie up my time in that space. Notwithstanding, I tried to run once a time in my school sports, but I didn't get anywhere far. You know, but it's good. Lyndon is the one from St. David's. I met him at Independence and we had a nice chat, and he was telling me about his pig farm and all of those things and so on. So I say this to say that while we may say they are out there doing their due in the Olympics, they also have their ground on the agriculture sector. And so I thought I wanted to create that connection. That's why I went there. But as we go further down, Madam President, the issue of the Ministry of Agriculture, Lands, Forestry and Fisheries, which at the same time is a substantive support, I would say at the Grenada end. We have to recognize, and I will speak to that, the support from the Ministry of Agriculture, Government of Grenada, for the whole agriculture sector. Of course, we have to understand with the passage of Beryl, it's tough. A lot of persons particularly not. And of course, while the government would have come in with the income support, this is in no way is going to help you to rebuild your farm or rebuild anything. So these monies must be used wisely by the farmers, you know, such that they can able to use some to keep their life going, but of course some to get the farms back. We have to, at the same time, from the cocoa nutmeg farmers sector, to thank the government in addition to previous thanking for their ready response in contributing the $500,000 EC dollars, which was public in the press conferences, towards the crop insurance, which would have made significant assistance in this difficult time. This is a very important thing, and the call here is for farmers to, whether you are fisher folks, whether you is agro-processing, whatever it is, to really try and sign up for this crop insurance parametric plan for the next season, so that even if government gives some contribution, you already have something for yourself, and that has to be a major aspect. The other thing I want to also connect to that, Madam President, is the need for the NIS, or farmers or vendors, everyone need to be trying to be NIS registered, such that in times of these, you can able to get some sort of benefit for you and your employer. These are things that we need to start doing for good businesses, right? What I would want to say, we also want to recognize the support for our fresh produce exporters also. They're involved in exporting of the product, the agro-processors, persons involved in nurseries, all the livestock. So overall, the intervention, we must say, is wide and encompassing. You may want more, but you cannot get more now, but we expect more. And so the issue of what is the plan for the future? What is the support? We're still waiting on the ministry and the government to hear that plan. I heard the minister in the other place speaks about the government estates. And of course, we trust that the government estates will become a key part of our food security plan, because there is where you can produce many products at good prices, and you need to also connect that back with the MNIB. The MNIB is very important for our food security. We can jump up, we can jump down, because it is very important. Madam President, let me tell you something. After Hurricane Ivan, now we go back in history. Yes. No, because you see, Madam President, you have to learn.
Senator,
you have to learn from the
you.
rubric. We're learning from the rubric.
Yes.
After,
We have 3 more speakers and 70 minutes and a bill to pass.
Yeah.
So I know you were giving me full cooperation. Thank you, sir.
Don't be worried. I'm not going to relive Ivan's story. It wouldn't be 15 minutes. The farmers, the farmers were able, the banana farmers were able to regroup with the support of the MNIB, support of the Ministry of Agriculture, to be able to start shipping within 1 year an average of 800 boxes of bananas to Trinidad every week. The fact is, what I'm trying to say to you, Madam President, to us and everyone, at this crossroads, we have decisions to make. And some of these decisions are not difficult, but we have to ensure, as Senator Franklin said earlier, to look at the rubric. What have we done good in the past? These farmers, most of them are still around. We need this sort of food production, right? So this is what I'm trying to share with you. The other aspect also, Madam President, we noticed that there is an allocation of some $25 million, I think it is, pertaining to GDB for support to MSME, small business, and so on. Again, I think that was raised earlier. I trust that the application process is not cumbersome, is not frivolous, such that access of these funds becomes so difficult that it's a challenge. In fact, what is interesting, if you read the notes connecting to this, it says over 2 years. I thought that was very interesting. Over 2 years. So why not 1 year? Why not 6 months? If you want to stimulate, you know, so I think this 2 years is a little bit too long in the process. So with all of this said, Madam President and members in this honorable House, my message, my final message, connecting to this appropriation, supplemental appropriation bill, particularly as it relates to our agriculture sector, our fishing sector, that whole food sector, is that we accept the support, the direct support that is committed to, and we expect it soon. We will make the best use of it, but at the same time, we need to put a proper plan in place. We need to put proper resources in place, such that proper storage in place. So we have Tanya and Dashin and all of those things stored up for our future. We need to have that. At the same time, we want to urge the nation to continue to recognize the implications of our food import bill and our impact on our health. This is important, and I haven't heard that today. In fact, with so much issues you're hearing about health, we didn't see anything really about health. But when you have food issues, we have to be concerned about health issues, dietary, balanced diet, and all of those type of things. And so we should not miss that. Maybe through health education and all of those things. There might be more pressures on our school feeding program, right? So I raise all of these as we may not plan for it now, but it might be things that want to pop up on us. So with this, Madam President, I commend my comments on this supplementary bill 2024 as presented by our leader of government business. Thank you.
Well, I thank you, Senator, and I apologize for any interruptions. Welcome your contribution. May I remind us that we have, I believe, 3 more potential speakers, and about just a little over an hour, and we still have to finish the motion and get to the bill. So either we stay a little later, the clerk will leave 6:15 promptly, he has informed me. The deputy clerk will remain with us, and we will wrap up today or return tomorrow. Yes, I know it's Saturday, but the business, if it's not done today, it can be done tomorrow. And if not tomorrow, we resume on Monday. But bear in mind that some of us will not be here on Monday. So let's just go and see, as you ponder this, see what your wish is, guided by your wishes. So our 3 options are to complete within 70 minutes, to return tomorrow, Saturday, short meeting, or a return Monday with a different configuration. Caucus amongst yourself, or at least with yourself, actually, because I do not want 2 conversations in the Senate at the same time. And the first one will now commence with the next speaker. Should we break to caucus how we proceed? Just consult? Consult. Let us consult so we know exactly what we're doing. It's not a break, it's a consultation. Leader of government business, what say you, sir?
Madam President, I want to suggest that we finish this debate tonight. And the fact that we were scheduled for today only, it means that everybody else maybe have plans for other things. And tomorrow, I guess the reason why we want to hurry tonight, tomorrow might be the same. Because I think the issue is 6 to 6, Friday to Saturday. So I want to suggest that we wrap up this debate as quick as possible today. I myself will be leaving the country tomorrow at 3:30 p.m.
Opposition, what say you, sir? The same? Thank you. Therefore, we have 2 speakers on my left and 1 on my right. So 3 speakers, 70 minutes, and then the proceedings. So may I offer you each 15 minutes, is that right? Maximum? Clerk? 15 minutes each is 45 minutes for the 3 speakers. And then we have a few minutes for the procedural matters. Think about that, clerk.
Madam,
Our goal is 70 minutes, but as I said, we have the deputy clerk and we can continue beyond if we are not finished. But we do not want to shortchange anyone, and of course the leader of government business has to wrap up. So I think we're good. Senator David Andrew, you requested the floor? Not yet? Okay.
I will go.
Senator Salem?
Yes.
Rahman?
I have just briefly. Thank you, Madam President. Here's one. Thank you. In the interest of time, I will try to be as succinct as possible. So to begin my comments on this important supplement that is being sought, first is to give credit where credit is due. And I would like to commend the government for their swiftness in terms of their response to Beryl. I would like to do so because it is evident for all to see. As to the effect, what effect it had on the ground, those who are on the ground could tell us best. But in terms of their response, and in particular, the Prime Minister, as the Chief Minister, as the word prime would suggest, his response was on the go from the onset. And I don't think that is debatable, because we all saw it. I would also like to commend them, or the Prime Minister rather, led by the Prime Minister, shortly after, for meeting with private sector individuals in Carriacou to assess the damage and the impact of that damage that it had on their businesses. Because as we know, the government relies on the private sector to pay a significant amount of taxes, especially on the port, in addition to other taxes. And so it is in the interest of government, as well as the rest of society, who rely on the private sector for their groceries and their services, to make sure that when the aid comes to them, to help them to get back up on their feet, that it is sufficient. I'll come back to that, but I want to draw, Madam President, your attention to the macro, as we have been focusing a lot on the micro, and to look at the total of the supplementary appropriation bill that is being sought. You will see that that total is 269,558,086, whereas the total for in the supplementary estimates that we have before us, which is the detailed explanations, is a different figure, $300,000 difference. The total there is 269,898, not 598, and 86. So there seems to be some mistake. I stand corrected if I am making a mistake, but that's how I'm seeing it, and with the documents that have been provided. What has been asked for is $300,000 short. And move on. Hosting heads of CARICOM meeting in Grenada at the very time that our Prime Minister is taking up the seat as the chair of that very important body, historical body, was very timely, and I would commend them for that as well. Because in light of the stats on the 2024 mid-year review, when we look, we see a 25.6% increase from visitors in the Caribbean. So it is well placed to host the leaders of the Caribbean at the same time that we are experiencing increased visitor arrival from our neighbors. In particular, the island of Trinidad, which according to that mid-year review, it says stay-over arrivals from the Caribbean rose by 26.7% over the same period of last year, and 18.1% of that increase is from Trinidad alone. So that's very nice stuff, because when these foreigners come to see our beautiful island and our culture and our lovely seafood, which is unlike none other in the Caribbean, they will spend money and they will enjoy Grenada, and indeed they will want to come back. As my father did, by the way. So, moving on. Vote number 20. If I could bring your attention to vote number 20, which my colleague, Senator Roderick St. Clair, made mention of. It speaks of 2 bridges and 5 roads, which we all support, additional roads and connectivity within our country, and farmlands, which without, you cannot have a strong tourism sector without a strong agricultural sector. One feeds into the other. So we support that. But my concern is the reason given. And the reason given is very vague. And it's a lot of money. So we're speaking here about vote number 20. That's $15 million. Am I correct? Yes. Yes, correct. Vote, vote 26, item number 26. The first is $15 million, and that speaks to the roads. When you look at the reason given, it's the same exact sentence, for both of them. It says the cost of construction exceeded the original 2024 budget estimate. Now, my colleague did give an explanation as to why they would have to be extended, because in the beginning of a project, they cannot truly price the project. But you're talking about a budget estimate. An estimate is supposed to be a close figure. It's estimated to cost this. If it's estimated to cost this, you can't add $15 million to that afterwards. That's not a small amount. If it is a $500,000, a million, something within reason, or maybe $2 million, because unless it is additional scope of works that you're adding, but it didn't say that, and it's not giving us enough information there, and that's not a little bit of money. So that raised my attention that in the future they need to be more, look, we are responsible to the people, and we are not suspecting anything, but we want to make sure that when they when they speak of these things, which are additions to what is already passed, that it must have proper explanation attached to it. Trying to move on swiftly. It would have been interesting to know how much Ivan cost us. How much was the supplemental budgeted amount for Ivan? Because even though I agree with my colleague, Senator Joseph, that's the fact, that Hurricane Beryl was stronger and did more damage, because I had the opportunity to visit 2 days after I was there on the ground in Carriacou, along with some other business people and people who volunteered from the mosque, because you wouldn't find many business people coming without electricity and water to sweat it out and to distribute stuff. So, but it would give, and they did give, and we were able to, 2 days, we spent 2 days there, and we were able to distribute to 450 homes, very, very, very early in the game. So I would have liked to see a comparison with that budgeted amount back then, because while the hurricane Ivan was not as strong as Beryl, we have more infrastructure in the south. So the dollar value would have been significant. And to use that as a gauge to measure against this one, to see, okay, of course, taking in consideration perhaps 20 to 30% inflation, just to wrap our minds around this value as compared to that value. But I didn't have that information available, unfortunately. When it comes to the drilling vote, which is the capital expenditure, geothermal energy development, I am very, very happy to see this, because we have, it is no secret that our electricity costs are the highest, if not the highest, in the region, the second highest. It is very, very high. And recently in my trip to Guyana, we saw them investing in a $750 million plant, natural gas plant, which will cut the electricity bills in half. Now, their land is 7 feet below sea level, and they have had to, significant, maybe 20% of that is just their foundation cost. We have solid land in Grenada, and so we don't need that type of scale, 300 kilowatts of power. But the point is that they are investing in making efforts, government is, to lower the energy costs. And when I see this, that our government is testing, is drilling to see what they have, in addition to what they said they were doing by investigating the opportunities for oil and gas, it shows that they're probing, and I would like to see that continue, and I commend you for that. So keep it up where that is concerned. Very good. I would also like to make mention, sometimes when you have people on the ground, so we have 2 people on the ground, one in the lower house and one in the upper house, and both of them spoke today. Well, one of them spoke today. And the senator that spoke today spoke of his experience. Of course, they are on opposite side of the political fence. But if we read through the lines, we can maybe pick some of the things that we can look to improve on. So you mentioned that vehicles came, but perhaps the vehicles are not being put to the best use. That could be looked into to verify how they are being used and whether they are being used adequately. He mentioned concessions. That's an important one, because we know that the government is giving concessions. We've heard it, we know. But are the concessions adequate? That needs to be also looked into on the ground. And then he mentioned about the sporting fields, which should be cleared as soon as possible. We understand that if you have garbage everywhere, I've seen it. I was there. Actually, I passed him on the road when I was there 2 days after the hurricane. Right? I've seen the devastation and the garbage firsthand. It's so much. So obviously, the first clear space you have, you want to kind of start to neaten up the areas, because there's so many different areas to neaten up. So, but to clear them out as soon as possible, because it is a means of relief for youth to be able to get back to some sense of normalcy. So those are 3 points that I took from what he said that I would, advise you to look into. There's something that was mentioned to me by a farmer. Many of you know me, maybe I am also a registered farmer, probably not very good at it, but that's where my mom's side of the family comes from, that side of the island. And somebody recently mentioned to me a sponsor a spice tree program. Maybe you could call it Spice It Up. In collaboration with the GHTA, that the hotel sector and at the airport, we can use Beryl to raise awareness, to get some additional support from visiting tourists in the hotels and the tourists that are arriving. Perhaps we can ask them for a contribution of $10 US per tree, so that we can replant our spices, so that it does not only fall on government. The fact is, Grenada is the Isle of Spice. We have no choice but to replant and to replant quick. Many of our farmers are older, and I have heard some of them say, well, I planted back after Ivan, and now I lose a lot, and I don't know if I'm going back in that again. So even if they were to get the money, they need to be monitored to make sure the labor is also there to ensure, and the plants are there to ensure that they do plant back. Because once they plant back, they will look after it. But when you look at your land and you see that you lost more than 100, 200 trees, it does, you sit down and you wonder where to start. So that's an idea that I just wanted to share for whatever it is worth. And finally, promise to be short. Two more. Vote, there's the $15 million. There's another $15 million for reconstruction of 200 homes on mainland Grenada, where they speak about $50,000 each home. That's the kind of detail I like to see, because then I could see how many homes are being affected and how much money is going to be spent. So that $15 million, you explain that. But then there is another one which speaks to, on mine it says vote, right below vote 30. It speaks to $4 million, which is to be spent on a housing support program. Well, how is that different from the $15 million above? Because isn't that housing support too on mainland Grenada? Separate programs. Okay, but separate programs for the same thing. Okay, so then it should be, I just thought that, why was it separate? But if it's a separate program, then I understand. But the wording says that it is to address the same issue. So I just want to make mention of that. Yeah, and finally, I would like to commend the government and the private sector for the recognition that they have given to our athletes and the welcome that they gave to them, to treat them with honor as our national heroes, rightfully so. They really felt, you can see by their reactions how they felt, and it makes all of us, whether you're at home or you're in the diaspora, and you see that your own, when they come back and they've done so well and they achieve, and you see them happy, you feel as if you've won something too. So I want to commend them on that. A job well done. Keep it up. You're doing some good things. There are some areas you'll always have to take some criticism to improve in some areas, but generally we support, and I support, the supplemental appropriation bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Rahman, for content and for your time use. And I offer the floor to Senator David Andrew. Senator Andrew.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, I rise to support the supplementary appropriation as presented by the Leader of Government Business, and further to commend the government and its finance team for what I will term as a very responsive supplementary budget. All sectors have been appropriately touched or budgeted for, allocated for, and stimulus provided for. Our farmers and fisher folk, there's provision for them, notwithstanding the questions about the need for detail, we acknowledge, but that's been provided for. There has been provision for housing, there has been provision for social sector, for education, for infrastructure. Our athletes, and even before I say the athletes, I was happy to hear in particular that the Monsignor Bridge, the Marquis Bridge, is being considered as well. It's a very important bridge in the network of roads across the Eastern District, and we've been making lots of clamor about it. And so to see it being considered, whether it's for conceptual designs or initial works, I'm happy to see that happen. For housing and our athletes being featured for rewards and for celebration, all of these things were catered for in this supplementary appropriation, and I think it's very well placed. But before I go on, Madam President, to talk a little bit and give some explanations as to the need for the appropriation in relation to Vote 40, the Ministry of Education, where it says Youth, Sports and Culture as well. I just want to talk about, rebut a few things, talk about a few statements that were made on the other side, that I think serve probably as good political statements, good politicking, but serve to really and truly mislead the people. I'm not quite happy about that. So, Madam President, I start with one of the statements made by Leader of Opposition Business, Senator Cox, when he pointed out and lamented that this supplementary budget, although some persons talked about it being driven by Beryl, only had about 30% from his calculations of it towards Carriacou and Petit Martinique. Madam President, my calculation tells me that using his calculation, that reflects approximately $81 million of the appropriation to be spent between now and December. He later acknowledged, and we all do acknowledge, that any recovery process is not a 3-month or 4-month period. It's an ongoing process. So if, we can talk about population differences and sizes. We can compare the population in St. Patrick and the northern part of the country compared to population in Carriacou. We can talk about a number of different things that we can compare. But let those go. Just saying, we're talking about $81 million, that reflects that 30%, and to be spent in that period of time to the end of the year, and this process is ongoing. So a lot more would be spent, and the impression must not be conveyed that this is the sum total of what's going to be allocated towards the recovery effort in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I want to move to the second idea. Quite a bit was said about the Molinier Road project and the fact that there is a request for an appropriation of $12 million when the original project was $9 million, and that now it's $21 million. Well, I could appreciate that it is significant enough when a project cost $9 million initially, and now you're hearing a few years later that you need $12 million to complete the project. But there are reasonable explanations that were given prior about the need to excavate, the need to redo the designs. So it's not a case where there are no explanations given. Contrary to what it might be sounding as if it's just woeful misappropriation, and careless calculations, that's not the issue. And it must not be conveyed from this honorable house to try or to attempt to confuse or mislead our listening population. Further, Madam President, what concerned me even more was that they linked those sums and the 21 million then calculated and pointed it to a lack of leadership. Senator Cox belabored that it pointed to leadership and the lack of leadership. Well, I mean, and if that was what was said, I quickly remember a decade plus ago when we had, you see, when we had over 18 million US dollars that was drawn down and Grenadians have nothing to show for it under the former administration, not a thing to show for it. 18 million US dollars is approximately 48.6 million EC dollars, thereabout. We're talking about Mount Hartman. We're talking about, and we can cite other projects where millions of dollars were used, were guaranteed, were drawn down on, were spent, and Grenadians have nothing to show for it. Now, and we're comparing that with an important piece of road infrastructure that we have reason, we have explanations as to why it needed to have the cost increased, change in design, the slippage that wasn't anticipated. All of these things were brought to the Honorable House. And yet you compare that to lack of leadership. So I wonder, when 18 million US dollars going up in smoke with nothing to show for it, what do you say of the leadership that you subscribe to? And we can call on to the other things there. I move along, Madam President. And there's a statement that was made, again, by the leader of opposition business, that the representative for Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs indicated that everybody would get support, and he was looking to see everybody get support, and not everybody's getting support. Again, that is misleading. Because the truth and in fact is, there are provisions that benefit every person, Madam President, across the tri-island state. The free barrel, everybody benefits once they apply. For housing, there are tax relief measures on all rebuilding material. The VAT is relieved. Anything that is being imported on a personal scale for your own recovery, as declared, is exempt from tax. So all of these measures are open to Tutmon Bagay. Everybody stands to benefit. So give the impression that because the MP made statements that he made, that not everybody was benefiting and it was reflecting deception on the part of government is a suggestion that I refute and refuse to accept in this honorable house. I will not go to the next step. I will save the withdrawal for another time. Be better than that, brother. All right. So, Madam President, I refer to another misinterpretation. I happened to be on a visit to Petit Martinique with the Prime Minister a couple of days after the passage of Hurricane Beryl. And I walked in rain with the Prime Minister to some of the households. And we went into some of the homes of some of the same elderlies. So I hear it being talked about that the elderlies, no elderlies in Petit Martinique and the seniors are gone. But when we got there, the option was put to those people while we walked in their premise, if they would want to be transferred and moved to Grenada for safekeeping. So those who have come, they have come at all costs. Yes, you see it reflected in the expenses here. But it was their choice. They were willing. They wanted it. And life comes before things. People first, things after. So to suggest that there was something problematic about having moved them is to fail to recognize that we have moved to preserve the interest and life and well-being of our citizens of Petite Martinique. Madam President, a suggestion was made for the disaster management plan, and I think Senator Douglas referred, where is the plan? There's a need for the national disaster plan. Some calls were made for that. I want to point out, we had just gone past 2 years in office. The NADMO we met, we want to commend the officers who are significantly voluntary workers. So we meet at NADMO that we talk about, that supposed to have been in existence for all the years prior to our getting into office, that is primarily resourced through voluntarism, without adequate resourcing, supposed to have come through Ivan and all of these other natural disasters that members of the other side claim they have learned so much from. And now that we have a disaster 20 years later, we still don't have a structure, a seriously resourced structure to treat with those resources. Where's the storeroom? What were the warehouse facilities and the stockpile of material? When the hurricane came, I personally went across St. Andrew Southeast. And there was literally no supplies. We hadn't experienced that before. It's our first experience. But the other side says, we've been there, call us, we've done that before. We've been there, we've done that. But what have you left for us with all the experience you've been there with? I have a problem with that. But I guarantee you, the NADMO we met is not going to be the NADMO we leave. We are going to enhance it, strengthen it, and make it better to treat with disasters. It is for that reason I commend the Prime Minister for his judgment in speedily responding to acquire vehicles to strengthen the capacity of NADMO to respond in such times. Madam President, I want to speak of one issue here. I think it was raised by Senator Nealon Franklin when he drew attention to page 27 in the midterm report, and he referenced table 5, the central government's estimated 2024 fiscal performance. And he asked a very pertinent question, but I think the question, if not carefully understood, could mislead. You see, this table says estimated 2024 fiscal performance. So the question was asked, if total revenue and grants was 1.404.1 million, and the budget was 1.321.4 million, and there's a variance of 82.7 million. In other words, there seems to be a surplus, according to, in his paraphrasing, there was a surplus there. Why then are we asking for a supplemental of 2.69 million and not this amount less, this 82.7 million less? That was the question. 269 million. Yeah. And the answer is simply, these figures reflect the projection, the estimated projection for all of 2024. We have not gone to all of 2024 yet. And at the time when that's the midterm review. So it doesn't say that if monies are in hand. It doesn't say, it says if we continue the way we are going, this is what it's likely to be. Further, let me read the end, Madam President, of that very line. The end of page 27. It says, based on actual outruns up to June and other assumptions, Grenada's fiscal performance for the full year 2024 shows a notable divergence from the budgeted expectation in table 5. It says total revenue and grants are estimated at 1.404.1 million, which is 6.3% higher, which is the 82.7 million, than the budgeted amount of 1.3 to 1.4 million. This increase is primarily due to higher than expected collections in non-tax revenue, particularly in the immigration migration industry revenue, which exceeded the budgeted by a significant margin of 42%, right? I just wanted to point that out. So it's not actual figure, it's projected. It's not reflective of a savings because it's just a estimated figure. The final thing I want to talk about before I talk about education, Madam President, is quite a bit of talk was made about education. And school, concern about reopening school and when school would reopen. Of course, in my early interactions, we aimed to reopen as soon as possible, and as soon as possible was the 2nd of September. But even when those discussions were had in consultation with stakeholders on CARICO and PT Martinique, we made it clear that we are aiming, that we're fully cognizant that it might not be possible, but we learned since we were in kindergarten, aim for the sky. In case you miss, you fall on a cloud. In case you aim for a cloud and you fall and you miss, you fall on a treetop. But if you aim for a low branch and you fall on the ground. So I don't think there's anything wrong, Madam President, and Honorable House, in having projected and aimed for the reopening of school to be September. It may not have been practical, but it's something to work towards. It gave a sense of urgency to treat with matters, to process things, to do stuff. And even now, we are realistic enough that before the reopening of school, we can come to the nation and say there is going to be a delay. We still didn't say how long the delay was going to be. We say in the first instance, 2 weeks. But we are going to look, we are going to monitor the recovery process and the reinstallation of all of the utilities necessary to function, and we'll advise accordingly. And in my mind, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We'll continue to do that. We are in continuous collaboration with education officials on CARICO, with our main department, and I'm quite confident. We are working with the contractors. In fact, some work has started on some of the main schools, Hillsborough, Bishops. Some have not started as quickly as we wanted them to, for all the estimates and all of that, and some of those things keep delays, create delays that we wanted to avoid, but there are always options that we are exploring. And we are going to start school much sooner than it took on the Ivan. I can tell you that. So to create the impression that we're in some kind of crisis and we should have called and throw up our hand and say, well, help us here, we lose, we weigh. That is nothing near to the truth. Why is there a need to carry on historical as if we've lost sight of something in education in relation to the opening of school in CARICO? I don't see it. I don't understand it. And as minister, I feel quite comfortable that we're heading in a soundly footed direction. Madam President, I move quickly to talk about the appropriation under Vote 40, and simply because it did include youth and sports, although it was spoken about, I want to pause and commend the performances of our Olympians in the Paris 2024 Olympics. They have done us proud. And we can't commend them enough. And so any amount of spending that this appropriation begs in support of those athletes, although some of it is already spent, and to reward them can be enough. Yes. Absolutely sure. Absolutely. Well, that's why we're making it known publicly, and that's why we know that some people who have promised things before came to us and said they never got it. But we are going to deliver, and the Honorable Senator, leader of opposition business on the other side, was quite correct. We have grown accustomed to the phrase, as is representative of our operation, promise made, promise kept. And he's catching on to it too, so that's good. So that's good. Madam President, I want to talk briefly, in the supplementary, there is a request for close to, I think, just over $500,000 for TAMCC, and that's in keeping with the government's approval of increases for TAMCC staff. At the time, of course, that wasn't budgeted. We've since paid out some, but we learned that there was a calculation shortage that we've had to treat with. And so that is now being reflected here. But we are committed to taking care of our workers. We are committed. We said we were going to do it. And despite the shortfall based on calculation, we are going to do it. And hence, it is in this appropriation because we are committed as a government to treating labor, to treating our workers fairly, rightly, and giving them what we believe we have agreed with them to get. And so we do that. Then, Madam President, there is in that Vote 40 appropriation as increase in subvention from $75,000 to $100,000 for NULO, the New Life Organization. Now, NULO, as we know, is one of our leading skills institutions. Since the announcement of the free tuition policy and government support there, they have more than doubled their intake. That's required, yes. They have more than doubled their intake. And that speaks to success in getting more students enrolled in necessary skills. And that puts a demand on them for more teachers, for more instructors, and in some cases probably for different kinds of facilities and resources. And so we are happy as a government to respond to that kind of challenge. That's a challenge of growth. That's a challenge of expansion. And so we are happy to support that, and that is reflected in this appropriation, and I'm happy to see that there. Then, Madam President, in Vote 40 appropriation, there is a $1,500,000 support for the construction of a new school for the St. George's SDA Primary. Now, here is a religious organization. This organization came to the government and said, please, we've been raising funds. We have the majority of the money to build a new school. The facilities we have, they're inadequate. We have an excellent school, and most people will be aware of that. Yeah. We want to build a new facility. We'll be happy if you help us. We are asking you to help us with this shortfall. They raise funds, they have sponsors, and they came to us, met with us, and we felt we have no choice but to help an institution like that they're trying to help themselves as a faith-based organization, and we felt we could meet that gap. And that is that figure that is being reflected here. Of course, that wasn't in the budget when we passed the budget last year. Madam President, I move to the special support package for students of Carriacou and Petit Martinique attending TAMCC and NULO on the mainland. Now, we did have some engagement with students and education officials in Carriacou, and I think many of them felt many of the education officials in particular, felt they were not willing to come to the mainland to do TAMCC. So we brainstormed about a blended approach. We brainstormed about using a room in one of the schools to do lectures. But when we look at it carefully, we still realize there are some serious limitations. One of the utility companies remain completely down still. And if you're going to do a blended approach where lectures are streamed from the main campus, that's going to be challenging if the Wi-Fi systems are not all up. And so we've decided, in fact, several parents have privately messaged different ones of us asking what support can be had for persons who are interested to come to the main campus of TAMCC on the mainland. And so the government has put together a one-year support package for students from Carriacou and Petit Martinique. I'm sure you're happy to hear that. A one-year support package for students from Carriacou and Petit Martinique who want to come to TAMCC or NULO on the mainland. That package will include accommodation, transportation, and some food allowance. Right? Somebody's asking, what about existing? I'm waiting on the data to tell us, but for now, we're talking about students who want to come to TAMCC. We don't want the educational journey to be disrupted. I mean, most people who started already, probably had a plan, although this plan could be affected. So we're prepared to look at it, look at the numbers, and respond appropriately. But this package is available. We've done our initial work, and it tells us there are about 30 plus, close to 40 persons who were pursuing or prepared to pursue TAMCC studies at the campus in Carriacou. How many of them are prepared to come to the mainland? We don't know just yet. We are still working with education officials there to fine-tune those, but out of that pool, this package of support is available for 1 year. Additionally, for the persons in Carriacou and Petit Martinique who were accepted or who are being accepted into universities, the University of the West Indies campuses, or even SGU, this semester, we want to offer a similar 1 year support package. You see, Madam President, we understand how important education is as a government. And we know that the people of Carriacou and Petit Martinique have suffered in many ways more immensely than most of the rest of us on the island in terms of the passage of Hurricane Beryl. And we don't want to confine our students who are interested in upgrading themselves to staying home and not being able to continue their educational journey. And it is for that reason that those students too, we know we have at least 4 already based on numbers coming to us. It probably can be, when we consider those who may be there already, it can be another 4 maybe. We don't know the final figures yet, but we don't anticipate it's going to be outrageous. We are offering that 1 year support package of support where we pay the rest of the fees that they would have had to pay. Be it at SGU, we pay the additional 10% and support them, so that the parents, the father who probably was a fisherman and his boat is out of commission, probably no longer has to stress and wonder if he has to take his child away from St. George's University, or if he has to foil that plan to send his child to Cave Hill or Mona. And so we have that plan, Madam President, and having said those things, these are the critical elements that inform the almost $10 million appropriation request on the Vote 40, Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports. And so having said that, Madam President, I commend this appropriation budget to this House. I offer my full support, and I covet the support of all of my other colleagues on this side and the other side. Thank you very much. I didn't do too bad, please.
Thank you, Senator Andrew. And I offer the floor to Senator Andre Lewis.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And for the records, it is correct to state that supplementary budget is not anything new, and it's normal. And I don't think that that's the main focus. When we review the supplementary budget, we can't help but also make a request for consideration that we can be given some more specifics, even some comparative purposes. So for instance, the explanation given by my colleague, Senator David, that whatever savings mid-year is a projection, because the year has not yet ended, obviously, but also the supplementary budget is a projection. Yes? So what we are saying is that it will be good to have comparative figures to know where we reach. Yes? Where we reach. Where we reach. That will help. When we did the review at our office, I'm not speaking here, that was one of the things, and in speaking to some of my colleagues, that was just some of the observations. But basically, I want to start here. Give me all the management time. I have this here. I know I have an hour, but I want to stay kind of within it. Yeah. Okay. As representing workers and the working class people, whether unionized or not, I wish to focus on what I call the human side of things to start. And that is why I noted quite clearly that the leader of government business, and correctly so, identified with expressing his sympathy, empathy with the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique and the northern part of Grenada, based on the impact of Hurricane Beryl. And that is well placed, and therefore it is against this backdrop that I'm offering a word of advice, if I may, to ourselves as people with responsibilities, that regardless of the challenges that we face, many times we have to think twice. And social media, as much as it is a useful tool for communicating, we have to be careful. Because while we empathize with the people of Carriacou and Petit-Martinique, it does not help when our leaders would make comments that will single out our public officers, like teachers and public officers, and indicate that their salaries are still running and they are on the social media making noise for water, which implies that if there was an opportunity to cut their pay, it would be done because they're not using their pay to get water. I mean, it's a simplified inference, but it is important. And you see, it's important for me to spend a time on this because it can affect the moral of people. And it is important, colleagues, that even if we have a particular feeling, we have to be sensitive. We have to be sensitive. And as an advice to my colleagues on the other side, my colleagues on this side to my right, in terms of the party politics, may not like this. But I'm reminding my colleagues on the other side that a few years ago, a political leader of your party may have suffered a fate in Carriacou with a comment about the free barrel mentality. I'm placing this on record because it deals with the human feeling. And as workers' representative, that's, at the end of the day, people cannot use their political cards to get assistance at the supermarkets from Beryl. And therefore, it's about bread and butter. And in the instance of Carriacou, it is about calling people to work together. It is also important for us to note that with the spending of our resources, that we need to make sure that we use our monies wisely. And I hear a lot of emphasis have been placed on road, and that's good. Take, for instance, True Blue. And I was very pleased to see the amount of work that was done on the True Blue Road. As a matter of fact, it was close to traffic, road was done in the night, but at what cost? I am seeing the road being constantly being dug up. The road being constantly dug up, and that will be additional cost for us. And I am not sure if it was done just because that SU contributes 27% to our GDP. What I do know is that the heads of government, the 47th or 46 heads of government, opening took place at SGU. And the work appeared to have been rushed in order to have that road so that our dignitaries and the media can see good road. But now, at the speed that we did it, we are digging up the road. All I'm saying, colleagues, is that with our scarce resources, let us ensure that we do work properly. Let us do work properly. I express solidarity, sympathy, empathy with the people of Carriacou-Pitty-Martinique and the northern part of Grenada. I recognize and pay tribute and salute the workers who have labored day and night, and in many instances themselves been impacted negatively by Hurricane Beryl. I've spoken to colleagues who have been out in the trenches while they're not sure what is happening to their family at home, in many cases with young children, but having to restore the utility services that are very much needed. I salute them. Grenlec workers, Nawasa workers, solid waste workers, and all the other workers who have done that and continue to do that. The regional workers who certainly dropped everything and made themselves available. These are part of the working class. And at all instances in history, it is the workers who are always at the forefront. We need to also recognize our police officers who have been keeping the peace, doing the security work, even in circumstances that are not favorable to them. If I could have started over, I would have started over by mentioning the following. Kirani James finished about 2 hours ago, 2.5 hours ago, in second place in the Rome, Italy Diamond League, and I think we need to be very grateful for that, right? I think 44 point something. The one who came first did it in 43.99. Yes, almost 44. Yes, very, very commendable. And what these things do, colleagues, it spurs us on, and it assists us, and it tells us we can continue despite the challenges. And the challenges has been not many. And as we are on this, I wish to commend the administration for the continued recognition and the practical recognition of the athletes coming out of the Paris Olympics. That must be commended. For the recognition of Coach Philip, which has been long overdue. Coach Philip is one who has continuously carried a number of our athletes, and he has not been recognized correctly. I'm very pleased that he has eventually gotten a diplomatic passport. Because many times, in traveling with our athletes that we have been praising, when he reaches that counter, the immigration counter, the athletes are able to go through, and he has to fight up. I commend that. But at the same time, I'm asking for the following. As much as I'm pleased with the recognition and the fact that he was given a few $1,000, I still do not think it has been enough. Given the fact, and hear me, I think he got $20,000. No, but in comparison, no, hear me. Yes, you see, because everything is relative. Everything is relative. I mean, our athletes got $100,000, something thousand, and that's good. But in comparison to, let us say, other international athletes, that's small, but for us it's a lot. So I'm saying everything is relative. So when I say, given the contribution that coach has made, and I'm very pleased that at least $20,000 or $25,000 is more than nothing. But I'm saying, in valuing his contribution, he has contributed, right, to our high-flying athletes. And so I'm not condemning, colleagues, what he has given. I really want to make this clear. But I sat there and been very pleased that he has gotten something. It dawned on me that we needed to, and I'm saying probably $75,000 US, that's what my mind crossed. Yes? $75,000 US. Yes. I also think, no, I want to be clear on this because we have to place value. We have to place value. We negotiate for salary for workers because we think. I also think that next time around, or we can review, because each of the athletes who made it to the Olympic, I know has been recognized. But I also think that it is 5,000 that was given to those who did not place. I also think that that should be more. Because to reach to the Olympic, you have to qualify. And you are qualifying with a particular time that is world standard. And therefore, in terms of the value, we have recognized what has been done. So I'm not diminishing that, but I'm placing this on the table for consideration and to salute our athletes. If I come now very quickly, as I said, a lot of contributions have been made, so I would not go into much details. I just wanted to highlight this. If I come now to the supplementary budget, as I said, I would not go into much detail, but I'll just highlight some of the observations. On the issue of vote 16, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Trade and Export Development, we recognize that the London office, United London office, would be relocated as a concern for occupational safety and health issues, and that is commendable. But I had an experience this morning. I went to the Ministry for Labor, and yesterday, it was yesterday because I was here first time, and I entered the Ministry of Social Development. And I was hoping that our Minister of Social Development would be here, because I'm concerned about her and the other staff workers' health. Once I walked into that office, you could have smelled the change in the atmosphere. My nostril burnt me, and the office felt abandoned. It's not abandoned. They are doing repair work there. And I know the same thing, I've heard that the same thing happens at the Ministry of Education and other departments within the ministry. We need to ensure, no work has been done, but I'm concerned about the state of that ministries, the scent. Yes, and workers that I've spoken to have complained about it. So I'm flagging this. It would be useful at some stage, vote 20, the Ministry of Finance support for business reactivation. So if there could have been some more details, some of the hotels, for instance. So for instance, in the northern part of the island, some of the hotels, I think, let me say a few of the hotels have been identified. Yes, so I back off on this. But the concern that we had is whether or not $25 million can be spent in the remaining 3 or 4 months. And we can't answer this question because we can't see what was spent in terms of what was budgeted for the start of the year to now. On vote 26, Saeb, we have been also faced with not being able to make comparisons as to where we are in terms of actual, because we are now in August. So if we are doing from January to June, we ought to be in a position where we can have some actuals to be able to determine what has to be done for the rest of the year. Vote 29, we recognize that MIT is now like the major Ministry of Works, and I would have advised our observation, a caution. We sat in this parliament, whether we individually agreed or not, but the Senate passed the amendments which move in terms of being able to allocate contracts. It was moved, I think, from 25,000, 15,000, sorry, yeah, to 100,000, where you do not have to do a tendering. Colleagues, even if you have moved it to 100,000, because that has been done, it is necessary to ensure, in our view, that you just do not hand out contracts to individuals just so. It is important to get at least 3. So you don't necessarily have to tender. It's not tendering. You're looking for billheads. You're looking for to see what's best. Normal financial, prudential financial management, even at small workplaces, will have you seen to get quotes from 2 and 3 different people. I'm placing this on the table because we are on the ground. We represent workers. We are on the ground. When we passed this year, I never thought that we will have to be given consideration as to whether or not 100,000 and less is just given by just identifying whether or not a civil servant or a public officer or someone has the authority to unilaterally make a decision without having at least. So I'm flagging this. I guess a response can be given to us as to whether or not our concerns are misplaced. But we have to manage our resources. Vote 26. This has been spoken about, but I just need to flag it still. $2 million to deal with for Hurricane Beryl in terms of response to livelihood. Intended to use livelihood and recovery support for SIEP. That is under the, it says intended use. Under the rationale, it says to support damage assessment and institutional arrangements to develop and implement the Hurricane Beryl economic and social recovery. So I don't know if it's a style of language, but there seem to be 2 different. One is intended use and the rationale. There seem to be a mismatch there. Vote 29, that has been spoken about, but I'm just highlighting it. 15 million for 200 homes at 50,000 each. That came up to $10 million. We don't know what will happen to the other 5 million. And I'm saying that there's all kind of talk on the outside. So we have to be careful. The talk on the ground. We have to be careful. We are sitting in this house. The 15 million for Carriacou, that did not give any specific breakdown. I'm hoping that this is not a sign that we may not have plans in place. In other words, we put 15 million there, and this is not questioning whether the money will be used for Carriacou. This is just saying that when we come to this house, you know, it's a point that we raised, and we have given a commitment to the best of my memory. When we came here with the $15 million, I think it was, for independence, there was no line items. There's no line items. We raised this matter, and we are back here with a similar circumstance, that we are debating this matter without breakdown. A general observation, as I try to speed up, a general observation is that there are too many instances in the budget for us of where there were significant underestimation. Yes, significant underestimation. We know that you will not always get it right because budget is an estimate, but it becomes a bit concerning when it should be close, as my colleague from the business sector, private sector has indicated. I go quickly now to the media review report, and just to pick out the following, page 2, on the international development, page 5, the following figures have been given for the global headlines inflation for the following years. 6.8% for 2023, that's the global headline inflation. 2023 was 6.8%, 2024, so far 5.9%, and 4.5% for 2025. That is in relation to inflation. Now, because we import inflation, Grenada import inflation, yes? We are a consumer society. That's why for the like of us, when we sit at the negotiating table, we can't understand when the employers and government in particular is telling us that inflation is under 1.5% and 1%, etc., etc. Something just can't be right. You see, it normally comes out, you know. We do our research. We do our research at the supermarkets. But it comes out, if we import inflation, are you saying we are doing better than what's happening in terms of the average globally? And so much better? Then it kills the argument of our importation of inflation. However, when we see the overspending, yes, there are a number of instances in the supplementary budget where overspending, I say, because of the significant increase in costs, you know. And it is accepted that food has increased the most, and the majority of our workers, and most of us inside here, a higher percentage of our salary goes towards food and transport. I'm just highlighting this because even in the CARICOM region, for 2024, it has been said so far, estimated at 5.5 and ECCU 3.9 in terms of the inflation has paid 7, right? And yes, still in Grenada, we are saying, yes, that it is minuscule, yes? 4.1, 4.1.5, wholesale and retail paid 17. It speaks about the high importation of food and other items by large hotels. This is an opportunity for us to work together with our colleague from the Ministry of Agriculture to ensure that there is consistency so that we can have our large hotels getting our local products. There are opportunities, and that's what we need to do. On the manufacturing, page 19, I know that, that there was a significant increase in beverage and tobacco, just noting that, consumptions. An important part, again, is in relation to unemployment, page 22, that's 4.2, page 22, that is under the midterm report. For 2023, it says that unemployment among men decreased significantly by 25%. In contrast, female unemployment increased by 8.2%. And therefore, these are indicators that must be used by all of us because we represent different interest groups, and the state in particular, to focus our interventions. Because there's no doubt, when it comes to our learning institutions, there's a higher percentage of women or female women folk in the learning institutions. And it is said that there's a high percentage of our men folk lying on the blocks. However, what we are seeing here is that the unemployment rate for men, male, decreased significantly. We need to do some intervention. We need to study these things. And not just speak about the figures, but we need to study them. There can be lessons there for us. Because if we do not diagnose the problem, we might be using the wrong treatment. Treating the wrong, in other words, the document is telling us, this is not projection. It's saying that there's a significant decrease in the unemployment among males. There are no construction, etc., etc. Whatever form it took. I found that the document on 4.4, page 28, public debt, it spoke about the debt to GDP ratio, but it did not tell us, and I'm interested to know, what is the state of our debt? Did our public debt increase? In other words, you can have a reduction in terms of the ratio because our ratio compares one to the other. Yes? But we would like to know what is the state of our public debt. The document did not tell us that. It just spoke about the debt to GDP ratio. we need to also recognize and compliment the decision makers for the step taken in Carriacou for providing facilities to move the senior citizens from the Tophill home in particular, to bring them to Grenada. The government need to be complimented for that. That was swiftly done. And to also make provision for the workers to be in Grenada, to tend to these workers. And they were housed in Chublu, in a particular building in Chublu, and that must be commended. You see, colleagues, these challenges presents opportunities for us, and it is likely to get harder before it gets better. And that is why, as leaders, and especially on the government side, because you are tasked with a specific responsibility of addressing these issues, you don't have to take our advice. You don't have to take our advice. But you see, when we use social media and we highlight everything that we do right, which is commendable, and that's okay, we cannot be surprised or have a difficulty when there is an apparent shortcoming. There will be a high level of expectation. There will be a high level of expectation. We are all in this together. In the Carriacou, the Hurricane Beryl issue, the season is not yet over. The threat is not yet over. And therefore, we need to learn quickly. We need to see what systems that we can put in place as we prepare for what is possible to come. Also, colleagues, the psychosocial aspect, the psychological aspect of the workers and the people in Carriacou, not just the workers. Hurricane Ivan, 20 years ago, has taught a number of us that even among the classes, the bourgeoisie class and those who may have, that we are all impacted, and psychologically, as a matter of fact, many times, I'm calling for the human aspect to take precedent in this period, right? And even if we may think that there are people who are in better positions to help themselves, what we need to do is to prioritize, have a means test, so we do not shut off people, right? We do not make people feel that, boy, we have a difficulty in helping you. It is better to say, well, Madam President, I'm not able to help you first. Because when I did an assessment of what you have, when I discussed the matter with you, I recognize that the leader of government business is relatively in a worse position than you. And therefore, I need to assist him first. But I may help you down there. I'm not saying, this is just hypothetical, eh?
Senator, Senator Lewis, I saw that subtle reference.
No. well documented. Yes, no, but it is important as we address these matters that people can see and understand what we are doing. Madam President, given the commitment that we have given in terms of helping to manage time, I went through this, and these are the comments that I would like to make, and I wish everyone all the very best as we seek to cope with the challenges of Hurricane Beryl and its aftermath, and compliment all those who have assisted and continue to assist. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Lewis. And I offer the floor to the Leader of Government Business, Senator Adrian Thomas.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I think my colleagues have done a fantastic job in terms of rebutting to some of the concerns and clarity that my colleagues on the other side were concerned about, so I don't have much to say. However, I will still just want to highlight, just to bring some level of relaxation to my good friend on the other side, Senator Nolan Cox, on the whole question of the conditions and that the loans and grants under the control and the watch of GDB, this organization will be coming very soon to outline some of the conditions. Obviously, if you want to be qualified for an event of that nature or to be assisted with that facility, you have to come to the table. And it's not everything you could outline in a budget debate as we go forward. But I can say that this project and this assistance is basically, it will not be handouts, it will be hands up. We want to assist people in a very sustainable way. The 2 barrels, this is just part of the relief effort. It's just only a small portion. And people have been calling for it, and we respond in that manner. But we know definitely the distance it will go, it will not go that far. But however, we still believe it can assist in some way or the other. Madam President, we have to appreciate the fact that this, and I like the term that was used by Senator Nolan Cox, after this event, it will be a new normal. Things will not continue in the way that it used to be. I know that my brothers and sisters in Carriacou and PT Martinique are contemplating now on the way houses are being constructed and the assistance, the expertise that they will need to guide them along that way. I remember in 2022, 2023, we were still assisting Grenadians to revamp the businesses affected by COVID-19 in 1920. So what the impact that was created by Hurricane Beryl will not go away in 2024 or 2025 completely. It's a process, and we're going to take our time, plan well, and make sure that we do it properly. As I said in the beginning, we have to build it back better, we have to build it back bigger. Madam President, the question was asked, and I think Brother David answered that question, Senator David, in regards to our future plans for disaster management in this country. I want to state here quite clearly, had we not taken NAGMA seriously prior to the hurricane, we would have been worse off. So I think the effort in terms of how they manage from the time this hurricane was pointing to Grenada, we were in the engine room, guiding our nation. And I think NAGMA did a fantastic job, and they deserve a knock table for that. And finally, Madam President, I just want to make the point here that, and I know my good friend is not attempting in any way to choke cold water on our efforts to recognize our good talent, but I want to make the point that the coach, Paul Phillip, is a guy that we recognize. And we were not doing anything in any way to make him feel less than the others. 20,000 US basically is 1/5, and the policy speaks to that. 1/5 of what the athlete is getting, and that only goes to you have to be a Grenadian as a coach. And in the next Olympic or the next game, because if you read the policy carefully, you'll realize in a year or two, these guys could medal in one of the international games, and they are back home and they will be entitled to the benefits of the policy. So it's not a one-off thing that you would not see in the future again. It will be an ongoing thing. It's for the future generation, future coach, and I think we must commend the government for taking the initiative. But we must also recognize that it was $100,000 for gold, 75 for silver, and 50 for bronze. When we sat at the committee meeting, under the guidance of our leader, we decided that, I ain't gonna cut it. And we start from the bronze go up. So the bronze, 100,000 US, silver, 120, 130, and gold, 150 US now. That is what it stands at now. And the coach is 1/5 of whatever the athlete gets. So I have no problem if we need to review, but that's what the policy is about now and as we go forward. So I just wanted to state that on record. But Madam President, I want to thank my colleagues here and my colleagues on the other side for the contributions that they have made today. I think it was a fantastic debate, and I think the camaraderie that we are observing inside this House is a good example and a good sample for others to follow. I want to commend my colleagues on both sides of the House. For every one of you remaining here for the entire debate, the nation is looking at that. And I think the nation will tap you all on your shoulders whenever they see you all in the community. Madam President, this is fantastic. And I want to commend the leader of the opposition, Senator Nolan Cox, for guiding his flock and keeping them in the House for the entire debate. He must be commended. I think it's a good example, and I think he has a bright future, Madam President, in being a prospective leader for the other place at some point in time. Madam President, it will be remiss of me also if I didn't say a thank you to all the people who participated in Carnival 2024. It was a fantastic celebration. We have our ups and downs, we have our little problems to sort out, but I think the organizers, the participants, the people who patronized with us, the people who came to Grenada to visit us, I think we must all recognize the importance of their presence, and we must acknowledge them for the fantastic celebration that has been put on in 2024, and we look forward to 2025 celebration. I also want to commend the organizers and the people that celebrated Grenada Day in Toronto. It was a fantastic celebration also. It was an opportunity for Grenada to put and show its culture, its food. The exhibition was fantastic. The participation of the people, the wearing of our colors in Toronto is a good indication of what the people in the diaspora is doing to make sure that people come to Grenada, people come to our shorelines and see exactly what we have. So I think kudos to them out there. And finally, Madam President, as I stand here today, last night I left my office and I was going home, and when I reached West Hall, I heard about the sad passing of Mr. Ranston Bullen, a very good gentleman. He was a male nurse many years ago, and he passed away. May his soul rest in peace. I want to express my condolences to his family and wish them all the best in this time of grief. And Madam President, with that, I now close this debate, and I ask the members of the House to support and approve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator. Honorable members, the motion is that whereas it was necessary to provide for the services of the State of Grenada for the year 2024 by means of a Supplementary Appropriations Act, be it resolved that Supplementary Appropriation Act 2024 for the period 1st January to 31st December 2024 be approved. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes carry. Ayes have it.
Item number 15, bills.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to introduce the first reading of a bill for an act shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024.
A bill which seeks to make provisions for the appropriation of an additional sum of $269,598,086 Eastern Caribbean currency to service the state of Grenada for the fiscal year 1st January to 31st December 2024, shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024.
Madam President, I beg to move that the relevant standing orders of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all the stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that the relevant standing order of the Senate be suspended to enable the bill to be taken through all its stages at this sitting. All those who are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move the second reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question proposed is that the bill be read a second time. Hearing no debate, honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. All those who are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I beg to move the third reading of the bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill be read a third time. Hearing no debate, the question is that the bill be read a third time and passed. As many as are of that opinion say aye, and of the contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill for an act shortly entitled Supplementary Appropriation Bill 2024. Item number 16, public business. Item number 17, adjournment.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I rise to move the motion that this Honorable House be adjourned, signed and died.
Thank you. As we come to the end, I'd like to say that this has been a historic meeting. I think this is intended to be our last sitting until we meet again, I believe, not in September, but in October after the recess and the new parliament will begin. Unless there is reason to meet in September, I anticipate we will not meet. So we could look back at a full year capped by today's sitting. I believe this has been a historic supplemental bill because it takes us, as Senator Cox and others have said, to a new normal. First of all, it's in the context of our 50th anniversary of independence, and some money has been spent already and some not. It's also in the context, perhaps most importantly, of the post-Hurricane Beryl response of the nation to the trauma and loss that we have suffered of people and property. And the bill is also in the context of Grenada's chairing CARICOM. We want to congratulate our Prime Minister on becoming chair of CARICOM, and to send him support. Some of it is in this legislation. The passage of the Supplemental Appropriations Act is also in the context of Grenada being a double Olympian winner in this year. And we celebrate that, and we are happy to support it financially. And of course, it's a year in which we have had also a gun amnesty, and a year in which we have raised the bar for the acquiring of formal education by persons under 18. So it's been really a historic year, historic moment. We are proud of the work we've done, and I have a long list of suggestions that have come forth from you, distinguished members, starting with the recommendation to make sure that our circulation of 7 days in a timely manner takes place. I believe it is all that juggling, Senator Lewis, that occurred with the rescheduling of the sittings, the 2 sittings as a result of Hurricane Beryl. I believe it's the first time it has occurred with us, and there is no intent for disrespect of the House. I think all our regulations are taken quite seriously. All the other suggestions are there, and the compliments and the solidarity. More than anything, I believe that this Senate today has marked itself by not only the call for a new methodology for doing work in Carriacou, but by extending extreme empathy and solidarity with our sisters and brothers who have been hit by Hurricane Beryl in Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and in the Northern Star area, St. Patrick's. It has been historic also because we received one of our young senators into our fold, and I ask you to give her a round of applause again for being with us and coming to work with us. We hope that we will be gentle and supportive of you. And you said that the bill is really an opportunity for us to go forward in a new way. It's a long-term development. You said it gave long-term development of view and hope. And perhaps that's the best characterization that we have received. Because when I did the math, the capital expenditure is 8.5 times that of the recurrent expenditure. And the capital expenditure certainly suggests permanence, resilience building, sustainability. So you're already beginning to be insightful and to give us a perspective of the future, consistent, no doubt, with your being a youth. So thank you. Gentlemen, ladies, senators, all, thank you for your support to the administration of the Senate, the clerk and his team. And on your behalf, I thank them for the year's work of preparation and support. Let us go forward at the end now of August and throughout September as we wait for the reconvening of our houses. Let's rest and refresh and return ready to do God's work, which I think it's the people's business. Travel safely and remain safely, whether you are in Carriacou, St. Patrick's, St. David's, or elsewhere. Please make time for our families. And once again, we congratulate the government of Grenada and you, those of you who are here as cabinet members. We congratulate you for the work that has been done in preparing us and passing us through Beryl and aiming to get us to a higher level as a small island developing states. And we want to thank all Grenadians everywhere for being steady and steadfast, hopeful, visionary, committed, and giving. And we understand, we anticipate that that will continue, whether you are living at home or in the diaspora, whether you are carrying a Grenadian passport or some other. Thank you for your support and your solidarity. All those in favor of the motion to adjourn, sign it aye, say aye. And all those opposed and remaining here, say no. Ayes have it. Senate is adjourned. Thank you.